My name is Cang Dong Gu, nicknamed MC. As an introvert, I chose an office job to avoid having to interact too much with others. But life has a way of working things out. I have no idea what my boss was thinking when he sat me next to someone who is an extrovert at the exact same level as Cang Dong Gu. She is so energetic, and every single day she keeps trying to start a conversation, leaving me not knowing how to reply properly. While I was lost in thought, she asked me, "Hey, for our workspace, who should I ask for access permissions?" After speaking, she glanced over at him, her eyes sparkling, as if they could talk. She stared at him for a long time, but didn't get a response. Flustered, she explained, "Oh, I just wanted to look over the materials. Since it's my first day transferring to this department, I came in early, but I have absolutely nothing to do." Seeing her say that, Cang Dong-gu stole a quick glance. Looking at the cluttered pile of stuff on her desk, he couldn't help but think that if it were him, he would have cleaned that mess up first. She reached for the phone on her desk. The screen showed it was 8:21. Helpless, he had to answer her question. "Access permissions? Try asking Patrick." Hearing that, she enthusiastically asked what time Patrick usually arrives at the office. Cang Dong-gu felt a bit annoyed and replied, "Around 10 o'clock. Upon hearing the answer, she looked a bit surprised. "I have to wait that long?" Suddenly, the atmosphere in the office fell deathly silent. Cang Dong-gu's expression became awkward, and he was screaming internally, "So embarrassing. I still have to pretend to be calm and put my headphones on. I wish she would just stop talking to me." Suddenly, in that brief moment of silence, she slammed the table and shouted, making MC jump almost out of his skin. "Oh, that's right." She stared intently at her computer screen, her eyes brightening up. "That General Development Guide document. Who is updating it? I really want to know." He replied nervously, "I wrote the draft." And Andy double-checks it. "Is something wrong?" She didn't look over at him as he sat there trembling. She just replied calmly, "No. The document is neat and easy to understand. As the rumors said, you really are meticulous." His eyes darkened, looking quite displeased. "Who is spreading rumors?" "Calm down, Cang Dong-gu. That could also be a compliment for Andy," she exclaimed again. "Oh, and one more thing." Hearing that, his heart surged like a tidal wave. Cang Dong-gu glanced at her. "What now?" Her face shone like the moon, and she pointed at herself with long, slender fingers. "Just call me Joy. You don't need to add Nim to it." His face became flustered, and his hands, which had been typing, slowed down. Suddenly, a girl walked up from behind them. As the girl approached her, she asked Joy, "You're early today, aren't you? Did you get the lunch notification, right?" She leaned back happily. "I got it. Should we check the company card limit for the commercial team today?" the other girl asked unexpectedly. "Sounds great. Oh, do you have coffee?" Joy jumped up eagerly. "No. Do you want some?" I said. Cang Dong-gu felt confused. His eyes drifted toward the coffee cup on her desk, with more than half left inside. "And she wants to drink more?" She suddenly froze, looking at him tentatively. Cang Dong-gu." He remained glued to his computer screen without moving. "I'm fine. I won't have any. I have work that needs to be finished first." On the outside, he appeared cold, but internally he thought, "She seems like a very thoughtful person." Seeing him say that, she happily replied, "Then let's have some tea next time, caffeine-free." Hearing that Joy still wasn't letting him off the hook, he just mumbled a few generic responses to get it over with. That was already too much. Scene changed to a small restaurant outside, with sunlight gently hitting the door. At this moment, she is laughing and chatting happily with her colleagues nearby. They were laughing and looking at their phones. Nickname, Joy. 5 years of experience as a front-end developer. Real name, unknown. He was eating with his colleagues, chewing away, his eyes constantly drifting toward her. Rumor has it she even has a ton of followers on Instagram. She seems like a very hardworking person. He gazed into the distance at the flowers, lost in thought. In his mind, an image suddenly appeared of her smiling under blooming cherry blossom trees. She is like a cherry blossom, both delicate and gentle, always enthusiastic, transmitting energy to everyone around her. He trudged along behind the group that was laughing and chirping. He felt like he belonged to a different world, separated from everyone else, a person completely the opposite of himself. They walked for a while until a Acampes sign appeared in front of them. A colleague turned to look at him and asked, "Oh, that's right, Ma. You don't drink coffee, right?" He turned to M and said, "You go on ahead. We'll take some time to have coffee." A few girls walking with the group called back, "If you go up first, could you book the meeting room for 1 o'clock? Anywhere is fine, as long as it's free." "Thanks." He strode along the quiet path, lost in thought. After walking for a while, he arrived at the company elevator. This really sucks. He pulled a stick of gum from his pocket and slowly tore the wrapper off. These days, you see them everywhere. Sigh. Well, anyway, I wasn't planning on joining them. Cang Dong Gu put the gum in his mouth and cursed under his breath. But having someone from another department book a meeting room? She should have delegated those errands to her juniors. He stepped into the elevator, and in a flash, he reached the 10th floor. No one in this company knows how to care about others. Stepping out of the elevator, the company sign hit him right in the eyes. He quietly walked step by step toward his seat. After all, next month marks 1 year. He gently walked past the rows of desks toward his own. Cang Dong Gu tried to comfort himself. I will be eligible for severance pay. Maybe I should start preparing to change jobs. Passing by the seat next to him, he saw someone's computer was still running. Joy's computer? Did she not turn it off? Cang Dong Gu glanced at the screen, which displayed Trang Cheat, a job-hunting website. His eyes suddenly darkened. A job-hunting site? Is she crazy? She already submitted her application and made it to the second interview round. He was suddenly flustered. Anyone could see she was planning to change jobs. His mind turned gloomy. So scary, so terrifying. In his head, Joy's image appeared again. Let's have tea next time. He suddenly sighed in frustration. Talking to me while secretly job hunting? And on the first day of work, too. Cang Dong Gu marched toward his seat. This damn company is full of hypocrites. I can't trust anyone. They're all just selfish. Suddenly, his feet stopped. His eyes filled with 1,000 thoughts. What the hell? Still, leaving the screen open like this is really irresponsible. Or maybe she isn't afraid of anyone? If he left his screen on like that, and someone saw it, he kept pacing around his spot. A few colleagues passed by and turned their heads to look. What are they whispering about? Isn't he from the commercial team? Why does he keep walking around here? Hey, don't look. Just keep walking. Cang Dong Gu gripped the candy in his hand so tightly that one piece accidentally fell onto Joy's desk. As he returned to his seat, he wrestled with his own thoughts. Fine, just let it go. Whether she's looking for a new job or not isn't my business. Cang Dong Gu stammered. It's really none of my business. He glanced at the 2 empty coffee cups on her desk. Why did he even care? His mind involuntarily flashed back to that morning. She had set down her coffee cup, stood up happily, and said, "Sir, do you want a drink? My treat." His gaze remained fixed on her desk for every passing second. Time ticked by, and the clock on his desk hit 12:31. The clock kept ticking away. By the time it struck 12:54, she finally rushed back to her desk, covered in sweat. Her laptop was already neatly closed on the desk. She stared at the lifeless machine, her heart feeling like a tangled mess. Cold sweat beaded on her face. She looked over at him, sound asleep with his eye mask on, drool slightly staining his mouth. 1,000 questions filled her mind. A colleague who was drinking coffee noticed her rushing back and stood up to ask, "Is something wrong, Joy?" Seeing her concern, Joy replied, "Oh, it's nothing, really." Just then, a phone alarm suddenly went off. The screen read 12:55. He reached out to silence it. He slowly pulled off his sleep mask and muttered, "I'm so tired. If I could have just eaten alone, I would have gotten at least 40 minutes of sleep." Suddenly, a hand reached out toward him, holding a cup of coffee. Cang Dong Gu looked up in surprise. Joy was looking at him with genuine kindness. "Here you go, Cang Dong Gu." He was completely caught off guard by her sudden gesture. "Thank you." After she walked away, he found himself staring at the cup in his hand. As he looked at the coffee, the image of her glancing over at his desk flashed through his mind. She had been staring at something so intently, he suddenly felt a surge of joy. Was she paying attention to him? She seemed so thoughtful. He closed his eyes. His heart pounded with anxiety. With a dark, troubled look, he slowly glanced toward her. But why was she looking at me? Could she have realized that I was the one who closed it? His mind was in a total frenzy, racing through every possible scenario. What should I do? Should I tell her the truth? "I closed it for you while you were out eating." No, that would just make me look like a total creep. I only closed it so it wouldn't cause any trouble. Do I have to ask her first? But if I act like I care, she won't get mad, right? Wait, no. She didn't even ask for my help in the first place, did she? He suddenly remembered the vacant look in her eyes and felt a wave of panic. Is she upset just because I touched her stuff without asking? Cang Dong Gu's mind was in total chaos. I'm just meddling in someone else's business. Damn it. His head felt like it was about to explode. Should I just pretend I never saw anything? Joy, sitting next to him, saw all the turmoil written on his face. She thought for a moment, then smiled, breaking the awkward silence. "That eye mask is so cute. Where did you get it?" His eyes widened in absolute shock. Joy continued in a gentle voice. "Could you send me the link?" Cang Dong Gu's face remained stunned, sweat breaking out on his forehead. He stammered for a while before finally speaking up. I'll send it to you later, Joy replied happily. Thanks. Only then could Cang Dong Gu finally let out a sigh of relief. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Outside, the sun was already at its peak. Inside the office, Joy's mouse clicked. Her own mind was a mess, and as of now, she was still completely in the dark. She kept wondering how her dull office life would change from here on out. Suddenly, her eyes landed on the small piece of candy on her desk, and a look of confusion crossed her face. Joy picked up the candy and stared at it. The reason I come to work early is actually simple, so I can go home earlier. Walking through the door, his clock displayed 8:40. He quietly entered the office. The average arrival time for the rest of the team was between 9 and 10. So, right now, the office was perfectly quiet. I brewed a cup of chamomile tea to calm my mind. Before starting work, I reviewed the code I wrote yesterday and refactored it. This specific feeling of tranquility is what I love most. Suddenly, a strange sound made him freeze. Cang Dong Gu felt flustered by the current atmosphere. He glanced at the girl sitting next to him, who had once been like a form of healing at the company. Joy was happily munching on some Pepero sticks. She noticed he was sitting next to her. Joy asked blankly, "Do you want some?" Cang Dong Gu replied awkwardly, No thanks," he thought to himself. Out of all the places, why here? The harsh sun beat down on the high-rise building. It was 12:45 in the afternoon. Before the lunch hour had even officially begun, everyone flocked to Joy's desk as if they had a plan. He covered his ears in annoyance. "I just want to sleep. If you guys want to chat, go to the break room or a cafe. Will you?" Still, the sound of their conversation caught his attention. "Joy, you've been coming in earlier lately, haven't you? You used to come in at 10 when you were in the accounting solutions department, right?" Joy answered softly, "Yeah, I'm trying to focus on my work-life balance lately. Being flexible is the best." Cang Dong Gu thought bitterly, "Yeah, right. She's probably just making sure she can leave on time so she can switch jobs." The chatter continued beside him. "Joy, come to think of it, you took half a day off yesterday, didn't you?" "Oh, that's right. Everything is fine, right? You also took sudden leave last week." Joy's complexion paled at the question. She replied awkwardly, "I'm just preparing to leave. That's all. It's just been really busy lately." Hearing that, he felt a bit uneasy. Why am I the one feeling anxious here? Early morning in a quiet neighborhood, the guy with the slanted eyes wore a sarcastic smile. Isn't it obvious? She's definitely going for job interviews. Patrick, nicknamed Patrick the Advisor by Cang Dong Gu, continued. It's transfer season. Taking time off constantly during this period? Then it's a sure thing. If I weren't busy preparing for my wedding, I'd be looking for a new spot too. Cang Dong Gu thought irritably. Is he serious? Did he drag me all the way to the rooftop just to gossip? He replied to Patrick. Isn't that just a guess? Joy said, it had to do with moving. Patrick laughed, holding his stomach. Didn't you see her face earlier? Huh? Cang Dong Gu. You're strangely naive. I'll bet 50,000 won that Joy is going to submit her resignation. Cang Dong Gu thought resentfully. Is he an elementary schooler or what? Still, he catches on fast. Ignoring his annoyance, Patrick continued. Anyway, put that aside. Can you take over the deployment at 7 tonight? Suddenly, he was being asked for a favor. He asked back in annoyance. What? Patrick threw an arm around his shoulder and continued. I've been running around like crazy trying to find a new place, and I just got a call from an agent about a good one. In situations like this, timing is everything. Cang Dong Gu thought, annoyed. So that's why he dragged me all the way up here? Patrick flashed a bright smile. Isn't having a great junior exactly for things like this? Help me out just this once. It's not like you have plans after work anyway. Here, a little gift. Cang Dong Gu gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. This jerk. As the sun began to set, Joy looked at the visibly irritated Cang Dong Gu with confusion. Patrick, I'm going to get you back for this one day. Joy asked Cang Dong Gu, didn't you say you couldn't drink coffee? He struggled to explain. It's like a good luck charm, just for display. She earnestly suggested. Oh, I'll definitely buy you some whenever there's a 1+1 deal at the convenience store. Cang Dong Gu replied, No, please don't. I really just want to give up on that idea. Suddenly, a message notification caught Joy's attention. Ma, the latest version of the JK project has been deployed. Please conduct quality testing on the live server. Joy asked Ma, but isn't the back-end part Patrick's job? Cang Dong Gu thought to himself, annoyed. Isn't that obvious? It's just work he dumped on me, not a joke, I'm serious. Cang Dong Gu muttered, mentioning something about the real estate timing being urgent or whatever. Let's change the subject. Joy, aren't you going home? You've been here since 8 in the morning. Joy replied with endless energy. I was planning to leave on time, but I got caught up analyzing the source code to get familiar with it. I'll be off soon. Cang Dong Gu sighed, acting responsible even though she was about to leave. Then, Joy hesitated and asked him, Cang Dong Gu, would it be thoughtless of me to switch jobs during such a busy time? Not me. I mean a friend of mine. It's about a friend. Cang Dong Gu froze. Joy quickly corrected herself. Wait, why am I the one panicking? My friend is preparing to change jobs. Don't lie to me, he thought. Their company has been so busy lately that they feel guilty about leaving their team like this. They're also having trouble focusing. It seems like they have a lot on their mind. He thought resentfully. Patrick has already figured it out, so if you're going to do it, at least be discreet. Even though he wasn't happy, he replied to Joy. That's their career. If a good opportunity comes along, changing jobs is perfectly reasonable. She looked surprised and asked, Really? He felt a bit insecure. Ugh, did I sound too pretentious in front of a senior? A new message popped up. Joy cheered, breaking the awkward atmosphere. Oh, the quality check is done, she urged him. Cang Dong Gu, you should head home too. In the early evening, two shadows appeared on the street. Somehow, we ended up walking back together. Joy broke the silence again. I take the bus to the station. What about you, Cang Dong Gu? I take the bus too. Joy laughed. No, I meant where do you live? He awkwardly replied. Oh, near Gori, she happily suggested. That's close. Doesn't that mean we're going the same way? Cang Dong Gu felt a bit hesitant. Should I just take the train? This is so awkward. At the bus stop, he told himself, I need to take my earphones out as naturally as possible. Joy suddenly handed him some candies. Here, have one. It's better than keeping something you can't drink and just leaving it on display. Replacing caffeine with sugar, chocolate, and thanks. He stared at the candies, wondering if he'd done something right. Then, Joy suddenly turned and tucked his hair behind his ear. She whispered, You've worked so hard supporting that lazy senior. Cang Dong Gu felt a little happy due to Joy's actions. He reassured himself. Calm down, me. She's just naturally kind. But even so, I feel like I've been receiving and haven't given anything back lately. I guess there's only one thing to do, right? Cang Dong Gu immediately held out a candy bar. Here, you take one. A throat drop? I love these. As if they found a common topic, she started chatting again. That intense, tingling sensation is strangely satisfying. It's like my throat is burning in lava. What is she talking about? He looked at Joy's expression and breathed a sigh of relief. Well, as long as she likes it. Joy slowly unwrapped her candy. She looked surprised at the color. Grapefruit flavor? Joy immediately popped it into her mouth. Suddenly, she asked, Cang Dong Gu, did you accidentally see my screen the other day? Cang Dong Gu froze at the sudden question. The air between them grew still. Just then, the bus arrived at the stop. Cang Dong Gu fumbled for an excuse. The bus is here, so I'll head out first. I'm here. Joy watched him go, feeling a bit helpless. On the bus, Cang Dong Gu sat deep in thought, and later, he wearily slumped his head. All he could think was, I really want to quit. The next morning, Cang Dong Gu walked into the office at 10 a.m. with a cup of tea. Maybe this is the first time since I joined this company. Without thinking, his gaze drifted toward Joy. Yesterday's events had kept him tossing and turning all night, but she was focused on her work, oblivious. Cang Dong Gu sighed. Nothing bad is going to happen today, right? Or should I ask for time off right now? Should I? And how many days should I take? A shout rang out, making everyone turn around. There's a problem. The partner company says they don't see the order display screen. You're in charge of this part, right? Joy hurried to stand up. Yes, that's me. But I just got handed this work, so it'll probably take a while to find the bug. The manager hesitated. Ah, right. That's true. You only started last week, so what should we do? The person who built the project was on leave until tomorrow. Suddenly, a noise made both of them look over. The manager and the others looked at him simultaneously. Cang Dong Gu cautiously turned his head. Half a day had passed, and it was getting dark. 7:45 p.m. Tuesday, the 4th. Cang Dong Gu looked at his computer screen with frustration. Why did it turn out like this? Joy walked over and sat next to him. I checked the data in the table with SQL like you said. Cang Dong Gu. It could also be the library version. Let me check. We had a similar error back in the accounting department. Cang Dong Gu could only mutter in response. Yeah, I get it, he thought to himself. She's so fast. As he watched Joy work, he thought, does this company pay for overtime, and yet they make me do this? It's not even my job. Suddenly, he snapped out of it. Damn it, Cang Dong Gu. That's not what's important right now. Cang Dong Gu recalled her question from last night. Did you accidentally see my screen? That question yesterday was 100% about the laptop. Or is she testing me? Are these mind games? I'll just play dumb for now. As soon as he thought that, Joy brought it up again. Oh, come to think of it, Cang Dong Gu, about what we were talking about yesterday at the bus stop, Joy explained. That grapefruit candy, I think that was last week, right? I just happened to see one just like it on my desk, so I thought, must be Cang Dong Gu's, right? Don't worry about the screen, okay? It's really no big deal, I promise. Are you sure? Hearing that, Cang Dong Gu suddenly slipped, sending his teacup crashing to the floor. Joy quickly asked, Cang Dong Gu, are you okay? Cang Dong Gu stammered, I'm so sorry. My hand just slipped. He tried to calm himself down. Stay cool. Why am I so tense? If you try to clean that up with your bare hands, you'll get cut. Did I do something wrong? No, I haven't done anything, have I? Joy watched his reaction, feeling a bit confused. After a moment of hesitation, she called out to him. Cang Dong Gu, look at me. Cang Dong Gu looked up, flustered. As their eyes met, he froze. Joy's voice was slow, yet terrifying. You saw it, didn't you? My laptop screen, I mean. Hearing that, he didn't dare say a word. In his nervousness, he cut his hand. Cang Dong Gu winced. Ouch, that stings. Joy was just as flustered. Cang Dong Gu, are you okay? A moment later, Joy swept up the broken glass. Cang Dong Gu's voice trembled. I really didn't mean to look. You left the screen out in the open, so I'm sorry? No, Joy replied. You don't need to apologize to me. Thank you, actually, for helping me close it. She walked over and set a cup of water on the desk. Here, drink this. You've got to stay hydrated if you're losing blood. Cang Dong Gu said awkwardly. Thank you, he whispered. I haven't told anyone about this. I swear, I really haven't, Joy giggled. I understand. She hesitated, then said, if anyone should be apologizing, it's me. Everyone has been waiting so long for a new hire. I'm sure they're just starting to feel settled. And yet, here I am, secretly looking for a new job. I'm so ashamed. Cang Dong Gu finally let out a sigh of relief. It's okay. Everyone has their own reasons. He thought to himself that he was also planning on switching jobs soon. In the quiet that followed, Joy spoke up again. Cang Dong Gu, have you ever felt like you were stuck in a rut? He instinctively asked. What do you mean? She slowly began to explain. When I was still a junior, I worked overtime every single day until late at night. After 3 years, everything became routine and started to get easier. Everything was comfortable, but at the same time, it made me feel uneasy. My career kept advancing even when I wasn't doing much, but my actual performance stayed exactly the same. She looked out at the busy streets, lost in thought. I thought maybe it was time to challenge myself with something new. I told myself I couldn't put it off any longer, so I decided this would be my chance to move forward. And in the end, I got caught by Cang Dong Gu. After saying that, Joy laughed at herself. I've said too much, haven't I? Cang Dong Gu didn't even ask, right? Hearing Joy's confiding words, he fell into deep thought. Sometimes, a familiar hell is 1,000 times better than a world you've never stepped into. He had always thought about quitting this damn company one day, but in the end, it was just talk. Cang Dong Gu silently reflected on everything he had been through. A moment later, he suddenly spoke up. You're amazing, Joy. His voice was slow, yet it made her listen intently. People always say that programming is a profession where you have to learn forever. I really want to be like you, Joy. I admire you, and the way you never give up on your destiny. Besides, this damn company doesn't care about the lives of its employees anyway. So, what's wrong with thinking about yourself for a little bit, right? Noticing the silence from the person across from him, Cang Dong Gu felt uncomfortable. Did I talk too much? He continued to justify his words. I mean, it's not like the company will go bankrupt just because you quit, right? Maybe I said too much. Hearing his words, Joy smiled faintly. She gripped the cup of water in her hand tightly. You're right. Thank you for the encouragement. Just as he was feeling moved, Cang Dong Gu shouted excitedly. All right, look at this, Joy. Joy looked at the computer screen in surprise. It's actually running. How did you do that? Cang Dong Gu explained while typing. It really was a version issue with the library. Just like you thought earlier. Joy and he both remembered what Joy had said just before. It might be a library version error. Cang Dong Gu's face brightened. Just to be sure, I tested it. And surprisingly, that was the problem. We can go home now, right? Joy looked at the man beside her, stunned. Cang Dong Gu realized he had slipped up and toned it down. I already sent the request. Tomorrow morning I'll probably need to look for some other libraries. Her impression of him had gradually changed. A smile played on her lips. Joy called out softly, "Cang Dong Gu?" Hearing her voice, he looked up. "Yeah?" she happily suggested. "Let's start a study group for our job search projects." He froze, staring at her in disbelief. Finally, Cang Dong Gu processed the question. What the hell is she talking about? The sky was strangely gloomy today. Exhausted, Cang Dong Gu stared at his phone screen, walking dejectedly toward the office door. The second day in a row without sleep. Am I dreaming? In his head, Joy's words echoed. Let's study together, to change jobs. Just remembering that made him feel faint. Very quickly, he went to Google and searched for how to politely reject someone. Cang Dong Gu was burning with determination. I have to speak up first. Take control of the conversation. Be decisive. Then suddenly, Hai spoke up, making him jump. Hey, Cang Dong Gu, are you free? She asked with concern. What's wrong? Why did you jump like that? Do you have dark circles under your eyes? Cang Dong Gu finally calmed down. What's up? Why did you call me? Hai pointed toward the meeting room and said, Donald wants to see you privately. In the third meeting room, Cang Dong Gu opened the door and saw the person he needed to meet. The man named Donald sat there, smiling kindly. It's been tough for you lately, Cang Dong Gu. Donald was his nickname at the company. He pushed a warm cup toward him. This chamomile tea is for you. Cang Dong Gu. This is perfect for someone who can't drink caffeine. Cang Dong Gu took the cup awkwardly. Thank you. Right then, Donald spoke up. I heard you handled the incident yesterday when Andy asked for a day off? Cang Dong Gu replied immediately. Yes. He asked again. And you also handled the deployment for Patrick 2 days ago. He was a bit confused, ignoring Donald's praise. What is this? Why is he suddenly? Don't you feel overwhelmed? Just the amount of work handed over to you is enough to make anyone's head spin. At this rate, I wonder if you're planning on quitting? Seeing him choke on his tea, Donald excused himself. I'm just joking. The thing is, if you don't mind, the company has agreed to allow salary renegotiations around the third quarter. Since the end of last year, Ecomoxam has been drained of personnel, keeping everyone busy to the point of exhaustion. This is a privilege reserved only for those who have worked hard. Cang Dong Gu froze upon hearing this. Wait, is this for real? Donald's voice continued steadily. Moreover, the director has already agreed to this. From the company's perspective, retaining people like Joy is much more important than hiring new ones. He also didn't forget to remind him that, of course, things like this must be kept absolutely confidential from others. Clear? Seeing Cang Dong Gu still looking blank, he immediately took the initiative. I'll take that as a yes, then. Donald pulled out a card and handed it to him. Solving yesterday's problem must have been tough on you two. Treat yourself to something expensive. Just hand the receipt to the accounting department for reimbursement. Cang Dong Gu took the card, feeling a bit confused. The two of them noticed his confusion, so he immediately replied, You and Joy worked hard together yesterday, right? She's a talent that was really hard to poach from the accounting team. You hadn't even finished the handover before dumping a mess on her, so you've got to compensate her somehow, right? Don't you think? Donald's words seemed to be hypnotizing him. Joy and Cang Dong Gu, the present and future of our team, we feel so relieved. Back at the office, Cang Dong Gu recounted Donald's words to his colleague. That's how it went. He scratched his head awkwardly, not knowing if he specifically wanted to eat anything. He hesitated, looking at Joy, who was also undecided. If only someone told me to just feel free to spend money on the company credit card, that would be great. She showed him a text message on her phone. Joy typed while saying, About that, I already have an appointment with the accounting team this noon. Tomorrow I have a lunch date with EST, and the day after that is the weekend. Next Monday I'm on leave. He stood by, confused, wondering what on earth this meant. Suddenly, he panicked. Wait, was she about to tell him to just take the card and go? Joy only then suggested having dinner instead. That evening, at a high-end restaurant, Cang Dong Gu sat timidly in a corner. Joy happily started a conversation. Luckily, there was still an empty table. I've been here before. It's quite good. We haven't finished talking about yesterday yet, have we? It was too crowded at noon, Cang Dong Gu thought to himself while pouring water. Damn it, why did things turn out like this? Joy was flipping through the menu, looking for the dish he liked most. Cang Dong Gu, would you like a drink? Cang Dong Gu was startled and replied, a zero Coke. Immediately after, she decisively raised her hand and called the owner for 1 zero Coke and 1 draft beer. Cang Dong Gu sat there wondering. He hadn't even said what he was going to eat yet. Joy gently closed the menu. And so, she continued to bring up the matter from the other day. Have you thought about it carefully? About changing jobs? The work just keeps piling up, supporting this and that, and working overtime all the time. I guess Cang Dong Gu must have thought about changing jobs, right? Cang Dong Gu only then seriously reconsidered. That's right. Quitting and changing jobs are always options I think about. It's just that he remembered Donald's words from the morning. From the company's perspective, instead of hiring someone new, keeping a person like Joy was much more important. Of course, things like this must be kept absolutely confidential from others. After a moment of hesitation, he firmly spoke up. Surely there are many people in the company who want to quit just like me. So why am I special? I just want to know the reason why you chose me. Joy looked at him in surprise as he openly shared his thoughts. Then she smiled and replied, well, because you are completely the opposite of me. This answer left him stunned. In the busy atmosphere of the barbecue restaurant, their table corner was just as lively with chaotic sounds. You refactor every morning when you go to work, right? Yeah, that's right. He thought to himself. She had checked his code revision history. Joy continued. Even though no one notices, you still consistently persist for a whole year. I even thought, does a person like that really exist? Even the comments in the code are like that. If someone new came in to read your code now, they would probably understand it immediately. Joy chewed on her meat while praising him. Every line of code contained the kindness of MX in it. Even though doing that might slow down progress, it was definitely not meaningless. That really made me re-examine myself. That's why I chose MX. Because I also want to be like MX. To learn the good points from you. Cang Dong Gu had looked up at her at some point, then he lowered his eyes. He remembered the words Jiden had once said. Cang Dong Gu, is this task or teamwork? I already told you not to touch the code that's already deployed. If you're free, go support the team. Even Hai told him. MX, just do it sloppily, and be done with it. The company doesn't force you to refactor either, he muttered to himself. Good points, huh? Joy's next words broke that atmosphere. Oh, there's one more reason. The main reason is MX. He was startled. What? She shyly explained. Well, I just felt that you wouldn't cross the line. Cang Dong Gu was a bit confused. What are you talking about? Are you drunk? Why are you being so strange all of a sudden? Joy slumped her head onto the table but continued speaking. How do I explain this? Cang Dong Gu, don't misunderstand. Sometimes in clubs or study groups, you come across a few people with dark intentions. Immediately after, she smiled brightly. But Cang Dong Gu is not like that type at all. Not even a little bit. He took a sip of Coke and asked, so, you mean Joy's next words were a bit smug? I felt that MX wouldn't do things like suddenly confessing your love to me. Cang Dong Gu spat out the drink he was consuming. A full moon night. There was no one on the street. Cang Dong Gu arrived home and pushed the door open. I'm home, his mother asked warmly. Back late again today? Have you eaten yet? Cang Dong Gu walked with his head down. I've eaten. In the bathroom, water poured down from the shower. He stepped out while wiping his hair. Usually, after a hard day, he would treat himself, opening YouTube to watch while playing games, or binge-watching foreign movies he hadn't finished from ages ago, effectively recharging his dopamine. A text message from Joy arrived. Joy Cang Dong Gu, think about it carefully until tomorrow, okay? He intently stared at the message that had just been sent, and he remembered what she had just said. I felt that MX wouldn't do things like suddenly confessing your love to me. The thoughts in his head were extremely confused. Clearly, it was a compliment, but why did he feel so annoyed? Cang Dong Gu stared at her profile picture. Confess? What kind of confession? Was he hallucinating too much? He unconsciously stared at it for a long time. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed. He shouted, "Oh my God, you scared the hell out of me." The other person giggled and asked, "She's gorgeous. Who is she?" He hurriedly explained, "Just a colleague from work." The other person raised her voice to remind him, "What's that?" "Absolutely not. Don't you remember what I warned you? It is strictly forbidden to date at work, got it?" Named Kang Suwon, the position of being Kang's older sister. Cang Dong Gu irritably replied, "It's not what you think." Kang Suwon grumbled, "Whatever, just looking at the photo, you can see she's in a different league." Suddenly, he asked, "Do you remember your first job change?" His sister, while stretching, replied, "The first time? I remember. Why?" Kang Suwon's voice was full of nostalgia as she repeated, "Back then, there was even a whole study group to support the preparation, and he felt like a switch had been flipped, so he asked back, 'A professional study group?' She replied, 'Yeah, we even treat it like a side project there.' Why? Thinking of quitting?" Cang Dong Gu hesitated. Not exactly. I'm just preparing for different scenarios." Kang Suwon scoffed. "Just focus on your job. With your antisocial personality, where else would hire you?" He thought in frustration, "Should I just deal with her?" Then, she suddenly changed the subject. "Anyway, I highly recommend joining the study group. You won't lose anything. At the very least, you'll have something to show for it, like a portfolio or a side project. As long as the members aren't terrible, why wouldn't I join? Kang Suan ruffled his hair. Besides, you never know when you might actually want to switch jobs, right? Right? You've got to prepare early so you can make a clean getaway if anything happens. I'm serious. Cang Dong Gu replied blankly. Let go. Kang Suan persisted. And absolutely no office romances. Got it? Strictly forbidden. Cang Dong Gu thought bitterly. I really can't stand her. Morning sunlight flooded the street. Inside meeting room 7, voices echoed. The incident from last week had already been hotfixed. It was confirmed that there were no further issues, though the current schedule might require additional support from the dev team. Cang Dong Gu rubbed his eyes, drowsy and indifferent. I think I really am sleep deprived. Besides, it's just a job change, what's the big deal? Jaden's voice sounded sugary sweet. Cang Dong Gu, we're counting on you too. Cang Dong Gu was confused. Huh? What's going on? Patrick walked over to ask for a favor. That's it. Keep an eye on things this afternoon, okay? I've been swamped lately, he thought with a pale face. Is this just more busy work for me? Outside the meeting room, Hai and Patrick were chatting away. You're not just using your wedding preparations as an excuse to exploit Cang Dong Gu, right? Oh, come on. I'm just enjoying the happiness of having such a talented assistant. Don't you agree? Cang Dong Gu. Hey, Cang Dong Gu. Need some coffee to wake up? I'll buy you one. Okay. There. Including MX's share. I'll buy coffee for the whole team. Patrick lives up to his name. Cang Dong Gu was trembling with rage. He can't even drink coffee. Why, after working together for nearly a year, does he still not know that? Then, he involuntarily thought of Joy. Here you go. It's an Americano. Here you go. Thanks for helping out that lazy senior. You've worked hard. Every line of code contained MX's kindness. That was why he chose MX. No denying it. Even though it was slightly annoying, he couldn't help but remember those moments. Inside the office, colleagues were busy working. Joy was enjoying a rare moment of rest. Suddenly, her phone chimed with a message. Cang Dong Gu, can we talk for a moment at 1:46? Joy was curious about what he had to say. When they left and sat in silence under the cherry blossoms in the park, Cang Dong Gu spoke first. I'm going to join the professional study group. This left Joy stunned. Oh, really? He continued. It's not like I need to switch jobs right away, but I figured preparing ahead of time doesn't hurt, especially since the Q3 salary negotiations might not meet expectations. Joy breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I thought you were going to refuse, so I was a bit panicky. Cang Dong Gu gave himself an out. Anyway, preparing like this is better than doing nothing. Then he glanced to the side, thinking, nickname is Joy, real name unknown. Even though she always denied it, she really was capable and had great communication skills. She was always full of enthusiasm, radiating positive energy to everyone around her. She was the polar opposite of him. Joy looked at the person next to her, who had been silent for a while. Her eyes were full of curiosity. Cang Dong Gu continued his internal monologue. Besides someone like this, maybe I could change and grow more, too? He suddenly coughed to break the silence. So, what should we do first? Draft the side project? How will the study group operate? Where and when will we meet? Joy smiled brightly and replied, I haven't thought that far ahead yet. Cang Dong Gu's face darkened. What? He thought to himself. Is this girl really worth trusting? In the cafe, the barista's voice called out, 2 Americanos for order number 147. Thank you. June slowly stepped out from the shop across from them. Instantly, her eyes locked onto the 2 figures. Esther stared at them intently. After a closer look, she finally dared to confirm, weren't those Joy and Cang Dong Gu? At the first floor company counter, Cang Dong Gu remembered Joy's smile. 2 days after I said I would join the study group to plan for the future, Joy and I decided to meet at the company's first floor cafe. Cang Dong Gu hesitated. By the way, how are those interviews on your schedule going? Joy replied without hesitation. Oh, I passed many, but I turned them all down. I even canceled the upcoming ones. She comfortably expressed her ambition. I want to aim higher. Cang Dong Gu was surprised. Higher? Joy smiled and explained. Like unicorn companies. I think a company that is both trendy and has growth potential would be better. Higher salary is also a criterion, of course. How about you, MX? Cang Dong Gu was caught off guard and confused. What about me? Joy clarified. I mean, what kind of company do you want to move to? He replied with a bit of self-deprecation. I'm not really sure yet. I don't know what kind of company I'd fit into. I'm planning to think about it while attending the study group. Joy drawled. I'm so curious. I wonder what company MX will be working at in a year. Right then, MX, who was drinking tea, froze. Wake up, that's just polite talk. He looked at the computer screen booting up. Oh, and we still have a lot to decide. Like ideas for the side project or where the study group should gather. From behind, June leaned down and whispered in his ear. What study group? Company nickname. Cang Dong Gu was startled. It's nothing, he thought. Holy crap. Did she hear something? But wait, she's quite close to Joy. How am I supposed to explain this relationship? He looked over at Joy, who was frozen like a statue. Cang Dong Gu stammered. Oh, an acquaintance of Joy is organizing a programming study group. I was just asking if I could join. Esther's next words felt like a critical hit. Oh, Cang Dong Gu, I thought you only knew how to play games after work. I never expected this. And you always play alone, too. Cang Dong Gu gave a weary smile. What on earth is this girl talking about? Who said personal development was so important? Upon hearing that, he began to feel a glimmer of joy. Did I get away with it? Then her next words made his relief vanish. But seriously, we've worked together for so long, but this is the first time I've seen Cang Dong Gu at that cafe. This isn't good. I've got to leave now. You find an excuse to take off. Oh shoot. Looking at the clock, I've got to get back to work. Joy tried to brush it off too. I was thinking of stopping by the convenience store. Esther, do you want to come along? The girl didn't hesitate and agreed right away. Yeah, let's go. Then, suddenly, Esther spoke up. Cang Dong Gu, do you need me to buy anything for you? Cang Dong Gu gave an awkward smile. No, I'm good. Thanks. The next day, at his desk, Esther was sitting there going over work with him. The basic design had already been approved, and now they just needed to review a few special functions. Which parts exactly? Let's see, this section will be the product search area. Since there's an issue with the number of API calls, we probably need to develop some debouncing. This part is on the front-end side, so it makes sense for Joy to handle it. As for the back-end, we just need to check if we need to add any indexing. Cang Dong Gu kept glancing at her, feeling guilty. Back at the coffee shop yesterday, she really didn't hear anything, did she? Because of this, he couldn't focus at all. If others found out about their study group, he accidentally said it out loud. Oh no, that absolutely can't happen. Esther turned to him, looking confused. Is this really that difficult? Cang Dong Gu was startled and replied, Huh? Oh no, it's not that I can't do it. There's nothing hard about this. You're actually pretty good with these programming terms, aren't you? Suddenly, something on the desk next to him caught her attention. She spoke up. Hey, Cang Dong Gu. He looked over, confused. She whispered into his ear. I saw it last time, you know. You and Joy walked into the company together, and that coffee shop you never usually go to, plus the fact that you two have been working late together so often lately, Cang Dong Gu felt a bit guilty. Was he really exposed? Right after that, she chuckled and asked him, Is that it? Has Cang Dong Gu started noticing Joy too? He hurriedly denied it. No, nothing like that at all, Esther said with a hint of regret. Oh, really? I thought you had officially joined the competition like the others. Cang Dong Gu was a little confused. Competition? What competition? She leaned in and whispered into his ear. Well, Joy is famous for being liked by so many people, isn't she? I heard many people have sent her private messages only to get rejected coldly. He couldn't believe it and asked, Is Joy really that popular? Esther counted on her fingers. 1, 2, I can think of 4 people off the top of my head. Cang Dong Gu reflexively shuddered. Just hearing that gave him goosebumps. He stiffly muttered, Work is for working. All that unnecessary, messy emotion should be put aside. The girl chuckled. Oh, that sounds like a life philosophy, doesn't it? But when he thought about it, she was right. The company is a place to work, and those random feelings are unnecessary. He was annoyed and didn't want to hear it. His sister at home nagged him enough already. Then he remembered something. Is there anything else that needs fixing? Any parts that need final touches? Esther placed a candy on his desk. Nothing else. You've worked hard. I hope you have an afternoon free from any emotional draining, Cang Dong Gu. Here's a lucky red ginseng candy. Cang Dong Gu was a bit surprised. Thanks. By 7:40 p.m., he was sitting at his desk with the unwrapped candy. Could even a lucky red ginseng candy stop him from having to work overtime? Joy walked up and asked, Cang Dong Gu, aren't you off the clock yet? He replied tiredly, Not yet. I still have the tasks Patrick requested. It'll probably take about 2 more hours. She suggested they head to the rooftop for some fresh air. Cang Dong Gu wondered, does she want to talk about the study group? On the rooftop, the two chatted away. So, how about after work? Maybe 2 sessions a week would be good. Leaving the weekends for rest is reasonable. As for the location, the area near the office is a bit awkward. He asked cautiously, how about the station? It's only 1 stop away. Joy replied happily. My house is near there, so that's convenient. How about you? It's on my way home anyway. Stopping by a coffee shop to have a study session is totally fine. She chatted while typing on her phone. Ha, you said you live in Goryeo, right? They both discussed the activities for the study group. We need to finalize what we'll do and what additional functions we'll add to the side project. And then we can just have online meetings to update our progress, right? Seems like it. The sky was getting darker, and Cang Dong Gu was lost in thought. He suddenly asked, Can we really do this? Work is so busy, and overtime is an everyday thing. We haven't even finished the main project, and now we have to worry about preparing this too. Joy replied gently, Of course, it's going to be very difficult. That's exactly why we're teaming up to do it together, right? Even with her saying that, he remained deep in thought. Joy suddenly said, I'm sorry, you still have work to do, and I've kept you talking for so long. He explained, I'm fine. I'm just worried that I'm causing you to go home late. Joy suddenly turned back and asked, By the way, are we going to keep calling each other by nicknames outside of work? It sounds a bit funny calling each other Joy and Cang Dong Gu out there. When it's just the two of us, can we use our real names? Cang Dong Gu frowned when he heard that. For me, that's no problem at all. But before he could finish, she interrupted. Your name is Cang Dong Gu, right? I've heard Patrick call you by your real name sometimes. His heart started beating abnormally fast. What was this? It was just a name. So why did it feel so strange when she said it? She continued. What's your surname? He quickly answered. Cang Dong Gu? What about it? As if realizing something, Joy panicked. Don't tell me you were born in Cang Dong Gu district, he said. Seriously, I'm a native Solite through and through. Joy gave an awkward laugh. She hadn't expected his real name to be so impressive, even to someone like him. Cang Dong Gu complained internally. Someone please, get this girl away from me. In the elevator, the two stood together, and he felt restless. Cang Dong Gu wondered, why is this elevator so slow today? Then Joy spoke up. Cang Dong Gu, aren't you going to ask what my name is? He muttered lazily. Well, hearing you say that, I'm actually a bit curious now. Joy heard that and flashed a mischievous smile. Then it'll be a long time before I tell you. Cang Dong Gu gritted his teeth, muttering to himself, Is she doing this on purpose just to mess with me? They walked to the elevator door. Cang Dong Gu awkwardly said, Anyway, the company's emergency contact list should have the employees' phone numbers, so I can just save the number to my messaging app and see the name. Joy didn't reply, just looked down at her phone. Cang Dong Gu stayed silent and stepped forward. That's that. Then, as he got into the elevator, he thought to himself, She's still green. Suddenly, something from behind made him jump. So, what about this? Cang Dong Gu looked at the photo on her phone, left speechless. Joy held her stomach and laughed delightedly. Now, how are you going to find out my name? Cang Dong Gu clutched his chest, looking miserable. You aren't going home. You're just lingering here just to show me this? What a baby. Joy leaned in close to Cang Dong Gu and whispered, Just kidding, just kidding. I'll put it back the way it was. Speaking of which, I just remembered. About the study group chat. I only just found out about this too, but apparently, if you're messaging through the company's internal channel, anyone with admin access can see everything. He gave a small nod. Got it. Joy held out her phone. Let's exchange contact info right now. Cang Dong Gu looked at her phone in surprise. Right now? Joy replied cheerfully. You don't need to go digging through the emergency contact list. I'll get in touch later. The night sky was so bright and full of stars. In his room, MC flopped onto his bed, tapping his phone. His fingers unconsciously swiped to Joy's contact info. Cang Dong Gu bit his lip slightly. Is this her real name? Looking at Joy's radiant picture in the sunlight, he thought to himself that this was the first time he had exchanged personal cell phone numbers with a colleague since he started working here. Cang Dong Gu zoomed in on her profile picture and pondered for a long time. Just a quick glance was enough to tell that he and she didn't belong in the same world. If it weren't for work, they would never have crossed paths. He suddenly remembered the moment Joy waved goodbye. I'll get in touch later. Cang Dong Gu felt flustered and instinctively pressed his lips together. He sighed and turned off his phone. Forget it. Time to sleep. Cang Dong Gu looked at his chat with Joy. Since today is Friday, let's have the first meeting next Monday afternoon. Everyone, please prepare at least 2 ideas for the sub-project. He looked down at his phone, frowning slightly. I guess I have to sit down and find ideas for the sub-project this weekend. As soon as he entered the office, he saw Joy and Jeeden standing there, chatting and laughing happily. Joy, you haven't gone to buy coffee yet, right? Let's go together, my treat. Too bad, I still have a few emails I need to check. He smiled and said jokingly, Oh, come on, Don't worry about it. Working so carefully doesn't get you a raise. Anyway, that guy Jiden, his company nickname is Jiden. Cang Dong Gu walked past the two of them, looking indifferent. What kind of mindset is that? Joy suddenly mentioned his name, making MC startle and look back. How about we invite MC to come along too? Jiden leaned closer to her and scoffed quietly. Oh, you didn't know, Joy? Cang Dong Gu can't drink coffee. You should pay a little more attention to that. Cang Dong Gu looked at Joy, who was in an awkward spot, and stammered, trying to speak. In that case, at the cafe, just get me an Americano. What am I even thinking? Contrary to the relaxed vibe of Jedin and Joy, Cang Dong Gu felt a bit of regret for his decision. Joy, have you been to see the cherry blossoms this year? Not yet. I've been so busy lately. So, the two of them kept talking non-stop. Then I suggest Sokchon Lake. It's really hot for cherry blossoms these days. That sounds great, but it's far, and it seems like it'll be really crowded, right? Cang Dong Gu grumbled in his heart, feeling annoyed. Has this guy been openly flirting with her this whole time? So annoying. Jiden suggested enthusiastically. If it rains, this year's flowers will be finished. How about I take you there? Cang Dong Gu coldly cut in. Tanchon Stream nearby is actually pretty decent. The two of them suddenly stared at him, making Cang Dong Gu feel a bit guilty. He quickly averted his eyes. Since Joy lives near Ganong Station, Tanchon Stream is nearby. The cherry blossoms bloom beautifully there too. Hey, Cang Dong Gu, wake up. Nobody asked you anything, nobody at all. He stammered as he continued. It's less crowded there, so it's very quiet and perfect for a walk. But I've been so busy that I haven't had a chance to go see the cherry blossoms properly yet. Jiden forced a smile. But famous spots are still better than some local places, right? The sound from the order buzzer suddenly rang out, cutting off the conversation. Joy stood up quickly to leave. The coffee is ready, I'll go get it. Cang Dong Gu watched her silhouette and muttered to himself. Wow. She stood up fast. At this moment, Jiden turned to look at him with a look that wasn't very friendly. He darkened his face and questioned him. You and Joy sit next to each other, so you must be pretty close, huh? Cang Dong Gu broke into a cold sweat and cursed inwardly. Damn it, everything was fine. Why did I agree to come down here? Joy closed her laptop and shoved it into her bag. She smiled as she stood up. I went for a walk in the nearby park with Esther today. The cherry blossoms were beautiful, but since Cang Dong Gu only likes to eat lunch alone, he hasn't seen them yet, right? Cang Dong Gu replied coldly. I'm working overtime to make sure I have enough time for the group study sessions next week. Is teasing me that fun for you? Seriously? Has this girl started having a hobby of teasing me? Joy suddenly reached out in front of him. Cang Dong Gu looked at her, confused. What is that? Joy opened her palm, and small cherry blossom petals fell out. She waved and smiled. Consider this a return for helping me out this morning. Looking at the petals falling to the ground, Cang Dong Gu grumbled a few words. Now you've let them all fall onto the floor. Joy turned away nonchalantly. I'm heading back now. Have a great weekend. Cang Dong Gu called out in a hurry. Hey, at least clean up the mess you made on the floor. He suddenly remembered what happened earlier. It's less crowded there, so it's very quiet and perfect for a walk. But I've been so busy that I haven't had a chance to go see the cherry blossoms properly yet. He looked in that direction and fell silent. Cang Dong Gu quietly lowered his gaze. He bent down to pick up the petals on the ground. Joy, have a great weekend. Joy looked at him in surprise. She laughed and waved. Good luck. The lights in the office turned off, and only MC's computer was still glowing. He looked at the clock and sighed. That's enough for today. He looked at the notice on the elevator door and groaned. I still have work to do this weekend. Cang Dong Gu walked toward the nearby emergency exit. I guess I'll have to take the stairs. As he stepped down the stairs, he suddenly heard voices nearby. Damn it, seriously? What the hell are you crying for? Talk properly. Cang Dong Gu approached in surprise. An argument? And swearing too? Did I hear that wrong? At the bottom of the stairs, there were silhouettes standing there, those two. The man spoke up. No, the problem is that the feelings are all gone now. Cang Dong Gu looked at him and thought, isn't that person from the business development team? MC's footsteps stopped. The person opposite him said, love is just like that. We loved each other. But now the feelings are gone, and we're breaking up. There's nothing more to it. The man's next words made him freeze. Gee, say something. Damn it. Now he could clearly see the silhouette of the person opposite. So now I'm the bad guy again? Am I the only jerk here? Esther. Cang Dong Gu instinctively tightened his grip on his backpack straps. It seemed like something had happened to her, but it was best not to get involved. He wanted to go home. But to do that, he had to walk past them. Suddenly, his earphone slipped from his hand. Oh well, I'll just head back up for now. Cang Dong Gu watched it tumble down the stairs, and his heart skipped a beat. He screamed in his head. The earphone rolled down and landed right next to the two people's feet. He opened the door in fear and ran away from the fire escape. Cang Dong Gu leaned against the door, panting, drenched in sweat. He felt a bit helpless and shouted inside his head. Staring at the sign on the elevator door, I wonder what I did in my past life. It says the elevator is under maintenance and closed for safety inspections. We apologize for the inconvenience. Seriously? After all this time, and I still haven't been able to clock out? According to Article 17, Section 1 of the Elevator Safety Management Law, the lights dimmed. Cang Dong Gu sat on a nearby ledge and scrolled through his phone. He glanced at his watch. Only 20 minutes had passed. He looked up at the emergency exit. It seemed like the coast was clear. Should I head down now? He hesitated, recalling Esther's sorrowful face. Cang Dong Gu pushed the door open gently. It wasn't his business anyway, but as he stepped out, he ran right into Esther. Without thinking, he blurted out a complaint. Seriously, office romances are such a pain. He jumped, heart pounding, as he realized it was her. Oh my God, why hasn't she left yet? Oh, hello. You haven't left yet? Esther replied softly. Oh, I found this on the emergency stairs, so I was going to bring it back to the office. When she held out her hand, Cang Dong Gu was startled. Oh, that's my earbud. He scratched his head awkwardly and turned away. Oh, is that so? Wonder who dropped it? I'll be going now. Should I just play dumb and come back for it later? Suddenly, Esther grabbed his wrist tightly. She held up the earbud. It was exactly like the one he was wearing. Cang Dong Gu stared at her in panic. Shoot, I'm still wearing the other one. She tilted her head, noticing he only had one in. Cang Dong Gu stammered, that's just my personal style. The atmosphere turned deathly silent. Cang Dong Gu tried to brush it off. Anyway, I was just about to head home. Esther spoke in a cold tone, looking at him with a friendly face, yet radiating an icy aura. Where do you think you're going? She gripped his wrist tighter. He inwardly pleaded, please, just let me go. Esther slammed a carton of milk onto the table. They ended up at a supermarket near the office to talk. Actually, it was probably better that the one who witnessed the darkest moment of my life was Cang Dong Gu. Esther picked up another milk. I know you're a man of few words, and you keep work and life separate. I don't care what others say. I've always had a positive impression of you, Cang Dong Gu. You weren't forced to come here, were you? Cang Dong Gu replied mechanically, not at all. I came here voluntarily. He was crying on the inside. How could I even say that out loud? Please, just let me go home. Esther slumped over the table, sobbing. This is so embarrassing. Getting dumped right at work was bad enough, and then to get caught by a coworker. I should just jump off a building. Cang Dong Gu suggested softly. It's getting late. Maybe you should go home and rest. Esther didn't seem to hear him and kept venting. He said I was annoying, like I was clinging to him all the time. Her eyes were swollen, looking sadly at the milk in her hand. I really tried my best. I waited until late every night just to leave with him. I even adjusted my morning schedule to match his. I even distanced myself from my male colleagues just because he said he hated me talking to them. Cang Dong Gu thought to himself that he really didn't know how to respond to this. Esther kept going. At the end of last year, I even got a job offer with better conditions, but I turned it down because I didn't want to be away from him. Cang Dong Gu was hesitant should he offer some half-hearted empathy or clumsy comfort. And after all that, should I say something to break this awkwardness? Esther whimpered. He even said office romances don't work out. Cang Dong Gu's hand trembled as he gripped his drink. No. He pressed his lips together. There was no comfortable way to console her. If he was going to say something, he should be able to back it up. He suddenly spoke. I'll keep everything I saw today a secret. Cang Dong Gu took the milk from her hand. I don't think there's anything to be ashamed of. He stepped closer to her, so stop overthinking it and go home to get some rest. Esther looked at him, stunned, and held out her pinky. They linked fingers to promise that he wouldn't tell anyone. Do we really have to go this far? What? Are you embarrassed? No, I'm not, Esther snapped. Then hurry up. Cang Dong Gu sighed. Why am I doing this? In the car, she asked. Cang Dong Gu. What year were you born? Are we friends if we're 2 years apart? At work, being coworkers is enough. You're so dull. Cang Dong Gu took a photo of the back of her car. Time to go home. Finally, he was free. As the car pulled away, he turned to leave. Inside the car, Esther looked back at him. The moonlight illuminated the night sky. Cang Dong Gu leaned his hands on his knees and groaned. What a long day. I'm absolutely exhausted. His sister, Kang Suan, glanced at him. Confess, did you stay late on purpose to get overtime pay? And why aren't you changed yet? Cang Dong Gu replied sluggishly. I have to shower first, obviously. I'm on a comprehensive salary plan, you know. A plan that includes overtime and holiday pay in a flat rate. Anyway, help me with an open run at the new cafe at the station tomorrow. You're free anyway, and I heard it's a brand new bakery cafe. Cang Dong Gu grumbled. You hateful sibling. Is that any way to talk to the brother who just crawled home at midnight? Kang Suan laughed. Take advantage of the nice weather for a walk. I'm doing this for your own good. The cherry blossoms at the station are beautiful. He looked at his sister, wondering if he should stage an uprising right now. He subconsciously remembered the cherry blossoms in her hand earlier. He gave in. Give me the address. Kang Suan was surprised. Wait, really? You're not joking? That's great. Early the next morning, amidst the bustling street, Cang Dong Gu looked at the photo on his phone and marveled. It is pretty. I'll give it that. He looked at the long line of people with a grimace. The wait is ridiculously long. Now I understand why my sister sent me. He glanced at a new notification on his phone. Damn it, my golden Saturday morning. A call from Joy came through. The phone kept ringing. Wait, what am I seeing? A soft voice sounded suddenly. I was curious to see what you saved my number as. Joy had been standing behind him the whole time. She held up her phone. Dong Gu, the original pure-hearted man. Cang Dong Gu broke into a cold sweat as he looked at her. Oh my god. Joy smiled brightly. That's awesome. I guess you really do love sweets, huh? Cang Dong Gu wondered to himself. Why is she here? Joy held a tray of pastries and couldn't help but tease him. Oh, running errands for your sister. Are you? Such a loving sibling bond, huh? If that were me, I definitely wouldn't do it. She pointed to the pastries on the tray and said with a smile, it's peak dessert season right now, so the cafes around here are hosting tons of events. I actually thought you might be into that sort of thing, Cang Dong Gu. I live around here, so I know this shop is about to open. Cang Dong Gu suddenly remembered. That's right, she did say she lived around here. Joy walked ahead, chatting away happily. Oh, the cherry blossoms at Tannen are beautiful. I took so many photos on my way here. Cang Dong Gu followed silently, carrying the tray. He was the one who had suggested this that morning, knowing Joy lived near the Rongga station, and that the Tannen stream was close by. The cherry blossoms are lovely too, he wondered. Did she remember what I said that day? Stop it. Don't get ahead of yourself. The two stepped out of the shop, carrying the bags of pastries. Joy looked back and asked, It's almost noon. Have you eaten yet, Cang Dong Gu? Cang Dong Gu replied indifferently. I'm going to eat with my family nearby in a bit. Joy looked disappointed. That's a shame. I was going to ask you to join me, she added. You're not just making that up because you're annoyed, are you? I really hate eating alone. Cang Dong Gu hurriedly explained. No, it's not like that. I swear. Joy laughed and waved goodbye. Just kidding. See you next week then. A moment later, Cang Dong Gu stared at the new messages in his family group chat. Your sister slipped in the bathroom again and is being taken to the ER. Sorry, son. Let's postpone our dinner to tomorrow. It hurts like crazy. Cang Dong Gu sat thoughtfully in a small shop, ordering a large bowl of noodles. Thanks, he thought. I should have just agreed to go eat with her. As he blew on his noodles, he mused. She's been in the industry longer than I have. She probably would have treated me to that meal. What a pity. Just as he was lost in thought staring out the window, Joy was already standing there, staring at him. No, if that actually happened, it would be awkward. This is enough. As if she felt his gaze from outside, Cang Dong Gu looked up and saw her, his face gradually turning pale. Joy stood there looking at him, her face clearly showing annoyance before she turned and left. Cang Dong Gu watched her back fade away through the window, his hands and feet fumbling, not knowing what to do. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. Early the next morning at MC's office, the weekend had passed, and it was Monday. He hovered outside the office, not daring to enter. From a distance, he could see Joy's grim, dark expression. She's clearly being quieter than usual today. He suddenly felt guilty, sweat pouring down like rain. She's definitely mad. He recalled that afternoon's scene. She must have misunderstood what happened. Cang Dong Gu gripped his phone nervously. Should I send a text to explain? Should I? Thinking this, he slunk into a corner and sat down on the floor, tapping away on his phone. I really hate dealing with these kinds of emotions at work. How many days left until I can quit? He looked at the reminder on his phone calendar and was surprised. Wait, there's a study group tonight, and it's their first one too. Cang Dong Gu collapsed, feeling like crying on the spot. Oh my god, why is my life so hard? He stuffed his hands in his pockets and trudged into the office. Should I pretend to work overtime today and reschedule? Patrick saw him and waved cheerfully. Thanks for covering for me last week, Cang Dong Gu. You can take it easy this week, leaving on time today, right? Seeing him like that made him feel even more uncomfortable. You jerk. Why now? Cang Dong Gu went to his desk, sat down, and spoke up cautiously. I should try to talk first. If there's a misunderstanding, I should resolve it early. Hey Joy. About the weekend at the restaurant. Suddenly, another colleague rushed over, interrupting him. Joy. Esther suddenly took the day off. So you'll have to study with me today. Is that okay? Joy replied awkwardly. Oh, sure. It's in 5 minutes, right? The colleague looked over at Cang Dong Gu. That's right. Oh, Cang Dong Gu, weren't you going to say something? His face darkened. Me? No, it's nothing. He gritted his teeth, feeling like he was about to lose it. At a cafe near the office, coffee and some pastries were laid out on the table. The study group was being held at a cafe rarely frequented by colleagues. The session began by comparing the side project ideas everyone had found over the weekend. Joy was still focused on work. Unlike the main job, where you just do your assigned function, this side project had to be built from scratch, and there were definitely things to learn that you couldn't pick up at the office. She suddenly declared, So we've settled on a dating app. By the end of the weekend, let's list the features. Cang Dong Gu stared blankly, sipping his coffee without responding. Joy called out, annoyed. Cang Dong Gu? He startled. Yeah, okay, Joy asked, surprised. Are you not feeling well today? You weren't focused at the office either. Cang Dong Gu stammered, unable to answer. That is, Joy leaned in close and asked, Is it because of what happened Saturday, when I saw you eating alone? Cang Dong Gu looked at her, distressed. It's coming. What do I say? Before he could answer, Joy interrupted and apologized. Cang Dong Gu looked at her in surprise. Joy said, dejectedly, I'm naturally energetic and quite extroverted, so sometimes I make others feel pressured. Joy continued, like when I asked about eating together, were you avoiding me because you felt bothered? It was just a casual comment, but it seems like it made you uncomfortable, huh? Cang Dong Gu looked at her silently. He looked down and started tapping on his phone, confusing Joy. He showed her the chat in the family group. I never paid attention to those words. My sister slipped in the bathroom and is being taken to the ER. Sorry, son. Let's postpone our dinner to tomorrow. It hurts like crazy. The phone content, Cang Dong Gu explained. It was actually just a cancelled plan. My parents suddenly had an emergency. Joy raised an eyebrow. But why didn't you just tell me? You could have called or texted. Cang Dong Gu stammered. I did call, but it was the weekend, and calling just for that. Joy looked at him, confused. And what about today at the office? Cang Dong Gu sighed. I saw you were busy all day, so Joy closed her laptop. Anyway, both sides are at fault. She added, But Cang Dong Gu, you're a bit more at fault. Cang Dong Gu looked up in surprise. Huh? Why? Joy blushed and shouted, Do you know how worried I was last weekend? She sighed helplessly. I was worried I had accidentally crossed the line, and you were trying to be polite while actually feeling annoyed. Cang Dong Gu thought to himself, I didn't expect her to be such an overthinker. They continued talking. That's not it. I'm sorry. If you want an apology, take me out to eat. Sure, of course. Do you like chicken? Joy replied, surprised. I like it. But she looked down at a notification on her phone. She involuntarily covered her mouth to stifle a laugh, shaking. Cang Dong Gu looked at her, confused. Do you not like that dish? Joy laughed out loud. No, this is my favorite dish. Thank you. Cang Dong Gu breathed a sigh of relief. Great. The first study session ended smoothly, right? The next day, Cang Dong Gu walked away, yawning tiredly. After a chaotic weekend and Monday, he walked into the office, hoping today would be a peaceful Tuesday, where he wouldn't have to drain his emotions. A man spoke excitedly. Oh, Ecom's team is so demanding. The team lead for business development, Mickey, kept rambling on and on. It's great to have extra hands here to support us, so try not to feel too pressured. Besides, the official work doesn't start for another 3 weeks. It took a while to finish. Today was just a brief introduction. If you have any questions, Cang Dong Gu, Mickey said, pointing toward Andrew, who had a gloomy expression nearby. Just send a message to Andrew. Andrew, a business development planning staff member and Esther's ex-boyfriend, asked cheerfully, Everyone doesn't have any problems, right? Esther smiled and replied, Yes, of course. Cang Dong Gu hung his head, listening to their conversation. He typed frantically on his keyboard, silently pleading in his heart, Help me. A new message from Esther popped up. Cang Dong Gu, I think that's more than enough. I'm planning to hand in my resignation. Cang Dong Gu stared at the message, speechless. He looked at Esther's back. Was she really quitting just because of a breakup after a secret office romance? They could always find other jobs. If they didn't work together anymore, they might never even cross paths again. Was it really necessary? He remembered Esther's sad face that night. He couldn't understand it at all. Cang Dong Gu reflexively furrowed his brows. He pinched his face hard. No, Cang Dong Gu, don't get involved in other people's business. Don't pay attention to them anymore. He told himself his role was to stay silent, nothing more, nothing less. Esther suddenly appeared behind him. What are you doing, Cang Dong Gu? He startled and let out a soft sound. She looked at him in surprise. What's this? Why are you so jumpy? You were pretending to work but secretly doing something else, weren't you? Cang Dong Gu hurriedly denied it. No, it's not like that. Esther smiled at him. If you say so. She gestured. Come with me. The two of them headed to a nearby supermarket. Esther said generously, Thanks so much for last Friday. Cang Dong Gu, feel free to pick out anything you want to eat. Cang Dong Gu thought to himself, Is this hush money? He reached out to the shelf and grabbed a sandwich. At least he would save some money on lunch. Hey, was what you said earlier, for real? That message. Esther stood opposite him, head bowed, and replied, If I hate the temple, I have to leave. How could I work while having to see his face at the company? I have an appointment with Donald at 11 o'clock tomorrow. She suddenly froze. Cang Dong Gu was about to speak, but Esther reached out and covered his mouth. But since she was suddenly quitting, she pulled him into a secluded corner. With a frightened look, she gestured for silence. A familiar voice echoed from afar. For now, let's keep it a secret. It was Andrew. He was on a phone call. Esther's ex-boyfriend isn't like that at all. After all, he just broke up not long ago, so he should be showing a bit of self-reflection. He grabbed a can of Coke and left. Geez, let's post it later. The two of them waited in silence until Andrew was completely gone. At a street stop, Cang Dong Gu and Esther sat down. She said, sounding flustered, I'm sorry, I really intended to treat you to a meal, but I ended up running off like I was escaping. Cang Dong Gu comforted her. I don't mind. She asked, There's a vending machine here, let me buy you a drink. Cang Dong Gu wearily refused. Forget it. If it's not the zero type, I won't drink it. A bottle of water fell from the machine. Esther picked it up, twisted the cap, and asked, How about this? Cang Dong Gu stared thoughtfully at the bottle in her hand. It was his first time seeing someone buy plain water from a vending machine. He asked cautiously, So, do you know about that? Esther replied awkwardly, I've pretty much guessed it. Cang Dong Gu shouted in surprise. So you knew he was cheating and you still intended to continue? Esther bowed her head, embarrassed. I don't know if that's called cheating or something else. Before he dated me, he was already close with a girl. I heard she was a junior from his old job. She gripped the water bottle tightly. I only suspected it. I had a hunch but no clear evidence. Esther's complexion turned pale. I followed that girl using a burner account on social media, and last weekend she posted a photo of a bouquet of flowers at a restaurant. The exact time was 2 days after we broke up. The thing worth mentioning here is that the restaurant was one I recommended to him. Interesting, isn't it? Cang Dong Gu replied helplessly. I guess so. Esther suddenly went quiet, her gaze distant. Then she gulped down the water in her hand. Esther sighed. Anyway, this time, I'll just pretend I don't know, don't hear, and don't see anything. She reminded Cang Dong Gu. Cang Dong Gu, you already pinky promised, didn't you? He looked at her without answering, wondering why she was suddenly using such intimate language. Esther looked at him with a forced smile. Cang Dong Gu sighed helplessly. All right, I'm still on the right track. Staying silent is the greatest form of concern. Back at the office, Cang Dong Gu sat working but felt uneasy. But why did it feel so light? Joy handed him a candy and asked, Cang Dong Gu, or is it Cang Dong Gu, did something happen? Do you want a sugar rush? Cang Dong Gu was startled and refused. Huh? It's nothing. Cang Dong Gu looked at the candy in his hand pensively. He suddenly spoke up. I can't take responsibility for someone else's choices, so if I intervene arbitrarily, isn't that an irresponsible act? Cang Dong Gu turned pale, suddenly feeling regretful. Wait, what did I just say? This idiot is being way too detached. Joy responded with amusement. If Cang Dong Gu really thinks like that, then I suppose so. He thought to himself. Was it necessary to answer so seriously? How embarrassing. Cang Dong Gu offered a forced smile. Joy interrupted. Oh, but I think speaking your honest thoughts is good too. She recounted the day Cang Dong Gu told her he admired her, feeling that Joy's refusal to settle and her desire to keep moving up was truly admirable. She waved her finger. Back then, you didn't give me any advice or opinions either. Joy laughed happily. I don't know how this current situation will turn out, but just getting to that level, I think that's enough. Cang Dong Gu fell silent, pondering for a long time. In the women's restroom, the phone on the sink vibrated gently. A new message notification from Cang Dong Gu appeared. Can we talk in private for a moment? Esther looked at it, somewhat confused. By the emergency exit, a gentle voice spoke up. Cang Dong Gu? Esther covered her mouth, laughing, and walked down. You called me out here for something, just like that. Is the boy getting bored? Do you want to take Joy out for coffee? Skipping work, even? Cang Dong Gu suddenly bowed his head, not replying to the teasing. Esther looked at him, calling him cautiously. Cang Dong Gu suddenly spoke. He's the one in the wrong, yet you're the one quitting. I can't understand it, she asked, confused. What are you talking about? All of a sudden, Cang Dong Gu took a step forward. I mean, he said seriously, you've already been hurt, that's enough. But why must it be Esther who suffers like this? When she heard those words, she stood stunned for a long time. Esther said quietly, I never expected you to say things like that. Cang Dong Gu and she stood leaning against the wall. Esther opened up. For the past month, every time I see him at the office, I feel like I'm falling apart. She hugged her shoulders, tears welling up again. She had to go to another floor to cry in the restroom and fix her makeup, then return to her desk, pretending nothing happened. Esther leaned back, exhausted. I've been asking myself if it's even right to keep working like this. Cang Dong Gu remained silent, thinking of what Joy had told him. Being honest is a good thing. He clenched his fist. To be honest, I don't care what Esther chooses. That's her career, her life. Cang Dong Gu added, I just hate that selfish, shameless guy, happily profiting from Esther's sacrifices. I really don't want to see that. He turned his head away, avoiding eye contact with Esther. I don't need him to face karma, but I at least hope Esther lives better than him. In every way, that's all. Esther asked. Why? Why call me out here just to say things like that? Cang Dong Gu thought for a moment, then struggled to speak. A UI designer who understands developer terminology is rare. No, it's just I think Esther works really hard. Esther went silent for a long time. Hearing a sniffle beside him, Cang Dong Gu turned his head. His eyes widened in surprise. What was that? Esther looked at him with teary eyes. Cang Dong Gu screamed internally. Didn't I do exactly what Joy told me to do? Cang Dong Gu was stunned, panicked about what to do. Is she crying? Why all of a sudden? Did I say something wrong? Esther? She wiped her tears and replied, It's so frustrating. Cang Dong Gu grew even more panicked, his expression twisting. Huh? Esther wiped the streaks of tears from her face. Being comforted like this, it makes me feel frustrated. Cang Dong Gu's heart skipped a beat. She had really scared him. She stayed silent, looking hesitant. Esther suddenly spoke. 2 weeks. That blunt statement left Cang Dong Gu confused. She waved her hand and turned to leave. If after 2 weeks I still haven't changed my mind, I'll hand in my resignation then. Esther turned back and winked at MC. Shall we go back? Cang Dong Gu hesitated but agreed. He thought to himself, at least this is probably fine, right? As they walked out of the fire escape, Cang Dong Gu rubbed his neck tiredly. Finally, I can focus on my work. The two of them stepped out without noticing other colleagues waiting for the elevator nearby. A colleague exclaimed in surprise. Oh, Esther and Cang Dong Gu? Joy glanced over. Everyone stared at them with confused looks. Hai spoke up to break the awkwardness. I was planning on heading to the cafe. Do you guys want to come along? Esther hurriedly covered her face and rushed away. Maybe next time. Cang Dong Gu watched her back, wanting to scream. Wait, is she really trying to bolt on her own? Joy asked awkwardly. What about Cang Dong Gu? Jiden chimed in mockingly. Cang Dong Gu doesn't drink coffee, right? Cang Dong Gu thought irritably. Should I just kill him? He stammered, trying to slip away. About that I still have some work to check. So please excuse me. Joy didn't respond, just watched him silently. Inside the office, Cang Dong Gu sat in front of his monitor, complaining sluggishly to himself. Everything that just happened keeps distracting me. I can't focus on work at all. Even so, his hands kept typing away instinctively. A while later, his colleagues returned from the cafe. They must be imagining all sorts of things. Are strange rumors starting to spread about me behind my back? He imagined Jiden and Hai badmouthing him. You can tell right away that Cang Dong Gu is actively making a move on Esther. Don't tell me he's a stalker? How disgusting. Cang Dong Gu turned pale and screamed internally. It can't be like this. He glanced cautiously at Joy sitting next to him. Should he try to explain? He paused, but if he did, how should he phrase it? He imagined the scenario in his head, and it only got worse. I was just teaching Esther some life lessons. After finding out she wanted to quit because she was dumped by a colleague. What kind of crazy person would say that? He hurriedly searched online. No, you have to calm down. Dong-gu, stop overthinking. Focus on work. Control your mind. Control your method. He looked at his computer and sighed in relief. Actually, No one probably cares about this anyway. Control your mind, stay positive, regulate your breathing. People usually don't care about others' business. Patrick, from across the desk, suddenly asked, Cang Dong Gu, is there something going on with Esther? Damn it. Are you trying to deny it? What's going on? Patrick showed concern. Well, I saw Esther crying earlier. Cang Dong Gu tried to act as cold as possible. Huh? What's wrong with Esther? He tried to act casual. Patrick smiled. There was a design file sent late, right? So I thought you two were arguing about that. Cang Dong Gu felt annoyed. That kind of thing should be asked privately. He turned pale, looking at Roy. Damn, all eyes are on us now. This is a disaster. How am I supposed to answer this? Esther suddenly walked up and asked, Joy, can we postpone the meeting by 15 minutes? I need to go to the pharmacy. Joy asked with concern. Pharmacy? Is Esther sick? She frowned slightly. The weather has been so dry lately. My eyes have been burning. I was going to buy some eye drops, otherwise my eyes just keep watering. Joy looked surprised. Oh. Esther looked at Cang Dong Gu and smiled. Oh, that's right, Cang Dong Gu. Thanks for earlier, for helping me find my access card. Cang Dong Gu was confused but played along. Huh? Oh, it's nothing. Patrick sighed in relief. Man, I really thought something was going on between you two. Esther winked at Ma. Cang Dong Gu laughed weakly. Me and Esther? How could you guys misunderstand that? I survived? Joy observed his expression and thought about something. At a cafe, Cang Dong Gu slumped into a chair, completely drained of energy. Lately, I've been feeling emotionally exhausted for no reason. He looked at the receipt in his hand, thinking, I haven't been able to focus on anything at all today. I have to find a way to avoid getting too involved with colleagues at work. Waiting number 053. He thought of Esther and Joy, especially those two. He went to the counter to pick up his drink. Customer number 53. Your apple chamomile tea is ready. Just thinking about it felt like an immense pressure. He walked away, dazed, needing to calm his nerves. Joy stood before him, greeting him with surprise. Oh, Cang Dong Gu? He jolted, looking up and offering a strained smile. Oh my God. Why is she here too? I didn't expect to run into her here. Per resource recycling laws, the use of single-use plastic cups in the store is prohibited. Joy asked with a smile, Is that chamomile apple tea? Are you not going to the office tea room to brew it yourself this time? Cang Dong Gu replied wearily. I just thought I'd go get some fresh air to clear my head. What about you, Joy? There's a place on the first floor of the office, too. Why come all the way here? She smiled and pointed at her phone. I have a dessert coupon that expires tomorrow, so I wanted to use it while I could. Joy suddenly dropped her gaze and her smile faded. Cang Dong Gu, intending to slip away, didn't notice the change. Should I wait for her and go back together? No, forget it. That's too much of a hassle. I'll head back first, then. I'll excuse myself and head back, Joy suddenly said. Actually, it's a good thing you came. I've been feeling so bored. She smiled brightly and pointed inside. Let's go in together. The two of them walked down the street together. Oh, right. Cang Dong Gu, will you be joining the team dinner tonight for a bit? I only plan on staying for the first round. What about you, Joy? Joy stared at Cang Dong Gu, her voice hesitant. Cang Dong Gu. About that, Joy hung her head and scratched her cheek. Do you still feel uncomfortable around me? Cang Dong Gu looked at her, confused. Huh? Why would you ask that all of a sudden? Joy blushed and coughed. Well, you know you're able to speak so casually with Esther. Why do you still call me by my name with Miss attached? It was about the honorifics, added to names in Korean to show respect to colleagues. It was one thing for a real name, but Cang Dong Gu thought for a long time. Did I really do that? Joy quickly added, I'm just curious. Is there some little reason for it? Cang Dong Gu thought to himself. But aside from that, ever since she switched seats, she's already called me by my title, right? He had to admit, it felt awkward. He suddenly spoke up. Well, since Patrick and Joy are in the same work position, we have to communicate with each other more, don't we? Cang Dong Gu calmly took a sip of tea. So if I keep the address formal, with you two, I think I can reduce the chances of a slip of the tongue, Joy pouted. So, you mean, the closer a colleague is, the more careful you should be, that is? We should keep a certain distance? Cang Dong Gu nodded. Roughly speaking. Why that reaction? He added. Besides, ever since we started studying in the group together, Cang Dong Gu bowed his head to drink. To me, Joy has become the closest person in the company. Joy stared at him, stunned. The whole atmosphere suddenly fell into silence. Cang Dong Gu felt a wave of insecurity. That sounded way too weird, didn't it? Joy suddenly opened her mouth. Yeah, She spoke softly. In a way, it was more than I expected. Joy gave him a meaningful smile. That sounds pretty profound. Interesting. Cang Dong Gu was confused. What's so interesting? She brushed off the awkwardness. I was just curious, that's all. Don't misunderstand anything. Cang Dong Gu hesitated. Ah, you go to the bathroom and wonder by yourself why I find everything interesting and curious. Cang Dong Gu washed his hands at the sink. If it were me when I was younger, he glanced at his reflection in the mirror, someone who didn't understand how the world worked, I definitely would have misunderstood and gotten lost in wild fantasies. On Joy's mousepad, there was a chocolate bar. She didn't know it was a gift from M. He thought, it's best to treat the words of someone who is always friendly and curious about everyone around them as just passing noise. Joy gave it to Jiden. He didn't even look at it. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. Don't attach any meaning to it. It'll be much better for your mental health. Cang Dong Gu put on his headphones, blocking out all outside noise. From now on, I absolutely cannot be careless again. Gang, Cang Dong Gu, even at night, the lamp is still warm and bright. 2 days later, Leo walked in and immediately caught everyone's attention. Patrick greeted him warmly, making Cang Dong Gu subconsciously look over. You've worked really hard. He smiled. It's been a while. Patrick praised him endlessly. Your wedding photo looks great. Man, you have no idea how much I've missed you, he observed silently. Leo kept a smile on his face, glancing around. Nickname Leo, real name unknown. After being sent on a 9-month business trip, he was finally back at headquarters today. Patrick said excitedly, "Oh, we're having a team dinner tonight. Are you coming?" Leo was polite. "Can I really come?" Cang Dong Gu took a sip of water. Looking at him, his social skills seemed to be just fine. Leo went to Joy's desk to greet her. "Hey, pretend you know me a little." She quickly took off her headphones. "Oh, when did you get here? You even changed your hairstyle." He felt a sudden annoyance. They were colleagues who joined at the same time as Joy, and their relationship seemed very good. Leo suddenly started a conversation with MC. "Cang Dong Gu, right? I've heard about you, you're super productive. So, you're sitting next to Joy?" He spoke in a low voice. "Thanks." Leo waved his hand and laughed. "Is this girl constantly eating snacks and dropping crumbs all over the floor? I owe you a lot. Hope you can help me out." Joy immediately shooed him away. "What are you even saying? Can't you see he's busy working? Stop bothering people here. Go back to your seat." Cang Dong Gu looked bored. Just the typical extrovert who isn't afraid of strangers. She spoke up for him. "Cang Dong Gu, don't mind him. His personality is just like that," Leo said with regret. "Oh man, did you really transfer to the commercial team? That's sad." Joy pretended to be annoyed. "That's why I told you. While I was still there, you should have treated me better." He extended an invitation. "I was planning to go get some coffee with the accounting team later. Want to come? I'll text you." He didn't seem interested. Cang Dong Gu put his headphones back on and focused on his work. At a fresh pork belly restaurant, Leo sat with 4 colleagues, talking happily. Day and MC watched from another table. She saw Joy and Leo acting intimate and started gossiping. Joy had a lot of rumors before she transferred teams. Some even say those two are dating. Honestly, they look like a good match, don't they? Esther chattered in his ear. Neither one of them seems to be holding back. She kept an eye on Leo. "I heard that after work, he's even taking classes for his master's degree. You have to admit, he's really good for Joy." Esther held up her drink. "Cang Dong Gu, what do you think?" Cang Dong Gu asked, blankly. "Huh? Think about what?" she asked. "The two of them. Don't you think they're a perfect match?" He replied indifferently. "Honestly, I think he's a better match for Joy than Jiden is." June laughed in agreement. Night fell, and the hallway lights illuminated the path. Cang Dong Gu opened the door and let out a sigh. Company dinners are truly exhausting. Right now, I just want to go home and lie down immediately. Joy was squatting there and got caught by him. "Oh, Cang Dong Gu." She suddenly felt something was off. "We're not at the company anymore, so I should call you Cang Dong Gu, right?" Cang Dong Gu waved his hand. "Well, the dinner is still part of the work, so calling me Mr. is still more appropriate. She's really good at drawing lines." He took the initiative to continue the conversation. "I was just going to step outside for some fresh air before heading back. What about you, Joy?" Joy smiled awkwardly. "I just got some work calls. I heard the team is still working overtime even at this hour." Cang Dong Gu watched her juggling her phone, handling work even during the dinner. "Ah, she's really hardworking." Joy looked over, and their eyes accidentally met. She pointed at her face. "My face is really red, right? It's been a long time since I drank, so my tolerance has really gone down." He sighed. "I'm afraid your hangover tomorrow is going to be pretty bad. I think I'll need to grab some chocolate milk when I get home later, Cang Dong Gu asked. Chocolate milk? Joy explained excitedly. Since Cang Dong Gu doesn't drink, he wouldn't know. Chocolate milk is the best way to get over a hangover, she said. Plus, I just really love chocolate. Inside the restaurant, someone called out, "What are you two doing? Everyone's waiting for you, Joy." She said goodbye to MX. Hai seemed pretty drunk too. Take your time coming back in, Cang Dong Gu. You leaned against the door, watching him scroll through his phone. Let's head to the cocktail bar for round 2, you said. Joy pointed at the screen. Oh, this place looks familiar. I think I've seen it on Instagram. Cang Dong Gu stayed silent, with no intention of going in. He couldn't help but think that if Leo had returned from his business trip a bit earlier, it would have been the two of them working together on that project instead. Suddenly, Cang Dong Gu's phone buzzed with a notification. The sender was none other than Esther. Hey, go to the convenience store. He started walking towards the store. She squinted, grinning mischievously. Finally, we're all alone. Cang Dong Gu frowned. Don't say things that could be so easily misunderstood. She pouted, looking unhappy. Anyway, what was that thing you were going to tell me before? Which thing? Esther brought up the time they were at the emergency stairwell. Something about a programmer's language and UI designers? He quickly remembered. It was rare to find someone like Esther, a UI designer, who could actually understand a developer's language. That's all I meant, she giggled, covering her mouth. What's that? What kind of compliment is that? It sounds so much like you, Cang Dong Gu. He laughed. Cang Dong Gu made a face. What does sounds like me mean? He changed the subject. Did you call me out here just to ask that? She followed him. No way. I also wanted to grab some hangover drinks for everyone. I also had something to say to you, MX. He was a bit surprised. To me? She replied in a low voice. About last time, thank you. I feel like I haven't properly thanked you yet. Cang Dong Gu didn't react. He hadn't really thought much about it. Esther tapped his shoulder lightly. If you ever have any trouble in the future, just come find me, she said, with bright confidence. I'm more than happy to be your emotional trash can. Esther looked confused. What was that? I'm being serious here. Cang Dong Gu quickly wiped his mouth. Did she really mean an emotional trash can? Right, she said. He was speechless. She wasn't helping solve the problem. She was just offering to be a dump for his feelings. That sounded a bit much. Esther glanced over, sweating slightly. Why are you laughing so hard, man? I didn't expect your sense of humor to be this unique. He meant that solving problems is up to the individual, and sometimes just having someone there is enough. She suddenly widened her eyes. Esther stared at Cang Dong Gu, and he felt a bit suspicious. What's wrong? Do I have something on my face? She looked serious. Hey, this is the first time I've ever seen Cang Dong Gu laugh genuinely like that. We've been working together for a whole year. Can you believe this is the first time I've seen it? Cang Dong Gu was really laughing now. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? Esther's eyes sparkled. Cang Dong Gu, you look so much more handsome when you smile. You look way less gloomy too. He felt embarrassed and tried to dodge it. Gloomy? What are you talking about? She teased him even more. You're blushing. He was speechless, feeling helpless. It was clear he was being teased, wasn't it? Back at the restaurant, Joy was wasted, her face bright red. I shouldn't have tagged along, he thought. He noticed MX's seat was empty. Joy suddenly realized he'd been gone for a while. He walked back inside, feeling annoyed. Didn't we come here to buy stuff for everyone? Let's just buy it and get back. Esther sighed. All right. What should we get? Just hangover drinks is boring. She suggested, how about some ice cream or canned drinks? Oh boy, she was suffering from decision paralysis. The two of them quickly walked to the supermarket. How about this? Esther held up a bag, smiling brightly. Before we start round 2, everyone grab one. The coworkers crowded around to grab the snacks. Oh, and by the way, MX picked these out. Don't blame Esther if they don't taste good. Oh, MX? Thanks. That's surprising. Did you really pick these, MX? Leo stepped closer and quietly asked Cang Dong Gu if he was going to round 2. He declined. I'm only planning to stay for round 1. Leo smiled. That's a shame. That cocktail bar has plenty of non-alcoholic options too. Cang Dong Gu gave an awkward smile. Maybe next time, I'll invite you for some tea. Esther stepped in and whispered to Leo. Leo, you know that's just a Korean empty promise, right? Leo looked at her, confused. Cang Dong Gu felt guilty on the side. You idiot, please just shut up. Hai walked over to Joy and handed her a carton of milk. I saved this part for you, Joy. Joy smiled. What is this? It's exactly my favorite. Cang Dong Gu sighed helplessly, his reaction caught by Esther's sharp eyes. The next morning, Patrick asked awkwardly, Cang Dong Gu, are you very busy? He turned to look at him. Not really. What's up? Patrick scratched his head, feeling awkward. You know that temporary office Leo was using? We need to go there and move the equipment back. He pointed to Leo, who was standing nearby. Jiden said he'd help, but he's still passed out drunk and we can't reach him. This is a company, not a school, you know. He looked at Cang Dong Gu with pleading eyes. Could you please give us a hand? Leo added. It's near Sang Station. If we're efficient, it shouldn't take more than 3 hours. Cang Dong Gu mumbled. Is that so? You want to rely on me for something like this too? He pondered. I really need to say no this time. Joy looked at Cang Dong Gu, confused. He hesitated, unable to decide, but finally replied with an unwilling expression. I guess there's no choice, right? The other two cheered. Thanks, Cang Dong Gu. No problem at all. Cang Dong Gu stood up from his chair, feeling dejected. Why can't I just say no? Leo walked toward Joy's desk with his phone. Oh, Joy. That favorite bakery you mentioned last time, it's near Seonryong, right? Joy nodded. Why do you ask? Leo offered. Should I go buy some for you? Her eyes lit up. Really? But she quickly refused. No. Don't. You're already tired from work. There's no need for that. Leo said politely. It's on my way, anyway. He looked over at Cang Dong Gu. Maybe I should buy some for the whole team too? What do you think, Cang Dong Gu? He gave a perfunctory reply. I just want to run away home. In the parking lot, Leo and Cang Dong Gu sat in the car, talking. Feel free to enjoy this on the way. This is that decaf coffee you like, right? I heard it from someone. You're welcome. The two of them were sad about many things. Leo slowly fastened his seatbelt. Patrick praises you a lot, Cang Dong Gu. You've only got 2 years of experience, but your code is already at an intermediate level or higher. Cang Dong Gu gave an awkward, unenthusiastic laugh. Is that so? Can that guy actually say such embarrassing things out loud? Leo reached over to press a button in the car. People say, hearing that makes me want to have the chance to work with MX at least once before I quit. Cang Dong Gu looked at him, confused. Wait, are you planning to quit? Leo gave a forced smile. Does that sound too strange? It's not like I'm doing it right now, just planning ahead. The two of them drove through the city streets. I have an acquaintance at a startup who asked me to join them. I'm thinking of seriously considering it once I finish my master's degree. Word was they had been quite successful at securing investment. Cang Dong Gu glanced at him, silently appraising him. That's right. He had heard he was taking master's classes after work, hadn't he? Behind his driving glasses, he looked only slightly older than himself, yet he was already driving a luxury car. Cang Dong Gu asked slowly, Don't you plan on moving to a bigger company? Something like a conglomerate? Leo replied calmly. I feel like there's nothing interesting about companies that already have a complete system. Rather than just building a window or a chimney, I'd rather start from the pillars and the foundation. Cang Dong Gu swallowed hard, admiring him. How are you even cooler on the inside than you look on the outside? His sudden question caught him off guard. What about you, Cang Dong Gu? What kind of environment do you want to work in later? Cang Dong Gu asked back, surprised. Me? Oh, he looked out the window. Honestly, after I've gained enough experience, I want to go freelance. I don't want to rely on an organization or other people to do my work. The atmosphere in the car suddenly turned silent. Wait, why did that sound so antisocial? Leo spoke up first to break the awkward tension. That's cool. He gripped the steering wheel. Talented freelancers are highly valued, you know. Cang Dong Gu nodded his thanks. Leo suddenly turned to look at him. Oh, and keep today a secret, especially from the Ecomox team. Cang Dong Gu was momentarily stunned but quickly replied, I understand. He looked at the road signs and asked, By the way, I think we've turned at this spot 3 times now, haven't we? Leo panicked. Oh, we definitely passed that building already. What's going on? After some trouble, they finally managed to load the items into the car safely and arrived at the dessert cafe. Leo checked his phone for messages, saying he would text to ask what she wanted, but there was no sign of anything. She must be in a meeting and couldn't answer. I'll just pick whatever's the best seller. Cang Dong Gu leaned over to look at the glass display and pointed at a cake. In that case, I think this one is the most reasonable choice, Joy exclaimed in surprise. She looked at the cake in the box, unable to hold back her admiration. The weekend is already here, and I've been unlucky every time I've tried to get this. It's always sold out. How did you manage to get it? I was in a meeting, so I couldn't get in touch. Leo carried the box over and replied, Is that so? How lucky, he said with a knowing tone. It seems our colleague next door has great intuition, or maybe he's just very thoughtful. Leo's next words surprised Joy. This was M's choice. She smiled, looking over at the back of Cang Dong Gu, who was working not far away. Cang Dong Gu was still busy typing away, with a cup of cake sitting neatly beside him. Cang Dong Gu took off his headphones and asked, What is this? Joy replied, It's cake. This is your portion, Cang Dong Gu. I didn't have a proper container, so I had to use a paper cup. You dropped some. Stand up. Let me clean it for you. It's fine, don't worry about it. Joy excitedly picked up her fork and laughed. Good food is meant to be shared. Here you go. Thank you. Cang Dong Gu tasted a piece, thinking to himself, it's not as sweet as I imagined. Joy subconsciously turned to look at him. She then remembered the previous evening when Hai had given her some milk. I set this aside for Joy. What is this? It's my favorite. That girl had also added. It was Cang Dong Gu's choice. Surprising, right? Joy seems to like chocolate milk? Cang Dong Gu was about to leave, looking at the milk carton in her hand, lost in thought. Chocolate milk is the best way to get over a rough day. Plus, I absolutely love chocolate. Cang Dong Gu left in a hurry. I'm heading out now. Leaving already? The bus is almost here. Joy looked at him and muttered to herself. Intuition? I don't think that's it. So, is he just a thoughtful person? Cang Dong Gu looked at her, confused. What was that? She laughed and pointed at the cake on top. I was just asking if it's okay for me to eat that precious cake. Cang Dong Gu clutched his chest, struggling to breathe. I'm extremely sensitive to caffeine compared to others. What's happening? Cang Dong Gu felt something was wrong. Suddenly, he felt his heart beating faster than usual. Wait. Cang Dong Gu realized something. He looked down at the coffee cup. No way. Cang Dong Gu was momentarily stunned. Where did the label go? Patrick was still happy, unaware he had swapped drinks with M. No wonder it felt so bland. Joy became worried about his condition. Cang Dong Gu, you can't drink coffee, are you okay? But Patrick just laughed it off. I'll treat you to a drink next time to make up for it. Exhausted, Cang Dong Gu pushed through. I'm fine. Thankfully, I didn't drink too much. Damn it. Cang Dong Gu's eyes glazed over. This is not looking good. The morning had started off badly already. Now, M was just staring blankly, only to suddenly start typing like a madman again. Joy offered, Cang Dong Gu, if you're too busy, feel free to delegate some work to me. Cang Dong Gu wouldn't allow himself to ask for help. I can't cause trouble for others. It's okay. This is my job. Joy felt awkward, not knowing what to say. Leo finally came over to wake Joy up. Roy, where are you planning to eat lunch? It's been a while. Are you going to the reunion with the old accounting team? Joy was still a bit dazed. Sure, I'll be over in a bit. Joy glanced quietly at M. Seeing that M was still focused on work, Joy could only stay silent and leave, abandoning the empty chair. With the caffeine gone, he returned to a state of exhaustion. At least the most urgent task is done. He glanced at his phone, but to think it had dragged on until lunch, how did time pass so quickly? Cang Dong Gu scratched his head as he stepped out of the office. An unstable morning had finally passed. He needed to drink some chamomile tea to stabilize his nerves. He opened the box, but there wasn't even a trace of tea leaves. Even the heavens were teasing Cang Dong Gu. Cang Dong Gu had to go to another shop. With a sad tone, he thought, nothing has gone right for me all day. The employee cheerfully brought the drink out. Customer number 98. Here is the apple cinnamon chamomile tea you ordered. Cang Dong Gu was still tired from the after effects. Is it because of the coffee? I keep having this slight headache. It seemed as if the sky was sad along with Cang Dong Gu. I forgot to bring my umbrella today. Cang Dong Gu could only pray it wouldn't rain. Two employees were walking by when Joy suddenly saw something. It turned out to be Cang Dong Gu, trembling as he stood there. He still had so many work tasks to figure out. Just handling requests from other departments had taken up his whole day. Cang Dong Gu had to recalculate and consider the effects of caffeine. He stood in front of the elevator, pressed the button, and prepared to leave. Adjusting his work schedule to suit his own health condition was a basic skill that any office worker should have. Yes, exactly. Even though he was tired, Cang Dong Gu was excited. It's been so long since I could leave on time. Time to go home and get some rest, enjoy it to the fullest. Before he could even leave, it started pouring rain. He really was an unlucky person. What is wrong with my day today? Cang Dong Gu stood there, eyes welling up. I have a pile of umbrellas at home, so why did I have to forget to bring one on this day of all days? Suddenly, someone approached him. Joy was incredibly considerate. Do you want to share an umbrella? Cang Dong Gu was taken aback by her stunning beauty, causing him to pause for a moment. What? Cang Dong Gu was so nervous he broke into a sweat. Oh boy. Joy was chattering away beside him. Actually, I've been practicing my speaking skills lately. I feel like I should equip myself with other skills besides the side projects. An introvert like Cang Dong Gu didn't like this. Why did things turn out like this? You really could have just let me walk to the bus station by myself, he thought. Joy remained enthusiastic. It's nothing. It's just a quick walk. Yet, Cang Dong Gu kept questioning it in his head. I feel like I'm bothering Joy. I should have just walked home in the rain. Joy quickly started a conversation. Thanks for the chocolate yesterday, by the way. Did Cang Dong Gu really choose that cake? Cang Dong Gu stammered a bit. The staff said it was a bestseller, so Joy teased him. I thought you chose it because you knew I loved chocolate. I'm just kidding. Kidding. Dong Gu, hold the umbrella carefully. I'm getting wet. Joy had been talking non-stop. That part is also getting wet too. This umbrella was definitely a bit too small for two people. Cang Dong Gu was speechless. Joy was really addicted to teasing him. The atmosphere fell into silence again. He grew contemplative for a moment, then tilted the umbrella toward Joy. Cang Dong Gu prayed in his head. When will we reach the bus station? After a long while, they both arrived. Joy sat there, shaking the water off the umbrella. Cang Dong Gu waited in tension. Why is this bus taking so long? Joy recalled the scene from earlier that afternoon. Did Cang Dong Gu work through lunch? I've been working non-stop all day today. Joy gasped in amazement. So you skipped lunch? If I had known, I would have bought you a sandwich. Cang Dong Gu just laughed it off. I'm really fine. The scene from earlier flickered in his mind. Cang Dong Gu fell into deep thought for a moment. Cang Dong Gu cautiously asked, Joy, you and Leo used to work together in the accounting team, right? Joy answered immediately. That's right. We were colleagues from the same intake. I think it's been over 3 years now. In Cang Dong Gu's heart, a fleeting sadness washed over him. 3 years? That's a long time. Joy quickly asked back, but she was still curious about Cang Dong Gu. Why are you suddenly asking about Leo? Cang Dong Gu quickly searched for a reason. Oh, yeah, why did I ask that? It's just last time I talked to you, I felt pretty impressed. Joy didn't think much of it. Leo is truly special. She listed a string of Leo's strengths. Always self-managing, sociable, loved by everyone. No one could possibly hate him. He's like everyone's ideal model. Joy began to pour her heart out. But personally, I prefer the opposite type. Joy's eyes sparkled with a soft, pink glow. The type that is subtle, but doesn't show it on the outside. Someone who looks ordinary, but has a very strong inner self. Joy fell silent, stunned. Like Cang Dong Gu, for example. Realizing she had said too much. I mean, people like Cang Dong Gu are easier to work with. That's all I meant. Joy hurriedly clarified. Don't misunderstand it. Absolutely don't. Cang Dong Gu quickly reassured Joy. I won't misunderstand, don't worry. He felt Joy was misunderstanding him. He wasn't subtle, just overly anxious. He didn't show it because there was nothing worth showing. The more he thought, the more negative Cang Dong Gu became. My inner self isn't much different from my exterior. The bus arrived, and he hurried to leave. Thanks for lending me the umbrella. The bus is here, so I'll take my leave now. Words like these probably wouldn't have a chance to be said again. Joy happily waved goodbye. You've worked hard today, Gu. See you tomorrow. Cang Dong Gu's figure grew distant, but Joy still looked after him, lost in thought. It was drizzling outside, but she was slowly moved. Cang Dong Gu remembered that moment. He reflected on it, feeling as if a heavy stone had just been lifted. Why was that? The weather outside matched Cang Dong Gu's mood. The rain had stopped. He sat there silently. Compared to others, I am extremely sensitive to caffeine. But he had been moved by those words early on. Cang Dong Gu closed his eyes tightly, feeling that heart-thumping rhythm, and asked himself, is this just the caffeine? Esther walked over excitedly. Joy, do you want to try going on a blind date? Joy looked over, the question evaporating into the air. She asked, a blind date? That's right. Remember the post I put on Instagram after the company party? The photo from yesterday? Her friend was excited. A senior I knew in college saw it and asked about you. Esther was being mysterious. He wants me to introduce you. Let's talk about the details during lunch. Cang Dong Gu heard it all but didn't know what to say. Joy was very attractive to strangers. People with good looks really do have people seeking them out everywhere, don't they? She focused on the map, walking until she turned into the alley on the left. Joy excitedly told Cang Dong Gu, this is the cafe my friend runs. It seems a bit far from the station, doesn't it? He watched her happily greet the owner. Just looking at her social media photos was enough to make anyone interested. I guess for her, this is just a daily occurrence. Joy joked. No discount for an acquaintance? The owner will surely have one, don't worry. A customer whispered. Hey, look at the cashier. She's stunning. She was always like a little son. Honestly, if it wasn't for the job transfer study group, surely he would never have had the chance to sit at the same table as someone like her in a cafe. Under the lights, dinner was laid out deliciously. He typed away at his keyboard. So, according to what Cang Dong Gu said, I'll leave the design file as open source. Among the requirements summarized, wait a moment. Cang Dong Gu suddenly became curious. I wonder if she intends to go on that blind date? He felt curious for no reason. She clicked send. All right. The items I just sent via text. If you break them down a bit more, it'll be better, he told himself. Asking about a colleague's personal life is normal, right? I'm just a little curious. There's no other reason. Cang Dong Gu decided to just ask naturally, as if it were nothing, just be natural. He started the conversation. Did Joy talk about a blind date earlier? Cang Dong Gu felt that asking like that wasn't too sudden, was it? Joy laughed. What is it? Why ask so suddenly? Are you curious? He turned pale with embarrassment. She was a bit surprised. So, you heard it? Cang Dong Gu? I thought you were wearing headphones and wouldn't hear anything. Joy sipped her dessert. He wondered. So, what was the result? Cang Dong Gu smiled awkwardly. So, have you decided to go on the blind date? Joy recounted enthusiastically. His appearance is better than I expected, so I'm considering it a bit before refusing. He gave a faint smile. Is that so? Cang Dong Gu picked up his hot tea. How disappointing. I thought there would be something interesting. It ended so abruptly. She was glued to the screen again. Love or whatever can wait. Right now, self-development and the job transfer are more important. Besides, I'm a firm believer in natural relationships. Suddenly, Joy's face darkened. Not that kind of love. I mean, a relationship that develops naturally, not just purely physical. You know, you choked on your drink. Of course I understand that. Cang Dong Gu quickly grabbed a napkin to wipe his mouth. But you just started working, and you're already worried about changing jobs. Do you think that's even possible? Thinking about it, she said, yeah, that's really tough. Unless you date within the company, he shivered. Dating at work? Joy's eyes lit up at that. What's wrong? Don't tell me Cang Dong Gu is against office romances? Cang Dong Gu was stunned. Why was she suddenly so interested? He went quiet and lowered his voice. Because I think it brings too many serious risks. It's hard to keep it a secret. It easily affects work performance. And think about the consequences after a breakup. Cang Dong Gu remembered Esther. Yumi looked down. So, I think it's best not to do that. Cang Dong Gu sighed. Anyway, it's all the same whether I date at work or not. I'm still busy worrying if any girl would even want to like me in the first place. Joy asked casually, what if you happen to fall for someone? He was suddenly flustered. If he started liking the person she was hypothesizing about, he might actually find someone who made his heart race. What about while you're at work? Cang Dong Gu stared, speechless. He guilty glanced away. I don't know. I've never experienced anything like that before. Cang Dong Gu stated his point clearly. Above all, to me, the company is a place to work. Any relationship beyond professional colleagues is unnecessary. She frowned. Oh, so that's what you think? He suddenly wondered if he was being too serious. Cang Dong Gu pressed the delete key. So, Joy, what do you think about office romance? Joy seemed very enthusiastic. It sounds pretty interesting actually, and kind of romantic too. She lowered her voice. And besides, don't you think it's exciting? Cang Dong Gu was startled. Internally, he sank, guessing there were only two possibilities. Either she was already dating someone at work, or she had never been in love before. Joy seemed a bit disappointed, but until now, no one at the company has ever made my heart flutter. Are my standards too high? Thinking back, he remembered hearing that she had been hit on by so many people in the company. Someone whispered, look, I heard she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. Why don't you go over and ask for her number? His friend didn't care. Even if you did, you'd just get rejected anyway. But honestly, if she had low standards, that would be the weird thing. Cang Dong Gu vaguely imagined that Joy's lover must be on a completely different level. He recalled what Joy had said, but personally, I prefer the opposite type. Take Cang Dong Gu, for example. Cang Dong Gu was panicking inside. Are you crazy? Why would Cang Dong Gu think of that phrase at a time like this? That was just a compliment, because she likes working with me, that's all, he said in a rush. We're almost done with today's work. We should probably get up to leave. She was a little surprised, but there's still plenty of dessert left. Cang Dong Gu, you haven't eaten anything yet. I'm fine. You can take it with you. He wondered miserably. What's wrong with me lately? Joy checked on him. Cang Dong Gu, are you cold? Look at your complexion. Cang Dong Gu nodded. Yeah, it is a bit cold in the evening. Are you not cold? Not at all. Maybe because I ate sweets. My blood is circulating well. He was confused. Does that have anything to do with it? She pointed toward the station. Cang Dong Gu, are you taking the bus too? Cang Dong Gu dodged the question. Oh, I think I'll take the subway today. I have to go separately today, for sure, Cang Dong Gu said softly. Next week for the study group. Which days are you free? Joy replied. Except for Wednesday, any day works. I've already taken the day off. He was puzzled. A day off? She excitedly boasted to Cang Dong Gu, I won a ticket to a fan signing event for an author I absolutely love. Joy showed him a photo. I've been a fan of theirs since high school. Finally, I have a chance to meet them in person. It's amazing, right? Cang Dong Gu looked it over. So she likes reading? That's a bit of a surprise. A radiant smile appeared on her face. That author just released a new book, too. It's great. He stood motionless. His emotions felt strange. Cang Dong Gu burned that smile into his memory. Even though he had seen her smile many times before, his heart skipped a beat. This was the first time he had ever seen her show such passion for something. Joy suddenly softened her voice. This is my most precious thing. Do you want to borrow it and take a look? Cang Dong Gu was jolted back to reality by that sentence. He turned away, flustered. Cang Dong Gu avoided her gaze. Back then, I didn't know anything yet. Joy waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. Cang Dong Gu stood there stunned, unable to answer. He watched her back as she walked away. Cang Dong Gu watched Joy, thinking about what was waiting for him next week. Joy was bundled up, coughing continuously. A colleague showed concern. Joy, are you sick? I never see you wearing a hat. And today you're even wearing a mask, she explained. I felt a bit tired when I woke up this morning. The colleague was surprised. What? Why didn't you take a half day off to recover? You don't look good at all. Cang Dong Gu looked over. Joy replied, I think it's just because I'm not wearing makeup. That's why I look like this. Anyway, I was planning to go to the doctor at noon to see what's going on. A trace of worry crossed his face as she tore open a pack of medicine. Joy was surprised. Did you say some booths can't apply the discount code? The colleague asked for a favor. That's right. Can you help me check this issue? She agreed. Sure, let me take a look, he informed her. Since the scheduled update is every Thursday, can you help me finish it by Wednesday evening at the latest? It seemed Joy was very busy. I'm so sorry. She smiled. It's fine. I'm okay. Don't worry. Cang Dong Gu remembered when Joy was excited. Except for Wednesday, any day works. I've already taken the day off. I won a ticket to a fan signing event for an author I absolutely love. He approached her. Isn't tomorrow Wednesday? Didn't Joy already file for leave for tomorrow? She hesitated. I'll try to work until the end of today and see how it goes. If I don't feel well, I'll cancel my leave tomorrow. Cang Dong Gu tilted his head, thinking for a moment. Cang Dong Gu said quietly, If it's not too much trouble, just let me. Jiden interrupted. That extra issue before you were in charge. Patrick and Em were handling it, right? Patrick was surprised. Oh, that's right, he said happily. If so, there's no problem then. Jiden put a hand on Cang Dong Gu's shoulder. Joy is sick, so don't push yourself too hard, okay? Building new features is one thing, but if it's bug testing, those two would understand the old source code faster than Joy. Right, Doc? He hesitated. That's right. Cang Dong Gu felt uncomfortable. What he said is true, but what's with this hand? He winked. Then, you two will handle the incident today for Joy. He glared. It's not his job, so it's easy for him to say. Joy hurriedly refused. I'm fine, really. I've taken medicine, so I'll be better soon, Jiden reminded her. If you push yourself too hard, you might end up getting others sick, too. This is no joke. He suggested that the team lead should just let them explain the situation instead of Joy. She looked flustered. Patrick gave a thumbs up. That's right, Joy. Don't worry so much. Just trust Cang Dong Gu and me. Go home early and get some rest today. Cut to outside the office. Patrick scratched his head. Cang Dong Gu, I'm really sorry, but I actually have 2 wedding invitations tonight. Can I count on you for today? Cang Dong Gu was annoyed. Is this guy crazy? He explained that the deadline wasn't until tomorrow night anyway, so Cang Dong Gu should just handle it alone today. Patrick asked for his opinion, saying if it couldn't be finished today, they could all come in tomorrow and focus on finishing it off together. What did Cang Dong Gu think about that? Cang Dong Gu was speechless. Since it involved a wedding, it wasn't really convenient to argue, right? He sighed tiredly. Fine, let's go with that. He hugged Cang Dong Gu. Thanks, man. You really are the ace of our team. Only Cang Dong Gu makes people feel truly at ease. He grumbled. Get off me. Cang Dong Gu suddenly realized. Wait, if he couldn't get it done today, Cang Dong Gu thought of Joy. Would she have to cancel her time off and come into work tomorrow evening? She had messaged him. Cang Dong Gu, don't overwork yourself. And remember to leave on time. I'm feeling better now. We can just handle the problem together early tomorrow. You really must leave on time. Cang Dong Gu looked at the message, conflicted. Damn it. What's the right thing to do? Esther approached. Cang Dong Gu, you're not off work yet? He turned around. Oh no, I was planning to stay and work some overtime before heading home. She encouraged him. I heard all the noise from earlier. Don't push yourself too hard alone. Wouldn't it be better to wait until those two come back tomorrow to help? This isn't even part of your job, is it? He looked down. Honestly, I'd really like that too. Cang Dong Gu started working. I'll just do a little bit more. It was already late. He was exhausted. Has it really gotten this late? He felt a slight fever coming on, and his eyes were aching. Cang Dong Gu panicked. So I caught it too? Cang Dong Gu looked at the empty desk next to him. I must have really caught her cold. Who told me to sit right next to her anyway? He hesitated. I have a gut feeling that I can definitely solve this problem this time. What should I do? Should I just go home and rest now? Cang Dong Gu clenched his fist. No way. I've come this far already. I'll just try one more time. He narrowed his eyes. Things are too urgent. I have no choice but to use that method. The server was surprised. Unexpected? Are you sure? He was firm. Yes. Give me an iced Americano, and please add extra espresso shots. Cang Dong Gu thought to himself, I have no choice but to borrow this forbidden power. It was late, and he was still focused on his work. The coffee was long gone, but Cang Dong Gu kept working hard. He wiped his sweat. Damn it, I'm definitely sick. Cang Dong Gu paused, but he remembered Joy's radiant smile. That author just released a new book. It's amazing. Cang Dong Gu stayed silent for a moment before pushing forward again. She seemed to really want to go to that author's fan meeting. The room fell silent, and a team message appeared on his computer screen. Cang Dong Gu sent a message. The error is fixed and pushed to the DEV server. Please help me check it. He clicked send. Finally done. Cang Dong Gu collapsed onto the desk. At least my fingers can still move. I'm too lazy to even call a taxi. Might as well just sleep at the office. He looked at a candy in the corner. Cang Dong Gu remembered the chocolate candy he'd received earlier. He hadn't touched it since it was left on his desk. His heart wavered. Damn it, Cang Dong Gu muttered. Ever since she showed up, my peaceful office life has been completely turned upside down. The thought flashed through his mind it wasn't his work, yet he was voluntarily staying up late just to finish it. He threw the candy wrapper into the corner. This annoying cold was definitely contagious. I can't go home, and I even ended up drinking coffee. Even though he had quit a long time ago, Cang Dong Gu chewed the candy. What is it about sweets that people love so much? It tasted terrible, obviously, but the image of joy flashed in his mind. He lay down on the desk. Cang Dong Gu felt flustered. Why do I feel like my mood has suddenly improved so much? He whispered. This is trouble. His inner voice trembled. Get a grip, Cang Dong Gu. He leaned back in his chair. You have to stay sharp. Her silhouette appeared again. Cang Dong Gu pressed his hands tightly against his face, his eyes trembling. He wondered, have you really fallen for her? Sometimes there are people like that. Joy said softly. Patrick, is the statistical data requested by the Business Development Department still not ready? Patrick turned. I was planning to handle it this afternoon. Is something wrong? She treats everyone kindly and is always ready to help them when needed. She smiled. I also have some documents for the Business Development Department. If it's okay, I'll take care of them for you. It'll be more convenient if they receive everything at once. He was touched. You're a lifesaver. Thank you so much. No wonder you're the ace of our team. She was someone who cherished people for who they were. Joy reminded her colleague. A coupon is a voucher. Discount vouchers or codes released by manufacturers or retailers during their promotional programs. He was surprised. Oh my, thank you so much. Wherever she went, she shined and radiated light. Another employee called out to her, Joy, have you bought coffee yet? Let's go get some together. Joy smiled. Let's go right now. What's that? Another colleague chimed in. Let me come along too. Positive energy always attracts people and brings them together. A colleague asked Cang Dong Gu, Joy, did you change your perfume? Esther leaned in to smell her. It's true, Joy teased. It's too much. Everyone who passed by waved at her. She was always surrounded by people. In her presence, the concept of loneliness didn't exist. Cang Dong Gu glanced over, but sometimes there were side effects. Someone asked curiously, What are you holding? What is it? He looked at them with annoyance. Cang Dong Gu reflected on himself, and me, for example. He thought to himself. A tragic accident happened, for which no one was to blame. Joy called out to Cang Dong Gu, I bought some desserts, let's eat together. He looked at her. We voluntarily became the fish. Cang Dong Gu refused. No thanks, I'm fine. He backed away, avoiding falling into the emotional trap she hadn't even intended to create. Cang Dong Gu sat alone at his desk. The fate of those fish is usually predetermined, struggling in pain alone before disappearing. He coughed lightly. I've always stayed on high alert, telling myself over and over again. Cang Dong Gu's gaze darkened as he looked at her. but in the end, he couldn't avoid falling into her trap. She started the conversation. Cang Dong Gu, thanks for the prompts you shared this morning. He thought about being recognized as a good colleague. Cang Dong Gu replied, let me share the blog I used for reference as well. Joy gave a thumbs up. That would be a huge help, thank you. He realized that being recognized as a good colleague and being recognized as a potential dating partner were two completely different things. Cang Dong Gu stole a glance at her. She seems to be in a very good mood today. Honestly, how could someone like me ever be with someone like her? Cang Dong Gu went back to work, hoping that Hao Huyen would just end up being a nuisance. Joy pulled her chair closer to him and whispered, Cang Dong Gu, when should we have our next study session? Cang Dong Gu quickly dodged. This week probably won't work. How about next week? Joy didn't seem to notice. Then when next week works for you? He stumbled. Tuesday or Wednesday, maybe? She beamed. Okay, let me check my schedule and let you know. Cang Dong Gu hesitated. He liked someone, but the chance of them ending up together was practically zero. Ending up in that restroom wasn't a choice. It was an accident. Cang Dong Gu sighed in frustration. Pull yourself together, Cang Dong Gu. He wiped his hands. Since the accident had already happened, there was no choice but to deal with it. The most important thing now was to handle the consequences. He couldn't let himself rot in these delusional feelings. Cang Dong Gu threw the crumpled paper into the trash can. He was determined. He had to find a way to completely erase these meaningless feelings. Cang Dong Gu returned to his seat. And to do that, the prerequisite was to change his situation. Cang Dong Gu looked at Joy, who was focused. There are too many things tying her and me together, he thought. The team, our seating, the nature of our work, and those study sessions. He gently sat down in his chair. I have to gradually create distance and move away from her. A vague boundary existed between them. Only when their bodies were apart could his heart move on. As evening approached, MC stepped into the elevator and pressed the button. Joy walked over. He looked up, and she waved. Oh, Cang Dong Gu, heading home already? Cang Dong Gu looked at Joy, stammering. The elevator doors closed, leaving them alone inside. He coughed softly. I think I still have a bit of a fever. She asked with concern, are you more quiet than usual today? Or am I just imagining things? Cang Dong Gu gave a light smile. Is that so? Joy tucked her hair back. By the way, let me treat you to a meal. Cang Dong Gu was puzzled. A meal? Why? She happily replied, didn't you work overtime until 4 a.m. for me? The least I can do is treat you to a meal as a thank you. Joy took out the autographed paper. Thanks to you, I was able to attend the signing event so smoothly. Haha, it's all thanks to you, Cang Dong Gu. Cang Dong Gu realized. So that's why her mood has been so good all day? He thought to himself. If she knew he had taken yesterday off because he was sick, she would definitely be sad. Forget it, just don't tell her. Joy suddenly leaned in close. By the way, how about tomorrow night? Cang Dong Gu shyly moved away from her. I have plans with my family tomorrow night. Joy looked for a free day. She remembered what she said earlier, because Cang Dong Gu didn't seem like he would cross the line. Cang Dong Gu gripped his bag strap tightly. Does she know? Does she know that I'm trying this hard just to avoid crossing the line she once mentioned? Joy asked softly. Then how about the day after? He thought to himself. No, she won't know. Cang Dong Gu refused. The day after is Saturday. He felt a bit regretful. If she knew, she shouldn't treat him like that. Why make me hope for something so useless? Joy suddenly became hesitant. She said in a low voice, I don't have any problems with it. Joy asked Cang Dong Gu, what about you, Cang Dong Gu? Her eyes met his. Cang Dong Gu looked up slightly at Joy. He told himself, even so, I thought. Maybe just once would be fine. Cang Dong Gu started to evade, biting his lip tightly. Cang Dong Gu refused. The weekend doesn't seem to work. Cang Dong Gu's eyes flashed with determination. Joy froze, not knowing what to say. She slowly uttered, is that so? Sunlight streamed into the room, and the alarm clock rang incessantly. A heavy hand reached out to turn it off. Cang Dong Gu lay on the bed, complaining, I really don't want to go to work at all. Kang Suan stood at the door, reminding him, still sleeping? Then just quit the job. He replied listlessly, who needs you to care? Joy's face appeared in Cang Dong Gu's mind. He calculated silently, if I go to work at 8, it'll just be the two of us alone, right? His sister's voice echoed into the room. It's cold today. Remember to wear the jacket I bought for you last time. Stop wearing the same shirt every day. Cang Dong Gu started planning. The first thing to do was change his work hours. Patrick looked at the clock, feeling incredulous. Cang Dong Gu, don't you arrive at 8:00 every day? What's wrong today? Did you oversleep? He explained shyly. I've been feeling groggy in the mornings lately, so I'm planning to start coming in at 10:00 for a while to reset my rhythm. Patrick nodded in agreement. That's true. Cang Dong Gu has really been a machine working overtime until late lately. Cang Dong Gu lamented. Whose fault do you think that is? Seeing Joy, Patrick greeted her. Joy. Hey, I bet you'll feel pretty lonely in the early mornings from now on. She didn't understand what he meant. Yeah, Patrick added. Cang Dong Gu just announced he's changing his work hours to 10. He helplessly tried to stop him. Don't. Cang Dong Gu awkwardly fabricated a reason. I haven't been able to sleep well lately. Patrick excitedly offered a suggestion. Why don't you change your hours too, Joy? It's so lonely being in the office all by yourself like that. He started to get angry. Shut up, you idiot, Cang Dong Gu aimlessly complained. My head feels like it's going to explode first thing in the morning. A gentle voice called out to Cang Dong Gu. However, Donald's voice interrupted. Everyone, please pay attention for a moment. He asked the room. The business development team has a meeting with a partner today. Does any dev or designer want to come along? Patrick avoided his gaze, but Donald was keen and spotted him. If no one volunteers, the DEV side will have to rely on our reliable Patrick. Suddenly, he raised his hand. I'll go, Cang Dong Gu thought to himself. Here's my chance to escape. He looked at him, moved, as expected of the ace of our team. Love you, Cang Dong Gu. Cang Dong Gu uncomfortably dodged. Stay away, old man. He was also pleased and praised him. You really are the present and future of our team. Cang Dong Gu is truly very reliable. Joy remained thoughtful, not saying a word. A morning at Texas Square, supporting the work of other departments while also heading out for work. Discussions were constant. So, we need to update the API space, right? Yes, I will compile it separately and send it over so it's easier to share. He sat bored in the meeting room. If it were his usual self, he would definitely want to stay as far away from things like this as possible. Cang Dong Gu tiredly thought about the commute, not to mention that it would take an hour by train to get back home. I really don't like this one bit. He carefully examined the situation. Today, consider it a lucky escape thanks to this business trip, but the study group is still there, and the real problem starts next Monday. Cang Dong Gu sorrowfully realized. The weekend really won't work. He started to feel regret. Good grief, why did I say that? Then Cang Dong Gu let it slip. Damn it. The colleagues around him worriedly asked. Did we ask for too much? He shyly denied it. Not at all, I can definitely do this. On the way back, an employee encouraged them. You two worked hard. You don't need to go back to the office. You can head straight home. I've already told Donald. Esther happily replied. Thank you very much. She turned to talk to Cang Dong Gu. Are you taking the subway home, Cang Dong Gu? Esther replied cheerfully. Thank you so much. She then turned to talk to him. Did you take the subway home, Cang Dong Gu? He replied. Yeah, I'm planning to transfer at the South Station on my way back. Esther enthusiastically suggested. I'm going that way too. Let's go together. The sunset light shone through the subway window. The two of them sat in silence. Cang Dong Gu closed his eyes, pretending to sleep, feeling so awkward. Even though they had been through so much, they had barely spoken to each other after work before. He opened his bag pocket, but there was nothing special to talk about. Listening to music on the way home should be fine, right? Cang Dong Gu felt annoyed when he couldn't find his headphones. Did he leave them at home? What is wrong with today? She spoke up to break the awkward silence. Cang Dong Gu, I've decided. Esther began to confide. I'm not going to quit anymore. You were right. Running away just because of a person like that, she said while scrolling on her phone, is only hurting myself. He didn't reply, just sighed softly. Then Cang Dong Gu remembered she had once declared, if after 2 weeks I still haven't changed my mind, then I'll submit my resignation. She had said that back then, hadn't she? How long ago was that? She expressed her gratitude to him. For now, I'll focus on work and think more carefully about my own career. It's all thanks to you. Cang Dong Gu was surprised by this sudden comment. She smiled kindly. I felt like I had to tell you. He replied politely, thank you. She continued to compliment him. Cang Dong Gu, I still haven't forgotten what you said. It's rare to find a UX or UI designer who understands developer terminology. I'm going to vote for you. That's the most impressive compliment of the year. He felt confused. If you call it this year, it's only been May. She pointed at him. Then I'll just have to see if you can. Keep this first place spot for the remaining 7 months. He smirked. What the heck was that? She laughed and teased him. Cang Dong Gu, you're smiling for real again. He flusteredly retorted. I'm not smiling. Then the atmosphere between the two grew quiet again. He remembered telling her before, if you ever have any trouble later, just come find me. This time, Cang Dong Gu opened the conversation. About that, but He fell silent and didn't continue. Then Cang Dong Gu looked away. Never mind. It's nothing. She firmly pressed him. What is it? I hate it when people stop halfway through a sentence. He suddenly spoke up. I'm sorry. Esther offered a gentle smile. She encouraged Cang Dong Gu. If you don't say it, how would anyone know? He was silent for a moment. Cang Dong Gu began to speak about his inner frustrations regarding that person. I mean, her boyfriend. The person you should keep your distance from and stay away from, right? Isn't that so? We broke up. And now he's dating someone else too. He felt extremely worried for her. Meeting every day at work, and having to pretend like nothing happened while keeping your distance, isn't that exhausting? She honestly replied, It makes me want to throw up. Cang Dong Gu was a bit surprised. To that extent, he blamed himself. I really shouldn't have asked that question. She moved her lips, wanting to say something, and finally let it out. But the afternoon sunlight mingled with the sound of the train, and she softly expressed, Gradually, I'm starting to feel better. Esther looked straight at Cang Dong Gu, and he could feel her gaze. Cang Dong Gu felt more at ease. That's a relief, he told himself. Right, just consider it a fleeting emotion. It hurts a little, but it will disappear. Cang Dong Gu gripped his backpack tightly. Everything will get better soon. She glanced over at him. She was thinking about something, and Esther's words surprised him. Joy, what was her real name again? She answered herself, remembering, right, Joy. He turned to confirm, it's Joy, right? Suddenly he froze. His heart couldn't help but worry. Cang Dong Gu, why did you suddenly mention Joy? What is the intention behind this question? Mun's whole body trembled, but he tried to calm down. Oh no. I don't know how to react anymore. My mind is blank. I must stay calm and keep my expression as natural as possible. Suddenly Esther sighed. Oh my God. She looked as if she saw right through him and exposed him. Cang Dong Gu, even a child couldn't be fooled by that look. Everything is written all over your face. Your reaction is making me confused too. I was just probing a little. This exposure made Cang Dong Gu blush. What's wrong with my face? Esther teasingly poked. Your expression is betraying you right now. You know? Caught you, haven't I? She stretched her legs and complained. I'm so hungry. Then she called out, Cang Dong Gu. Esther rested her chin in her hand and began to ask, Shall we go get a meal together? She waited for Cang Dong Gu to reply at the restaurant. Esther raised her hand excitedly to order, Boss, 2 servings of intestine soup, make it extra intestine, and a bottle of soju too. Cang Dong Gu lowered his voice. I'll have a Coke Zero. But she interrupted. I'll take a bottle of fresh soju. What do you think? She placed a spoon into his bowl. I used to come to this place all the time back in college. It's a great local spot. But Cang Dong Gu wondered, didn't she say we were going to eat a meal? Why order alcohol? Hearing that, Esther made an excuse. Well, we are eating a meal. It's just accompanied by a little soju. Cang Dong Gu was helpless with her. She really was impulsive. Afterward, he poured water and asked, Anyway, how did you find out? But she replied that it was irrelevant. If you wanted to deny it to the end, I was planning to pretend I didn't know. You left me speechless. Answer my question first. Following that, she seriously explained, Human emotions aren't something you can just hide if you want to. Ever since you started sitting next to me, it seems like your expressions have become much more vivid. But he couldn't. She snapped her fingers and continued. At first I thought you two just seemed closer than with other people. But by Wednesday, I was sure. These words made him ponder. Wednesday was 2 days ago, the day Joy took leave to go to the fan signing event. Didn't I, after the overnight shift, take time off and just lie at home sleeping all day? Suddenly she pointed at him. I saw the takeout coffee cup placed on your desk. She questioned him with a firm voice. A person who hasn't drank coffee for a whole year since starting work, doing a task that isn't their responsibility, and even staying up all night, breaking your own rules. She couldn't help but raise her voice. Isn't that true, love? Oh my God, are you going to admit it or not? Conversely, he was very calm. It could have been a random instant coffee or something. But she stubbornly pressed him. Is there anyone who pulls an all-nighter and drinks that kind of instant coffee? Is your brain fried or something? Why would you do that? Couldn't it be that the shop only had that kind left? He didn't answer, only thinking, I really should have denied it to the end. It would have been better to let her pretend she didn't know. Won't she demand hush money now? Then, while tying her hair, she asked, Cang Dong Gu, do you really want a Coke Zero? It's still not too late to order. Knowing what she was talking about, he thought to himself, for now, I'll just go along with it. Alcohol is fine. Hearing that, she was satisfied. Remember that. I clearly already gave you a chance, so don't go complaining later. A while later, Esther seemed tipsy. Who would have thought Cang Dong Gu could drink Joy under the table? Cang Dong Gu's face was completely sober now, he thought to himself. How could anyone even enjoy drinking this trash? Then she set her glass down on the table. Fine. Fine. Actually, Joy is partially at fault. I can't argue with that. Inside, he was worried about the glass. It was on the verge of breaking. Esther started rambling, saying the more beautiful and attractive a person is, the more they have to draw a clear line with Joy. Don't let others misunderstand your kindness. But our guy didn't realize how strongly his words and actions could impact the opposite sex. Suddenly, she asked, "So, why the running away?" Seeing that Cang Dong Gu didn't respond, she continued, "You've been avoiding Joy since yesterday, and I'm sure that includes this business trip today. Even though Joy doesn't even know it, these feelings Cang Dong Gu has." He looked away, not brave enough to fight for what he wanted, but having enough strength to run away. He started to think to himself, "It's clear I'm not a match for her anyway." But Esther pressed on. "And what if you are a match? What's the problem?" She rested her chin in her hand, adding, "Personally, I don't think Cang Dong Gu is inferior to anyone. You're actually doing just fine." Cang Dong Gu, her words made him flustered. His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. "What do you even know about me to say that?" Esther retorted, "Well, what do you know about Joy? You only found out her real name recently, right? Age, relationship history, hobbies, favorite foods, hometown, or even her MBTI. Her words left him stunned. He didn't know a single thing about her. Yet he had rushed to decide he wasn't good enough, that they weren't compatible, and made all these assumptions on his own. Esther looked down at the ground and finished, "That's honestly really stupid." Cang Dong Gu remained silent, but soon after, he spoke up. "You're drunk. Maybe we should get going?" The city was blanketed in night. It was only now that Cang Dong Gu really spoke his mind. She said, "I'm not the type to cross boundaries." I fit her good colleague criteria perfectly. Since she had already said that, of course, he had to retreat and stay as far away from that line as possible. He continued, "And besides, I never had the courage to cross it anyway." Esther listened silently to his confession. The light turned red. Was he going to decide right now whether to cross that line or stay away from it? Facing the situation, she shared, "I've agonized over things a lot too. I wasn't sure if I wanted to quit my job or go back to that man." She added, "But in the end, it was neither. I just wanted to keep working at my current company." She pulled her feet in. "What I mean is, Cang Dong Gu, why don't you try thinking about it more calmly?" Then Esther asked, "Do you want to leave Joy behind, or do you want to get closer? No one is chasing you or forcing you to decide right this second." At Station 5, she suddenly asked, "Cang Dong Gu, do you know what a mutually assured destruction standoff is?" Seeing his confusion, she reached out to explain that Cang Dong Gu now knew her secret, and by pointing at herself, she noted that she also knew Cang Dong Gu's secret. She crossed her hands, saying that now neither of them could betray the other. "Don't worry, I won't tell anyone." Hearing that, he accepted it indifferently, and Cang Dong Gu added, "Oh, and give me your number." She was surprised by his request, but he explained, "We just paid for the bill, right? I'll send you my half." Realizing it, she said, "Oh, for the bank transfer? Give me your phone." He watched her closely as she typed on his phone. He froze when he saw the contact name, Esther. "This is just my phone number. Why are you surprised?" she asked. She continued, "You can transfer money through the messaging app. If you don't like that name, change it." Esther started to misunderstand. "My number is precious, you know, but I'm giving it to you because it's you, Cang Dong Gu." His indifferent reply made her snap. "Oh my God, what kind of reaction is that?" There was zero emotion in it. The loudspeaker announced the train was arriving at the station. Hearing that, Cang Dong Gu said, "I have to catch this train, so I'll be heading off now." Esther said bitterly, "You're so annoying. You're definitely drunk." As he stepped onto the train, she suddenly called out to him. Esther smiled, clenching her fist. Fighting. The train doors began to close, and suddenly Cang Dong Gu's phone buzzed. His pupils dilated. A long name was calling him. Joy. Cang Dong Gu grabbed his phone, wondering what he was seeing. Hadn't this happened once before? Was it a hallucination? He hadn't drunk that much. Before he could hit accept, the caller hung up. Gone. He stared at his phone, feeling lost. Is it too late to call back? Suddenly, a message from Joy arrived regarding the meeting commitment. "I had a few things to ask, but Patrick already answered them, so I've taken care of it." Another message arrived from her. "Have a great weekend." Cang Dong Gu held his phone, his body trembling with surprise. They were just a normal work-related call and text, nothing major at all. So why was he getting this worked up? Cang Dong Gu, the past week had felt like a raging storm. Even though the weekend wasn't over, he was already dreading Monday morning. A few days later, he realized that decisions made when emotions overwhelm reason often lead to mistakes. He remembered his attitude from the other day. The weekend is off limits. Don't bother me anymore. It's annoying. Esther's voice echoed in his head. Cang Dong Gu, try thinking about it calmly. Do you want to leave Joy, or do you want to move closer? Cang Dong Gu walked and thought aimlessly, telling himself he would calmly accept his current feelings. But if he followed Esther's advice, he needed to take his time deciding what to do next. The priority now was trying to get back to his normal routine. Stability in daily life was still the most important thing. Only when he was calm again could he make the most sensible decision, no matter what happened. Just as he thought of Joy, he ran into her early that morning. He walked in, looking a bit suspicious. I really am here early, he told himself to try to act as naturally as possible. As soon as he arrived, she happily started a conversation. Didn't you say you wouldn't be here until 10? Cang Dong Gu replied awkwardly. I slept a lot over the weekend, so I came in early today. He felt smug inside. Good, that answer wasn't bad at all. Now it was his turn to speak naturally. How was your Friday? Everything okay? Joy replied happily. No major issues, because Patrick handled all the questions perfectly, he thought to himself. Maybe it was just his imagination, but it didn't feel that awkward after all. Just then, Joy held out a piece of candy. Want some chocolate? Cang Dong Gu hesitated, looking at the candy being offered. See? Everything's just like normal. You hesitantly take the candy and say thanks. You think to yourself, if you just pretend like nothing happened, she probably won't notice a thing. She's probably forgotten everything she said back then anyway. Without realizing it, you find yourself thinking of Esther's words. It's silly to assume you're not good enough for someone, or that you're not a match, just based on your own assumptions. It's really foolish. Cang Dong Gu stops in his tracks as he remembers the last part. How will you ever know if you don't say anything? You want to speak up, but you don't know what to say. Your throat feels tight at the last second. Finally, you manage to whisper, I'm sorry. You remember what you said back then, that a weekend like that was a bit annoying, that what you said in the elevator wasn't true. Joy looks at you in surprise. She's not sure how to respond. Mabel. Only now do you notice that your hand is still resting in Joy's. You quickly pull it away and head back to your desks. Cang Dong Gu continues. How should I put it? I wasn't feeling very well that day. You think to yourself that you need an excuse. Even if it sounds a bit silly, you're just trying to keep your distance because you like her, and you can't tell her that. I had a bit of a fever, so I was lightheaded. And suddenly, Joy cuts you off, looking worried. Are you sick? Is it because of me? Cang Dong Gu stammers a denial. No, there's probably just a flu going around the office. You avoid her gaze, stumbling over your words. That whole thing has been on my mind quite a bit. I was just worried you'd take what I said to heart. She awkwardly tucks a lock of hair behind her ear while rummaging for something. Moments later, Joy pulls out a large gift bag and hands it to you. Here, some promos and books from that signing event. Think of it as a thank you for covering my night shift last week. I was planning to give it to you on Friday. Thinking back, maybe I've always been too focused on my own boundaries, and I've always tried hard not to cross those lines, while I was pretty inconsiderate about it myself. She gives a small smile and offers a gentle apology. I'm really sorry. I think I lacked understanding. Cang Dong Gu stares blankly at his colleague in front of him. Finally, he can let out a long sigh of relief, as if a weight has been lifted off his chest. Their conversation returns to normal. Cang Dong Gu, do you want any coffee? I'll go grab some. Deep down, you hope your feelings aren't written all over your face. Today, a hot cup of coffee is placed on Cang Dong Gu's desk as the sunset fades away. You sit wearily at your desk. Even though your mind feels lighter, a new problem has arrived. With back-to-back night shifts, compensatory leave, and business trips, your work has piled up. If you add in the group study schedule this week, you'll have to work overtime today too. You'll probably end up pulling an all-nighter. Damn it. As you're muttering to yourself, Joy walks over and offers, need a hand with that? Noticing Cang Dong Gu's confusion, she explains, you had a rough week too, didn't you? Everything must be piling up, right? In your eyes, Joy looks like an angel with wings. An angel? This girl is definitely an angel, but still, you don't want someone else to work overtime because of you. So even though you want to say yes, you think you should let her go home. You struggle to turn her down. I don't. Then Cang Dong Gu suddenly realizes something. Wait, if you turn her down now, will she get the wrong idea and think you find her annoying again? You just said that earlier today, so keeping your distance now would be weird. You're not sure about other days, but for today, you decide to accept. I guess I'll have to trouble you then. Joy smiles and agrees. Okay. By 9:30 p.m., Cang Dong Gu checks his watch and tells her, At this rate, we can head out in about 40 minutes. But it seems the person next to him has already fallen into a deep sleep. You're flustered and don't know what to do. If you wake her up and tell her to go home, she'll probably refuse and insist on helping more. I'll just finish this up quickly and wake her up when it's time to leave. As you're working away silently, she shifts, making you jump. The office is so quiet you can only hear Cang Dong Gu's heartbeat. You carefully drape a thin blanket over Joy. Get a grip, Cang Dong Gu. This isn't the time to get distracted. It's not the time to be distracted. But for some reason, in this exact moment, time feels like it has come to a standstill. She slowly opens her drowsy eyes. Joy rubs the bridge of her nose and says shyly, "I'm sorry, I fell asleep. But how come you're right there?" Hearing her ask that, Cang Dong Gu is startled. You wonder to yourself, right, why have I been staring at her this whole time? You scratch your head and stammer, "Oh, that I finished my work. So I was just about to wake you up." You're nervous, thinking to yourself, that sounds so suspicious. I can't let any weird misunderstandings happen. Just then, the thin blanket on her shoulders slides down, and her cheeks turn slightly red. "Thank you, and thanks for the blanket too," Cang Dong Gu replies a bit dryly. "It's still a bit chilly out. Besides, you just got over a cold." You make sure to add that in your head, even though the blanket hadn't even been on her for 30 seconds. Seeing Joy's reaction, Cang Dong Gu breathes a sigh of relief. Thank goodness she doesn't seem to suspect anything. She stretches and asks, "So, shall we go home now?" You immediately agree. "Yes, let's go." Cang Dong Gu looks down, packing his things, thinking he'll just finish the rest at home. There's a yellow notice on the door. Elevator undergoing inspection, closed to the public. For the safety of our users, we are conducting inspections. We apologize for the inconvenience. Per Article 17, Clause 1 of the Elevator Safety Management Act. The two of them stand silently in front of the elevator. They look at the blue sign indicating the stairs. They talk. "I guess we have to take the stairs. Let's go then." Cang Dong Gu can't help but feel curious. The same thing happened when he met Esther. Why is it being inspected again? Your white sneakers hit the steps. You haven't eaten anything because of me, right? What should we do? Joy smiles comfortably and replies, "It's fine. My freezer is still full of food I ordered." The two walk down the stairs, one after the other. There's even that fried chicken you gave me the other day. Cang Dong Gu wonders, the one where I gave her the discount coupon? Joy continues, "You live with your family, right?" You calmly reply, "Yeah, my parents and my older sister. There are 4 of us." She sighs, a bit envious. "So you get to eat home-cooked meals every day?" "I'm so jealous." Cang Dong Gu glances back, thinking, I answered her, so now I get to ask her something too, right? You speak up softly. "What about you, Joy? How do you live?" Joy tilts her head slightly as she answers, "I live alone. I've been living on my own since I graduated high school." Under the flickering lights, she goes on, "My hometown is in Gangneung, but I moved to Seoul for college and work. It's been tough since I don't have any friends or family here." Cang Dong Gu walks calmly, asking, "But I'm sure there are some advantages to it, right? For example, having the freedom to enjoy your free time after work." Joy's response blended with the sound of their footsteps. "Since there's no one waiting for me at home, I usually stay at the office longer. Rather than going home early to eat alone, I prefer staying at work and having dinner with my close colleagues." As if a thought suddenly crossed her mind, her eyes brightened. "Do you understand that feeling?" Cang Dong Gu rolled his eyes and replied, "No, I don't understand at all. The apartment is a studio type, with one main bedroom and a small subspace that doesn't usually count as a full bedroom." Joy sighed softly and continued, "My apartment is tiny, just a one-room unit. Living alone is so lonely and boring. It feels like I'm being swallowed up by negative energy. I should have tried harder to get home early for my ex back then." As she spoke, she suddenly realized, "I think I overshared, didn't I?" Cang Dong Gu kept a calm expression and said, "Not at all. I actually find it interesting." Joy was surprised. "Interesting? Why?" She rested a hand on the stair railing. He continued, "Because I didn't think there was a whole story behind you, Joy." The two changed to walking side by side down the stairs. At the office, Joy always looked so radiant and strong. Joy never expected him to think of her that way. Not at all. "I'm actually quite weak, and I'm always worried about what others think." She looked over at Cang Dong Gu. "I really had to debate a lot before giving you that book. I was afraid you'd find it annoying." Cang Dong Gu felt a bit tense. "About last week, let me apologize again." Seeing that look on his face, she laughed. "Just kidding. I'm just kidding." Joy continued, leaving Cang Dong Gu a bit confused. "Only you know this, Cang Dong Gu." She averted her eyes slightly. "Truth is, I'm the type of person who worries a lot and is very hesitant. He glanced over at Joy. I see. The ceiling light suddenly flickered out. Cang Dong Gu looked up. The motion sensor light isn't turning on anymore. Joy looked around and replied, I think the sensor is broken. Be careful on the stairs. He nodded in agreement. Let me turn on my phone's flashlight just to be safe. Before he could finish, Joy missed a step. She let out a yelp, slammed into his back, and the sound of something heavy rolling down the stairs echoed. Joy fell onto Cang Dong Gu at the corner of the stairs and asked anxiously, Dong Gu, are you okay? Cang Dong Gu replied, I'm fine. She was about to continue, but Joy quickly covered his mouth. Two female colleagues walked into the stairwell, chatting. How annoying. Is the elevator acting up again? But we're on the 4th floor. If the main elevator is down, they should at least let us use the service elevator. Both of them tensed up, not daring to move. Listening to their voices, I heard that one is only for companies on the 11th floor and up. His heart hammered in his chest, and Cang Dong Gu's ears turned bright red. He squeezed his eyes shut, struggling to keep his heart from exploding. As the voices faded, Joy sat up from Cang Dong Gu's back. She smiled awkwardly. If I had known, I would have just walked and used the service elevator. Even though he responded with his words, deep down, Cang Dong Gu thought he was actually a goner. The bus stop light was on. The two stood side by side under the awning. He said, Thanks for staying late to help me with the overtime today, and for the gift. Joy smiled brightly. That's my favorite book of poetry. Cang Dong Gu couldn't help but ask himself, her favorite? She looked at him and reminded, Make sure you read it. Then let me know which poem impressed you the most. Joy emphasized, You have to tell me after you finish reading it. Cang Dong Gu hesitated as he looked at her. I will read it carefully. Light cast onto the window of the residential complex. Cang Dong Gu lay in bed, flipping through the book, marveling as he read. This is a surprise. I never knew she liked poetry this much. Kang Suan burst in from outside, Nastuus, shouting, Please listen to me, little brother. My ex-boyfriend just posted on Instagram about his new girlfriend. Cang Dong Gu felt annoyed and shouted, Oh my god, get out. His sister ignored him and flopped onto his bed, whining, Why can't it be me instead of Naon? Cang Dong Gu listened to her venting, confused. Why are you even associating with someone like that? You're the one who said you hated office romances. Kang Suan cried out, So what if I hate it? Are you just going to let it pass and regret it later? He was speechless, wondering what exactly she wanted. His sister continued, making Cang Dong Gu turn pale and try to dodge her. Little brother, come out and have a drink with me. If I don't drink tonight, I won't be able to sleep. He pushed Kang Suan's hand away. Go out. I'm reading a book. But she wouldn't let him be. You're obsessed with Joy, so why do you keep avoiding her? Cang Dong Gu couldn't take it, his face turning green. Why does your mouth smell like that? Just then, a piece of paper fell out of the poetry book. Kang Suan kept babbling. I don't smell like anything. Do you want to die? The small paper fell onto the bed while Cang Dong Gu was still complaining. He glanced to the side and saw the paper, reaching out to pick it up. He couldn't help but ask himself, What is this? Did it fall out of the book? Cang Dong Gu opened the note. His sister leaned in to gossip. The neat handwriting on the paper read, This is my favorite poem. What about you, Cang Dong Gu? Reading the content, his face fell. Cang Dong Gu trembled as he flipped through the book. No way. Which page did this fall out of? Kang Suan sat nearby, scratching her head, completely lost. His sister pushed the matter aside and suggested, I don't know what happened, but the weather is so nice. Let's go out for a drink. A pillow flew straight into Kang Suan's face along with Cang Dong Gu's voice. Please, just get out. Standing in front of the Brie Cafe, today was the group study session. Cang Dong Gu and Joy sat opposite each other working. It was 5 sharp, and they had arrived at the cafe. He stared silently at his laptop screen, thinking about that piece of paper. Cang Dong Gu couldn't help but wonder. He was dying of curiosity. This is my favorite poem. What about you, Cang Dong Gu? Which poem was mentioned in that note, exactly? He muttered to himself, wanting to ask, but he was too embarrassed to get off topic while they were focusing. Suddenly, Joy reached out and touched his laptop. Dong Gu, are you? He jumped, looking up. Yes? She continued. When we decided on this side project, we agreed to use open source for the design, right? Cang Dong Gu responded, confused. That's right, because we don't have a designer in our study group. Her hand clicked the mouse, but no matter how much we utilize those resources, it still won't feel as good as a product from a real designer. Cang Dong Gu kept clicking his mouse and replied, It's true that a product made by 2 programmers might be a bit rough around the edges, but is there any other way? Hearing his question, Joy immediately replied, I have a friend who works as a USU designer in Busan, who is planning to change jobs soon. If you don't mind, what if I try asking her to handle the design work? The laptop screen showed a girl's account. The two continued their discussion. Anyway, since it's remote work, we don't really need to meet in person. We can just exchange the main details via chat. What do you think, Joy? Sounds pretty good, right? Cang Dong Gu rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Truth be told, I couldn't come up with a better plan either. Her eyes lit up as she held her phone. Then I'll call and ask her right now. Cang Dong Gu couldn't help but be startled. Right now? He listened, as Joy chatted on the phone about the project she had mentioned earlier. Cang Dong Gu drank his water in silence, thinking to himself that when he first joined the company, he simply aimed to do his assigned tasks well, nothing more, nothing less. Joy continued discussing business with the other person. Yeah, right now, the development team is just me and one other person. I'll send the plan and reference materials over via Kakao Talk, okay? She's so proactive and a great communicator, he thought. That's a huge advantage. Joy hung up the phone, her tone cheerful. All done. She excitedly recounted it to him. My friend said she'd give it some serious thought. I'm sure she'll set up a group chat by tomorrow. He held his water cup and sighed. You really are something, Joy. Joy asked in surprise. What? Me? Cang Dong Gu lowered his gaze and spoke calmly. If it were me, even if I saw the design wasn't quite right, I wouldn't be able to solve the problem that quickly. I'd probably just keep going in circles trying to figure out how to use open source resources better. She gave a slightly awkward smile. I just made one phone call to my friend. That's all. It's no big deal. Cang Dong Gu, sitting across from her, continued to comment. You not only filled the empty spot in the project perfectly, but you also saved time, and it's a great opportunity for that friend who's looking for a job, isn't it? It might look simple, but it takes real talent to resolve things so cleanly. Joy blushed at his compliment and reached up to tuck her hair. The afternoon sunlight hit the glass window, and their voices echoed. Are you feeling hot, Joy? She replied. Yeah, it is a bit warm. Let's wrap it up for today then. Stepping out of the cafe, Joy stretched. The feature list is almost done. We probably only need 1 or 2 more meetings like this. The evening air feels so nice. As they walked down the street chatting, she added, so, like we discussed, we can just check the progress through online meetings from now on, right? That's right. Now we just need to grind through the coding. Cang Dong Gu closed his eyes slightly, thinking to himself, so, the time we spend alone together after work is coming to an end. What is this feeling? His thoughts trailed off as they reached the bus stop. Why does the walk to the bus stop feel shorter today? The display showed the bus was arriving soon. He softly called out to her as she walked ahead. Joy turned back to look at Cang Dong Gu, who asked, if you don't mind, let me treat you to dinner. He quickly added, it's almost time to eat anyway. Cang Dong Gu spoke as if afraid she would refuse. He thought of the small note, telling himself it was also to celebrate the project's progress, and besides, he had a few things he wanted to ask. After saying it, Cang Dong Gu suddenly realized what he was doing. Wait, doesn't this make me look like a desperate flirt? Damn it, I should have prepared myself in case I got rejected. Joy happily agreed. That sounds great. What should we eat? This took Cang Dong Gu by surprise. She agreed? That fast? She continued to suggest. Is there anything specific you've been craving? Cang Dong Gu stammered. No, I'm only just starting to think about it now. Joy's face brightened as she said, then just leave it to me and follow along. As people passed by in the twilight, Cang Dong Gu looked around and exclaimed, it's so crowded even on a weekday. Joy led the way, gesturing for him to look. There are so many good places around here. It's near my place, so I know it well. She pointed toward a towering building. Oh, and that's the apartment complex where I live. Cang Dong Gu looked in that direction, stunned. Wow, you live that high up? A residential area was tucked behind the high-rise. Joy explained. No, I meant the building behind that one. Cang Dong Gu thought to himself, so, that's where it was. He calculated in his mind, from my place, it would only take about 10 minutes to get here, right? So we live that close? Joy held up her phone, cutting off his train of thought. By the way, do you eat lamb? He replied. Sure, that sounds good. Joy's eyes curved into happy crescents. Then look forward to it. I know a place that is super popular. Cang Dong Gu laughed and replied, let's go. He stood there, frozen amidst the crowd. An electronic screen displayed a wait list. We will send your status via message in real time. Lamb BBQ branch name. Current waiting. 16 groups. Estimated time. 64 minutes. Cang Dong Gu awkwardly scratched his head. I guess it really is famous. Joy stood next to him, tapping on her phone. Looks like it's hard to get in without a reservation. She tapped her chest confidently. No worries, I still have a plan B. She looked at a for lease sign nearby. With her phone in hand, she froze and muttered, I could have sworn they were still in business last week. Cang Dong Gu saw this and gently smoothed things over. If not, we can just grab a meal at a casual franchise place. It doesn't have to be a famous restaurant. Joy lowered her head again to look at her phone. Are there really no better ideas? Looking at her, Cang Dong Gu thought, she looks even more focused than when we're studying in groups. Joy's eyes widened as if she'd just thought of something. It's so simple. Why didn't I think of it sooner? The sun had almost set. Joy's voice rang out. A quiet place where we can just relax and take our time. She looked at Cang Dong Gu with a bright smile. I know a place super close to here. He looked at her, confused. Cang Dong Gu suddenly felt suspicious. Wait, don't tell me. He thought of the residential area she had just mentioned. Oh, and that's the apartment where I live. Cang Dong Gu's face showed clear tension. Joy, standing beside him, was still smiling at her phone. Her apartment? The last rays of the sun glimmered on the horizon. The streetlights turned on, casting a faint glow on the iron railing. They sat on the stone steps. Joy opened the conversation. It has a nice vibe, right? Since this place is right in front of the station, I come here once in a while. Cang Dong Gu replied awkwardly. The weather is cool and pleasant. He bowed his head to drink some water, silently scolding himself. Cang Dong Gu, you idiot. What on earth are you thinking? He used his hand to wipe a drop of water from his lip. Damn it. What kind of dirty thoughts just visited my mind? I need to change the subject to refresh my mind. He stammered. Oh, about that. I'm still reading the book you gave me yesterday. It's really good. Joy replied happily. Oh, I'm glad. I was worried you might find it boring. Cang Dong Gu hesitated and continued. But, you. He avoided her gaze as he recounted the poem written on the paper. I remember you said you liked it the most. I hadn't even managed to see which one it was yet. But for some reason, the paper fell out. She didn't seem to care and laughed as she asked, Is that so? Joy looked over at Cang Dong Gu. Are you curious? Cang Dong Gu replied in a low voice. Could you say that? Joy asked, her face full of playful excitement. Since it's come to this, I'm not saying another word. He looked shocked and asked why. But she didn't answer, just lowered her eyes and smiled. The sky had gradually turned black. Joy's voice drifted over. If our study group ends on a high note, and we both succeed in transferring jobs, she said, gently twiddling her finger on her knee, then I'll tell you. But under his focused gaze, she added, only if you're still curious by then, of course. He looked away, avoiding Joy's eyes. The final rays of sunlight hit the stairs behind them. In that case, I'll tell you which poem is my favorite at that time, too. Cang Dong Gu thought back to Joy's expression as she said, Make sure to give it a read, then tell me which poem left the biggest impression on you. He fell silent for a moment. She didn't speak either. Then, Joy let out a soft laugh. She spoke as a dandelion swayed nearby. Thinking about it, I think this is the first time I've seen Cang Dong Gu drink, he replied dryly. Is that so? Joy smiled happily. This is the first time you've had a drink alone with a coworker, right? Cang Dong Gu's tone was calm as he replied. It's not the first time, he added in a soft voice. I actually had a drink with Esther just recently. His answer caught Joy a little off guard. Really? The two fell back into silence. The conversation they had under the sunset last week during their business trip somehow ended with them going out to dinner together. Too much information, you know. He looked at her, implying she was giving unnecessary details beyond what was asked. He closed his eyes and explained, I was just worried about being misunderstood. Joy looked at him with a teasing expression. What's this? Did I hit a nerve? Could he really have something going on with Esther? She popped open her soda can while Cang Dong Gu protested. There's no way that's true. She laughed it off. Just kidding. How did you two get so close? Anyway, Joy asked, bringing the can to her lips. When I first joined the team, we weren't really that close, were we? He recalled the scene of Cang Dong Gu and a girl sitting on the train. Oh, I remember. It's Joy, right? Esther crossed her fingers playfully. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Cang Dong Gu glanced into the distance and swallowed hard, speaking under Joy's curious gaze. I don't know, maybe because we've had to work together more lately? From next week, I'll be supporting the business development team as a proposer. There are a few things related to it, so we talk quite a bit. A proposer is a formal document presenting an idea, plan, or solution to a specific problem. The main goal of a proposer is to persuade the recipient to agree and support the implementation of that plan. She made a suggestion that took Cang Dong Gu by surprise. How about the three of us go out for a meal together sometime soon? He snapped his head toward her and shouted. What? Why so suddenly? Joy just calmly drank her soda and replied, It's just coworkers grabbing a bite to eat. If you want to go, we go. What's the big deal? The sunlight turned the river ahead golden, and Joy's voice hadn't faded yet. I'm close with Cang Dong Gu, she said, tilting her head with the can in her hand. And we're both close to each other, too. Her voice couldn't hide her curiosity about Cang Dong Gu. So what is there to be reluctant about? I think it'll be fun. She tilted her head further and asked again. Agreed? The moon hung high in the night sky. The two walked and talked. I'll stop here and catch the bus. I was planning to treat you to a real meal today, though. That won't work. I'm sorry. I'll treat you to a nice place next time to make up for it. Cang Dong Gu scratched his head, feeling awkward as he tried to console Joy. What are you apologizing for? I was the one who asked you out for dinner. Kang Suan sat on a street bench eating ice cream. Seeing her, Cang Dong Gu asked, Did you just get off work? Facing Joy's curious gaze, he whispered, That's my older sister. Cang Dong Gu continued, This is my coworker. She tucked her hair behind her ear and smiled brightly. Hello, I've been really grateful for all of Cang Dong Gu's help lately. Cang Dong Gu rolled his eyes and explained to his sister, You know that study group I mentioned? She's the one who's been studying with me. Kang Swan kept eating her ice cream in silence. Then, she smiled in a friendly way. Hello there. I'm Cang Dong Gu's older sister. You two have been working hard, staying out so late. The two chatted happily, leaving Cang Dong Gu standing there speechless. This is ice cream. Do you want some? Grab a cone. The cones are delicious. Thank you so much. Joy held the ice cream and waved goodbye to Kang Suan. I'll be heading off now. Cang Dong Gu. See you tomorrow. The ice cream is amazing. His sister didn't forget to remind her, watch your step. Cang Dong Gu also suddenly remembered to say, get home safe. He watched silently as Joy walked away. Kang Suan ate her ice cream while glancing at her little brother. The two talked under the night sky. Tomorrow is Buddha's birthday. You're free, right, kid? Yes. Why do you ask? The sun shone brightly. The next day, Kang Suan looked at him threateningly. You can't hide anything from me, Cang Dong Gu. Cang Dong Gu carried the bags behind her. Who were you asking about? Kang Suan replied. You have a company nickname, don't you? People call you Cang Dong Gu. The road sign in front of them stood as they talked while walking. So, is it one-sided or mutual? What are you talking about? It's not like what you're thinking, so stop guessing. His sister turned and barked at him. Not like what, huh? You reeked of alcohol yesterday, you know? And just 2 days ago, you told me to get lost when I asked you to go out for a drink. After saying that, Kang Swan realized the stares of passers-by. She coughed, lowering her voice. More importantly, for someone as boring as you, carrying a book of poetry around, does that make sense to you? Cang Dong Gu darkened. Have you been in my room? Kang Suan sighed and teased him. Look, you were reading it in front of me just the other day. My little brother? You might as well have just said it out loud. The two sat across from each other at a restaurant. So, what now? Cang Dong Gu replied, while picking at his food. Just normal coworkers. He avoided his sister's gaze. Maybe that's how I am to that person. Kang Suan commented, so it is one-sided love. Well, that makes sense. With your looks, who would even look your way? She looked at her younger brother and lectured him. Just looking at you, I know this path you're taking is full of pain. Poor kid, you're not planning to give up, are you? Seeing his reaction, Kang Suan asked, dissatisfied. What's with that reaction? Do you actually like her that much? Cang Dong Gu answered curtly, I don't know. Just be quiet. He asked her, speechless. Did you drag me all the way here just to ask me about this? Kang Suan grabbed her glass and said, I couldn't just say it out loud. After all, it's my only little brother's love life. Trying to date at the office really isn't a good idea, kid. Kang Suan's expression turned serious. But still, I really had to get that haircut fixed for you first. Cang Dong Gu looked confused and asked quietly, What do you mean? He sat there stiffly in the barber's chair while the woman behind him consulted with the owner. It's hard to get used to too many changes at once. Today, we'll just trim the messy parts and show you how to style it. The owner's eyes lit up with excitement. Her voice gave him the chills. Well then, let's get started, shall we? The next day, while Joy was walking down her usual path, she heard a familiar voice that made her look over. What the? Cang Dong Gu, looking incredibly sharp with his new hair and outfit, was being teased. Are you going on a blind date? My goodness, you look completely different than usual. Cang Dong Gu felt a bit shy. I just decided to try a new hair salon. Is it that strange? Then Patrick said it didn't look bad at all. In fact, it looked pretty good. But then, had Cang Dong Gu been to a hair salon before? Jeden looked him over for a moment before speaking up. But doesn't it look a bit unnatural? I still think Cang Dong Gu's old hairstyle suited him better. Hey now, this style is so neat. It definitely looks better. No one said it looked bad. It's just a bit of a change. That's all. A while later at the office, Joy walked over and whispered, "It suits you. Showing your forehead like that really makes you look much brighter. Did you style it yourself?" Suddenly, Cang Dong Gu's voice trembled. "Yeah, they taught me how at the salon," he said, and she giggled. "You just changed your look like that. Weren't you surprised? You seem to have a knack for this. But hey, are you really planning on going on a blind date? Don't go falling in love just yet, Cang Dong Gu. You still have your professional training to focus on." Because Joy was asking so persistently, Cang Dong Gu became flustered. "It's not like that at all." She just laughed and kept teasing him. "Or are you trying to impress someone?" That made him jump, and he couldn't say a word. Joy felt a bit awkward herself, as if she had hit the nail on the head. Just then, a colleague walked over and asked, "Oh my God, what is this? Is this even the same Cang Dong Gu I know? He even trimmed his eyebrows. You're really investing in yourself. Please, keep your voice down," he muttered helplessly. "It was just a haircut and a new outfit. Why is everyone making such a big deal out of it?" Esther giggled. "Exposing your forehead really makes you look taller. If you walk down the street right now, even I wouldn't recognize you. Please, just get back to your desk quickly." Just then, a notification popped up on Cang Dong Gu's phone. It was Esther teasing him. "So, did you finally make a decision? Is this a full-scale attack this time? It's not what you think. Why is my life so hard?" He noticed M staring at the screen, and Esther was no different. She was even humming, looking so intrigued that Joy couldn't help but wonder who M was interested in. Just then, someone approached. "MX, can I ask you something about the files you posted on the workspace?" "Sure." As they were talking, the girl with the ponytail suddenly realized, wait, the guy who used to sit there quit? Who is this stranger? This made her short-haired friend feel embarrassed. "Sorry about that," she said. "My friend is just like that. Follow me. Quick," she whispered. Hearing that, he hesitated. "What did I even look like before? Everyone's reaction is way more intense than I thought." Night had fallen when she appeared from behind, yawning, and asked, "Cang Dong Gu, you're still not off work?" M replied, "I'm about to finish now. There are so many things I have to organize for next week's proposal." "Are you working overtime for that too?" she asked. She answered, "Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking, assigning this to a designer and a dev." She made a lifeless face. "What's worse is having to work with my ex-boyfriend. I really can't stand it." Hearing that, he didn't know how to comfort her. "Well, you just have to hang in there for a week. You think a week is easy? Just not fighting during the meeting will be a miracle." After work, Esther and Cang Dong Gu were in the elevator together. She pressed the button and said, "You saw their tone when they gave feedback on the chat group, didn't you? Does that look like feedback to you? They're clearly looking for trouble. It won't be long before they find some ridiculous excuse to start a fight." He replied, "I'm sure they wouldn't mix professional and personal matters to that extent." She sighed and kept complaining. "What sin did I commit in my past life to suffer like this? Should I just escalate this right now?" Suddenly, she covered her mouth and said, "Sorry. Am I complaining too much?" "Not at all." Esther looked awkward. "Negative energy is contagious. Cang Dong Gu, you must be having a hard time with the Joy situation too, right?" The two fell silent. Then M spoke up. "If you feel like you can't take it anymore and are about to explode, just come find me. I'll be your emotional trash can, Esther." That made her glance at him, remembering the exact same thing she had once told him. "If you ever have any trouble, just come find me. I'm more than happy to be your emotional trash can." Suddenly, Esther smiled instinctively and teased him, saying, "You better keep your word. If I start bothering someone, they're going to have a rough time." Seeing her say that, Cang Dong Gu tried to take it back. "In that case, I'd like to retract that." She made a huge fuss. "Hey, you're messing with me, aren't you?" Suddenly, the elevator jerked to a halt, making them both realize the situation. In an instant, the elevator lights flickered and went completely dark. Esther was a little scared. Did the elevator stop? It's been breaking down a lot lately. It must be a malfunction. It's only the start of the week, and it's already this unlucky. Something bad is bound to happen next week. Hearing that, Cang Dong Gu tried to comfort her in the only way he could think of. "Clear your bad luck. Just think of this as clearing your bad luck." And 15 minutes passed. Cang Dong Gu checked his watch, thinking to himself, "I've already called the maintenance center, and they said they'd handle it soon. I wonder how long it will be before we get out of here." Suddenly, Esther started breathing heavily, which caught his attention. "What are you doing?" she replied uncomfortably, taking deep breaths. "It's so scary. The power just went out, and the elevator is stuck between floors." Cang Dong Gu suddenly felt like teasing her a bit. We're currently between the second and third floors. You wouldn't die even if it fell, which made her jump. He continued. At most, you'd just break a few bones. I wonder if that would count as a workplace accident? That left Esther speechless. Seriously? Isn't this when you're supposed to say something like, it'll be okay to comfort me? Would you actually say that to Joy too? Hearing that, Cang Dong Gu went silent. That suddenly, she leaned against the wall, her voice trembling. Should we listen to some music? I forgot to bring my headphones. Oh, Cang Dong Gu took something out. Wait a second. Wait for what? I'm holding the headphones. I'm looking for music. Something relaxing, he said, then handed the other earphone to her. This should help calm you down. His face was a bit flustered. We'll be out soon, so don't worry. Hearing that, Esther took it and smiled instinctively. She swayed her hand slightly and asked, That's a good song. What's it called? It really gets you hyped up. A true music addict. This one? I just discovered it recently. Suddenly, the elevator lights came back on, and Esther couldn't help but feel relieved. The elevator's working again. Cang Dong Gu. It's moving. Seeing this, he reached out to take them back. Then give me back my earphones. That made her giggle. Oh. Okay. However, when the elevator doors opened, they didn't expect to see Joy standing right there. She looked at the two of them, stunned. She was speechless with surprise. The other two were sweating, also wearing expressions of shock. Esther hesitantly broke the silence. Joy, didn't you just clock out? Joy glanced away and stammered. I came back to get my wallet. I forgot it. Feeling self-conscious, she reached up to rub her ear. She noticed one of his ears still had an earphone in it. To break the awkward tension, Esther quickly brushed past her, stammering, I'll head out first. My train is coming. Joy replied, Get home safe. But she forgot, and walked away with his other earphone. Cang Dong Gu reached out as if to stop her. Wait. My earphone. He turned around and started walking away, thinking, forget it. If he let Esther return the earphone to him now, it would make the situation even more awkward. But he kindly reminded her, use the freight elevator next door. Joy, this one just got stuck halfway. Joy replied, Oh, right. Thank you. Suddenly, she noticed something. The other side of his ear was missing an earphone. This made Joy's eyes widen in confusion. She swallowed hard. Cang Dong Gu thought to himself that he really wanted to wait for her and go home together. But he kept walking, glancing back repeatedly. See you tomorrow. Then, Joy and Cang Dong Gu stood frozen, staring at each other. He looked completely bewildered. Damn it, I didn't hear a word she just said. Did you say something just now? She gave a forced smile. No, nothing at all. Joy politely turned and waved goodbye. See you tomorrow. Reaching the restricted area, someone suddenly called Esther's name. She turned around in surprise. It seemed Cang Dong Gu had run hard to catch up. He panted, struggling for breath. The earphone. Give it back to me. Esther looked confused and asked, Huh? What is it? Why are you here? Shouldn't you have used that chance to head home with Joy? I could have just returned it tomorrow. She handed him the earphone. He reached out to take it and said, I told you, I'm still thinking about it. Esther sighed. Oh my God. If you keep hesitating like that and someone else swoops in, don't come blaming me. Cang Dong Gu blanked. Who was the one who told me not to rush and to think it over carefully? Huh? She sighed helplessly, meaning that things should just be kept in moderation, you know? Esther asked. I have to go. My train is leaving. What about you, Cang Dong Gu? He remained silent in the busy crowd. Esther focused on her phone, while Cang Dong Gu was lost in thought. It was a long walk from the station to the bus stop, so taking the train today would be much better. She snuck a glance at him, and upon seeing something, Esther's eyes widened in surprise. She hesitated. Whether he moved closer to or further from Joy, that was his choice. He suddenly turned to look at her, but she added, If you choose to walk away, I just hope it's not because you feel like you aren't good enough. Cang Dong Gu asked, What? Do you want me to defend the pride of the entire Gangdong district or something? Esther's face lit up with excitement. That sounds interesting. Do you want me to lend a hand? He quickly retracted his words. No, it's really not necessary. She watched him silently. I've already said that much, haven't I? Cang Dong Gu is really underestimating himself. On the train, they both sat huddled in silence. He spoke up. Can you really trust the words of a drunk person? Their shoulders were pressed together. She replied, Oh my God, MC, what kind of person do you think I am? Esther shot him a look. I'm not the type to just throw compliments around easily. You know, to earn a compliment from someone like me, you'd need 3 lifetimes of good karma. Get it? He hummed in response. She continued to encourage him. Don't think so negatively. If you just maintain the style you had today, At the very least, your chances of success are no longer zero. Esther offered a gentle smile, and Cang Dong Gu looked at her, slowly speaking up. Esther, he started. She looked over. What's wrong? His face was full of confusion. Lately, you keep mixing up casual talk with honorifics, you know? Esther replied excitedly. Well, we're close, aren't we? Why don't we just reveal our ages? If we're within 2 years, let's just be friends. Cang Dong Gu immediately refused with an annoyed look. No way. Like I said, this is the workplace. She sighed helplessly. Fine, fine. Colleagues is enough, right? I know. Actually, I don't really intend to be just friends with you, either. Cang Dong Gu fell silent, lost in thought. Thinking back, I haven't even had the chance to say thank you. Recalling her words, if you don't say it, how would people know? Sorry, I didn't mean it like that. It was thanks to her that he had cleared up the misunderstanding with Joy. Cang Dong Gu murmured. Esther. He hesitated. Thank you. For everything. Suddenly, he stood up, leaving Esther puzzled. My train is here. I'll go first. She smiled lightly and called after him. Ma. She said quietly. I still prefer your version before the edit. She smiled gently. She spoke as he stepped off the train. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. On his way, Cang Dong Gu was lost in silent confusion. What did she mean by that? Just go home. In front of the bakery, Esther stood, deep in thought. She was very indecisive. Iced chamomile tea, 2,000. 501. Hot chamomile tea, 2,000. 501. Suddenly, Joy approached. Esther, you're here early today. She greeted her back. Hi. Well, it's Friday, so I have to make sure I finish work right at 5 p.m. to enjoy the weekend. Esther selected the chamomile tea and said, Pick whatever you want. It's on me. Chamomile tea, 2,000. 501. Joy was quiet for a moment before reaching out to pick the same as Esther. Then I'll have the same, but I'll take the hot one. Hot chamomile tea, 2,000. 501. Both of them laughed together in the cafe. Thanks for the drink. It's nothing. The receipt printed, and payment was completed. Suddenly, Joy stopped talking. A moment later, she said seriously, Esther, I have something to ask you. Joy hesitated. That thing. Suddenly, she saw a very familiar figure in a disheveled state behind Esther. She quickly averted her gaze and brushed it off. Never mind, let's do it another time. This left Esther completely confused. A few days later, a colleague teased him. What's up? Why does your hair look like you just woke up? Cang Dong Gu replied sleepily. Fixing my hair every morning is a pain, so I just stopped. In meeting room number 3, a man crossed his arms and spoke irritably. Is this how you call working? Where is the sample design? Why haven't I seen anything yet? The person speaking was nicknamed Andrew by the company, the business development manager, and Esther's ex-boyfriend. Esther immediately slammed the table in anger. Who was it that suddenly demanded changes and applied the functional version without any notice? He retorted immediately. It takes 2 hours to fix. What's the big deal? Guess I have to show off a little. She looked annoyed at that. Easy for you to talk about other departments' work, right? Cang Dong Gu sat next to her, feeling completely drained. It was barely morning, and it was already like this. In the men's restroom, Cang Dong Gu was washing his hands, trying to soothe himself. Just bear it for 1 week, and it'll all be over. Right then, Andrew pushed the bathroom door open. He walked over and asked, Cang Dong Gu, right? You smoke? He replied, No. Andrew suggested, Then come outside for some fresh air. You're free anyway. He was confused. Then, he wondered, why do I have such a bad feeling about this? They moved outside and stood right by a no-smoking sign. For the sake of those around you, let's work together to eliminate smoke. Andrew started complaining. The designers in our company are honestly problematic. I'm not even talking about their work efficiency. They have absolutely no sense of work priority at all. He kept rambling on, saying that, if you work like that, you'll get roasted anywhere else. If you're going to hire experienced staff, you should at least pick people from reputable places. That's why I say don't start your career at a place like Joe's. Cang Dong Gu groaned inwardly. He was basically forced to come here, and now he had to inhale secondhand smoke too. Is this what he calls fresh air? Andrew had just been venting whatever was on his mind. He asked, Right? Cang Dong Gu gave him a fake smile. Is that so? Then he thought to himself, even if you two used to be a couple, do you really have to go that far? Andrew kept complaining. I've never seen a company that encourages English nicknames while preaching about equality, yet does such a bad job of it. He looked at Andrew and thought, well, there will always be people everywhere who just talk trash about the company and other people. Suddenly, Andrew said, honestly, I don't really belong in a place like this. The smoke from his cigarette billowed out, obscuring the no smoking sign. Cang Dong Gu sighed internally. This is definitely the worst morning I've had in days. A long while later, Cang Dong Gu walked back into the office. He grumbled, "It's past lunchtime already, damn it." He walked to his desk, thinking, so tired. I could just fall asleep right here. That's when he saw Joy still working hard. He froze for a moment, then asked, "It's lunchtime. Aren't you going to eat?" Joy was surprised. "It's that late already?" Cang Dong Gu hesitated. What should he do? He was conflicted, wondering how to bring it up. "I haven't eaten either. How about we go together? Would that be okay to say?" Joy spoke up. "I'm so conflicted. Should I just skip lunch?" He decided he should just nap instead. Just then, she spoke up. "Since it's already like this, let's go eat together." His eyes lit up. They headed to a restaurant near the company. Joy hummed happily while she ate. Cang Dong Gu, sitting across from her, smiled and told himself, "This is definitely the best lunch I've had in days." Seeing her eat so happily made his mood improve too. Just sitting across from her like this made all his morning stress vanish. "How can it be this magical?" Cang Dong Gu asked. "Hey, when is the study group meeting this week?" Joy answered immediately. "Does the schedule work for you? You seem busy all day today." Cang Dong Gu replied, "I'll try my best to leave on time. It shouldn't be a problem," he silently resolved. "If I have to, I'll just work overtime or pull an all-nighter before the study session." She just said, "Oh," which left him feeling uneasy. What's wrong? Why is she so indifferent? Then she said, "Maybe we should take a break this week." It hit him like a bolt from the blue. Seeing his reaction, Joy explained, "I have an English-speaking test this weekend, and the date is getting close, so I need to focus." He remembered her saying, "Actually, I've been practicing speaking lately." It clicked. Was the practice she mentioned earlier all for this test? She asked with a bit of worry. "Is that okay?" He was startled and answered immediately, "Of course, it's for moving on to a better place, after all." He wished her luck. At the company's pantry area, Cang Dong Gu felt extremely down. He worked while pondering, "I never expected that, besides the study group, she's preparing so much for her career change. She must be really serious about this." He remembered Donald's announcement, saying that if Cang Dong Gu didn't mind, the company had agreed to renegotiate his salary around the third quarter. He thought sadly, "Unlike me, she doesn't seem to care much about it." He wondered, if Joy leaves the company soon, wouldn't it be too late by then? On his screen, a notification popped up. An error has occurred with the Business Development Department file. Unable to restore the work file. To restore data to its previous state, please, he sighed. Should have backed it up. He kept asking himself if he would regret this. Esther appeared behind him and spoke up. "Cang Dong Gu, you're here? What's wrong? Did something go wrong? Why do you look so serious?" he asked Esther. "You haven't left for the day yet?" She sighed. "How could I leave? There's a mountain of work left." He took the drink from her hand and said politely, "Thanks." He was curious about Cang Dong Gu. "Esther, do you drink chamomile tea too? I only ever saw you drink iced Americanos." She replied, "I've been having trouble sleeping lately, so I'm trying a 2-week caffeine detox. Can I sit here for a bit?" She called out. Cang Dong Gu, "Hey," then started asking for his opinion. "In this morning's meeting, I acted too emotionally, didn't I? It was like a child's tantrum, no self-control. Is it still too late to apologize?" In his heart, he cursed. That guy was bad-mouthing her behind her back just a moment ago. He told her, "Apologize for what?" The other side was the one picking a fight and being loud first. Esther looked a bit embarrassed, just feeling sorry for Cang Dong Gu. "Being in the middle must have been awkward for you, right?" He observed that, looking closely, Esther was actually almost too kind for her own good. Suddenly, he asked, "Esther, don't you have any regrets about having dated someone like that?" She pondered in silence for a moment. The space went so quiet that you could hear the sound of water droplets falling. They both sat there in silence. Cang Dong Gu was trembling. He blamed himself. "Cang Dong Gu, you idiot. No matter how close you are, you have to know your boundaries." He turned and said, "Sorry. I spoke without thinking." She replied, "I hate him, but I have no regrets." He was surprised, thinking, "She's really calm about it." Esther smiled slightly and continued, "Missing an opportunity. Regretting not trying. I think that's more painful than the breakup itself." She shared optimistically. "Though it was short-lived, I learned a few lessons from this relationship." He watched her and thought to himself that Esther's voice was very firm, her eyes full of confidence. She patted him on the shoulder and laughed. "Besides, there's nothing to apologize for. Between us, there's no need to be so formal." You think to yourself, Esther is really something. Then you reflect. Compared to her, I'm just Cang. Dong Gu recalls that moment when Joy said weekends like that were a bit of a hassle. Then she asked, or are you trying to impress someone? You've always just known how to run away, haven't you? You replay those words in your head, keep hesitating like that, and don't blame me when someone else snatches them away. Cang Dong Gu pauses in thought, then speaks up. Esther is right. She smiles brightly. See? So let's just be comfortable like friends. Don't be shy. You reply out of nowhere, I want to get closer to that person, to surprise Esther. Huh? She lets out. You confess, but I don't know how. I'm really clumsy with things like this. Getting it out, you hesitate, feeling flustered, and squeeze your eyes shut. Finally, you turn to ask for a favor. Esther, please help me. She just stands there, stunned, not understanding what's going on. Esther awkwardly scratches her head. So, Cang Dong Gu, you mean you need someone to ask for advice and help, and you decided the right person for that is me? Cang Dong Gu nods frantically. She asks, but what if I agree to help you? What will you do in return? Cang Dong Gu is flustered by that. Before you can finish your sentence, she speaks up. Isn't that right? You have to give and take, after all. Cang Dong Gu asks. So, what do you want? Esther ponders. She suddenly gets an idea. Esther sets a condition. A use Cang Dong Gu voucher. She thinks for a second. 1 is too little, make it 5. You're confused. But what does that actually do? Esther explains. Just like the name says, a mysterious voucher that fulfills any request. Like a wish, a command, or something similar. You hesitate and suggest, can I just give you cash instead? Esther replies, is that so? If you don't want to, forget it. You're the one losing out, not me. Cang Dong Gu hears this and quickly agrees. No, don't. Let's do it that way. 5 vouchers, right? She beams. Then it's a deal. Transaction complete. At this moment, you ask yourself, I think I've accidentally gotten myself wrapped up in something. I suddenly feel uneasy. Esther clenches her fist with determination. All for a happy future for M and Joy. You do the same, and repeat. For the future. You suddenly wonder and ask Cang Dong Gu, so, where do I start? Esther replies, there's no rush. You're a bit skeptical. Can I really trust her? After a long day at home, Kang Suan smiles and interrogates you. So, how old is this person you like? Cang Dong Gu asks back, who? What's wrong with you? Your sister presses on. The one you said you liked. That pretty girl. Is she older or younger? Doesn't look like there's much of an age gap. You answer, I don't know. Kang Suan is annoyed. You say you like her but you don't even know her age? What is wrong with you? Cang Dong Gu replies, just leave me alone. Your sister just sighs. I spent all that money on your haircut and clothes, and it's all for nothing. You really are hopeless. Forget about dating. Just worry about playing your games. Hearing that, you stay silent and ignore her. You realize, thinking back, that you only found out her real name recently. Age, relationship, history, hobbies, favorite foods, hometown. You admit, just like Esther said, you still don't know much about that girl named Joy. While Cang Dong Gu is working blankly, a voice pipes up. Joy, have you been to that new dessert cafe yet? Joy smiles and replies, I've been meaning to, Jiden says excitedly. I tried it once. It's pretty decent. If you're free this noon, Cang Dong Gu sits nearby, grumbling in his heart. This jerk, why is he always here during work hours? Esther appears right then, grabbing the guy's shirt, pulling him away, and reminding him, Jiden, can't you see you're busy? Don't try to slack off, get back to work. He yells, you're stretching my shirt. It's expensive. Oh my God. She brings up the task for JN. The project access I requested, when can you provide it? She then winks at M. You're speechless in wonder. Did she just help me? Jiden mutters. I was going to do it after lunch. Esther replies. I made it clear that it was urgent, as soon as possible, right? Cang Dong Gu decides that since Esther has helped this much, he can't just sit still anymore. Cang Dong Gu gathers all his courage, turns to Joy, and asks, Are you very busy? Joy works. As she replies, I am busy, but I'm sure I have enough time to go buy that coffee. You shyly ask, Let me go buy it for you. That coffee. Joy turns to look at you. Cang Dong Gu stares back in silence. And then, at the cafe, Cang Dong Gu chooses his order and thinks, since there's no study group this week, there's almost no time to build a connection. He silently says to himself, because of that, I absolutely cannot waste this opportunity. He kindly asks, what would you like to drink, Joy? She replies, I'll have the same. You hold order number 027, 2 chamomile teas to go. Cang Dong Gu stares at the paper and then speaks up. I've been wondering about this for a long time. You ask, how old are you this year, Joy? Even though you pretend to be calm on the outside, you're cheering inside. I said it. Joy doesn't answer immediately but asks, how old do you think I am? Cang Dong Gu is flustered. That you lament silently. The question was thrown right back at you. Cang Dong Gu starts to deduce. This is her 5th year in the industry. If she graduated college and started working right away, she must be older than me. She just smiles. You seem to believe in your calculations, don't you? But seeing her expression, you think, it's over. You angrily scold yourself. Why am I so stupid? I should have answered that she looks younger without hesitating. You rush to fix it. Ah, no. Looking at you, you look the same age, but with so much experience, I couldn't be sure. You grit your teeth and curse yourself again. I shouldn't have even said that. While getting the drinks, Joy says, you really need to broaden your perspective. She says, it might be true that I studied a 4-year bachelor's degree like you said, but I could have just gone to a vocational college, or maybe I only finished high school. She analyzes. Not to mention, it could have taken me a few years to find a job. You smile and reply, true. While thinking, the more she talks, the more confused I get. Joy suddenly asks, speaking of this, does Cang Dong Gu prefer someone older, younger, or the same age? You're dazed. What do you mean prefer? She says, you stutter. I've never thought about it. Joy suggests, then think about it now. You're flustered, thinking, why is she suddenly curious about that? You observe Joy and answer, to me, age doesn't matter. As long as we can go through everything together, anyone is fine. She hears this and smiles at you meaningfully. Then she laughs out loud, avoiding the question quite skillfully. Aren't you? You clarify. I'm being serious. Joy holds her drink and asks, so you're very curious about my age? Cang Dong Gu admits it. She looks at you, leans in close, and whispers, 20. Just as she's about to continue, she changes course. I'm not going to tell you. Joy held her drink and asked, so, you're very curious about my age? Cang Dong Gu admitted it. She looked at him, leaned in close, and whispered, 20. But, as she started to continue, she changed her mind. I'm not going to tell you. A while later, at the vending machine, Esther asked, didn't I see you and Joy going to buy coffee earlier? Why do you look so miserable? Cang Dong Gu sat slumped in his chair and replied, I just drained all my mental energy, and I still couldn't get her to tell me her age. Esther was surprised. Huh? Joy's age? He said dejectedly. I don't even know the age of the person I like. I'm so useless. She spoke up. I thought it was something serious. She said if he wanted to know, she would tell him. He asked, what? She replied, I know Joy's age. Esther suggested that, if he really wanted to know that badly, he should try begging her. Cang Dong Gu sat timidly, looking at the person in front of him with hesitation. Esther covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing a laugh as she watched him. Then, Cang Dong Gu hung his head, feeling conflicted. Never mind. It seems like Joy doesn't want to talk about it, he continued. I don't think finding out through a third party is a good idea. Esther felt helpless and sighed lightly. Goodness, how annoying. Why hold on to that thought when no one knows? Cang Dong Gu looked dejected and silent, but suddenly he pointed his finger at her. Cang Dong Gu asked blankly, but Esther knows, right? Esther looked awkward and denied it. That well. Then he hung his head again, his face unable to hide his sadness. I feel so lucky that the person who knows my secret is Esther. She just looked at him silently, and Cang Dong Gu continued to pour his heart out. Even though Esther is just simply listening to me, like it's just exchanging confessions, I feel so much lighter. Esther gave a forced smile. I don't know about that, but don't come regretting it and asking me to tell you later. One morning, at the company building, he was closing his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, when suddenly someone called his name, very gently, Cang Dong Gu. He imagined Joy brushing her long hair, smiling gently at him. What do you want to eat today? Just tell me, and I'll buy it all for you. Before the image of Joy finished, another voice called out, Dong Gu. This was a different version of Joy. Her hair was in 2 braids, looking very playful. Let's have spicy Sichuan hot pot for dinner, I'm starving. That was the last image of Joy, before another voice called out quite decisively, Hey Cang Dong Gu. This time, Joy was in yet another personality, looking very energetic. Are you free? Let's go out for a drink. Joy, who was the same age as Cang Dong Gu, frowned. The more he thought about it, the more confused and troubled he became. All 3 possibilities seemed plausible. While lost in his imagination, Joy suddenly appeared and greeted him with a smile. Hey, Cang Dong Gu, he replied in surprise. Oh, It's me. Joy looked at Cang Dong Gu in confusion. What are you thinking about that makes your expression so serious, Cang Dong Gu? He clumsily tried to explain. Well, I was just thinking about the impact that the rapid development of AI could have on the programmer recruitment market. Hearing that, Joy burst out laughing. What in the world? Suddenly, she asked him seriously. You asked for my age this morning, didn't you? She set her tablet down on the table and said, instead of my age, I'll tell you a different secret. He looked naive and confused. A different secret? Joy explained. It's my birthday. Looking at her, he thought to himself that if it were her birthday, that was something he was just as curious about as her age. Then Joy pointed to the calendar on the screen. Right here, this date, May 27th. He thought deeply about the birthday. His face suddenly turned pale. May 27th is Cang Dong Gu. Panicked. That's next week. Joy laughed softly and replied, that's right. She smiled awkwardly, hinting at an invitation to her birthday. I'm planning to throw a birthday party. Will you come, Cang Dong Gu? Remember to make a note of it so you don't forget. Cang Dong Gu looked pale and dejected, like a lost soul. I beg you. I've never given a girl a proper gift before. Please help me choose a gift. Esther stood with her arms crossed, leaning against the wall, and spoke up. It's not that hard. But Cang Dong Gu, I didn't expect you to need so much hand-holding. He was suspicious. Why did she suddenly call him by his first name? Then she quickly became cheerful, looking excited. But whatever. Since I promised to help, I have to see it through. Right? I already promised. But before we choose a gift, I have a question. If it were normal, what kind of gift would Cang Dong Gu give Joy? He carefully checked his phone, looking lifeless. Since Joy has a wish list on Gifticon, I was thinking of choosing the most useful thing from that. Esther also looked thoughtful. She asked Cang Dong Gu, so, are you looking at that exact Gifticon page on your phone right now? Cang Dong Gu hesitated, looking at the pile of vouchers on the screen. Esther gave a wry smile. I didn't know she cared so much about health. Seeing that, she suggested that giving something Joy currently needed wouldn't be a bad idea either. Esther looked mysterious. There's still something more important than that. Hearing her say that, Cang Dong Gu asked nervously, what is it? Esther looked at him playfully, teasing him a little. The guy named Cang Dong Gu has romantic feelings for the girl named Joy. You have to let Joy feel that truth. Simply put, it would be a way to flirt gently without putting any pressure on her, but it has to look as natural as possible, okay? Cang Dong Gu was slightly confused. Flirt? Esther looked at him with a meaningful smile. Do you think just giving each other a stack of juice coupons via Gifticon is going to work? Cang Dong Gu actually believed her and was curious. Will she hate that? Realizing there was no progress, she suggested, this isn't working. Let's do this. Go to the shopping mall with me on Friday. He replied, looking blank. Esther explained gently, it's to go choose a gift for Joy together. Cang Dong Gu hesitated, thinking to himself, why does she look so scary? And then, a few days later, on Friday afternoon at the outlet center, Esther looked very cute and energetic. She greeted him happily, hey, Cang Dong Gu. He stood there waiting for her. And the first thing he asked was, why didn't we just leave work together and come here instead of splitting up and coming at different times? Esther replied, oh my, are you that naive, or are you just reckless? Cang Dong Gu was confused. What does that mean? She began to explain. A young male employee and a female employee going shopping together at the mall on a Friday afternoon after work. What would people at the company think if they saw us? That sounded reasonable. Cang Dong Gu couldn't respond for a moment. He pondered for a bit, and then answered, they'd probably misunderstand that we're dating, right? Esther quickly replied, exactly. She was truly observant. He hadn't even made progress with the person he liked, and he was already caught up in ridiculous rumors. Is that okay? You have to be careful. Then Esther handed him a mask. Put this on to cover your face. Cang Dong Gu was surprised. You even prepared this? She carefully instructed him. At this time, the lower floors are crowded. Let's go up to the 7th floor first, and then slowly look around from the top down. Cang Dong Gu agreed to follow her. They stood in a corner inside the elevator. Cang Dong Gu looked tired. He exclaimed, it really is crowded. She just replied, see, it's so hot. The elevator reached the 3rd floor, and the crowd finally thinned out. Cang Dong Gu let out a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness, it's not so cramped anymore. Suddenly, a couple stepped inside. The guy was chattering away, but his girlfriend looked cold and detached. Excuse me, let me through. Just then, she caught sight of Patrick in the elevator. Cang Dong Gu was completely startled and turned around. Why was he here? And was that his girlfriend next to him? The sudden turn forced Esther even closer into his chest. She whispered awkwardly, Cang Dong Gu, it's so cramped. Suddenly, Cang Dong Gu enveloped her, and Esther found herself tucked right into his arms. Caught off guard by the situation, Esther was startled and froze up. Since he was so anxious about seeing Patrick, he didn't even notice his own actions. He kept whispering, Patrick. Patrick is right over there. He was sweating with nerves, and he reminded her, hey, be careful, or someone might see you. Esther felt a bit awkward, her face flushed, and she stayed silent. Suddenly, she leaned in even closer to Cang Dong Gu's chest. This action surprised him as well. She explained nervously and awkwardly, I have to do this so they don't see me from over there. Hearing this, Cang Dong Gu just mumbled in agreement. Esther was so tense she was gripping her dress tightly. After a while, the elevator finally cleared out. They stayed in that same position from start to finish. She whispered, we should have just taken the escalator, right? The elevator finally reached the 7th floor. They stepped out awkwardly and spoke up, embarrassed. We really should have taken the escalator. Cang Dong Gu agreed. That's right, who would have thought Patrick would be at the mall, too? Actually, Patrick had already left on a lower floor. Cang Dong Gu dejectedly followed her instructions, thinking, if we get caught, it'll be a huge hassle, so I better be careful. Joy was sitting there, nibbling on a piece of cake while looking outside. So, had they finally started picking out a gift for real? Esther was looking through items enthusiastically. This one looks good. Seeing her hold a shirt up to his frame, Cang Dong Gu pointed to himself and asked, for me? Esther replied, what are you talking about? How annoying. I said it suits me. Cang Dong Gu felt awkward. Then why were you holding it up against me? Then, she held up 2 hats of different colors and asked for his opinion. What about this one? Which color looks better? After observing for a moment, Cang Dong Gu gave a serious assessment. I think the beige one. Noticing she was happily trying on hats, Cang Dong Gu reminded her, exhausted. Hey Esther, I think we're straying from the original purpose of today's trip. She just replied, oh, Cang Dong Gu, you don't understand the warm-up phase. I'm synchronizing myself with the mall. Cang Dong Gu looked confused. What was that? Esther then coaxed him. I'm so thirsty. Let's get a drink while we walk. He secretly wondered if he could actually trust this girl. Sometime later, it was almost 7 in the evening. After Esther's hour-long warm-up ended, ignoring the fact that Cang Dong Gu looked like a dead man, she continued to shop calmly. Hand cream is a bit boring, and a cosmetic set is too expensive. He thought to himself, finally, we're starting to choose a gift. Suddenly, Esther called out, Cang Dong Gu, are you even listening to me? Cang Dong Gu returned to reality, looking dazed. Huh? She pointed at her phone screen. I asked what you think about gifting a reed diffuser or room spray. Why are you so distracted? Pay attention. Cang Dong Gu thought about what Joy had said before. Room spray. My apartment is small, just a 1.5 room, and being alone in it feels lonely and boring. He guessed that if he could fill the room with a pleasant scent, maybe she would feel less lonely. They started moving to another spot. Esther agreed. I think that's a great idea. As long as it's not too expensive, the recipient will surely be happy. Let's go with the room spray. It might be better than the reed diffuser. Cang Dong Gu asked her, exhausted. I didn't pay much attention, but is there a reason? Seeing him like that, Esther happily explained. A reed diffuser stays in one place, right? But with room spray, someone has to use it by hand every single time. Esther gave him a sly look, intending to tease Cang Dong Gu. In other words, every time she uses it, Joy might unintentionally think of you. Just thinking about the scene, Joy liking it, knowing it was a gift from Cang Dong Gu wasn't that perfect? Like this, she proudly pointed out. Cang Dong Gu marveled. So it has such a deep meaning? They arrived in front of the Pop Cup store, and she worried. Now the problem is, which scent should we choose? The staff member introduced the product warmly. Would you like to try this scent? It is our store's signature fragrance, and it is our current bestseller. Cang Dong Gu carefully smelled each one. The staff member smiled and asked, does your girlfriend have a favorite scent? If she does, please let me know. Esther was slightly startled by being called that. My girlfriend? Oh, he quickly denied it. We aren't in that kind of relationship, but thank you for the suggestion. The staff member was flustered and apologized. Seeing him like that, she nudged him lightly. Hey, Cang Dong Gu, you're not angry, right? Because I feel like I'm the one who should be angry. Cang Dong Gu just replied, I didn't say anything. After a while, Esther finally chose what she wanted. Okay, I've decided on this one. It's quite similar to the scent Miss Joy uses, she continued. Although I personally like this one better, I'll probably just order it for myself later. Esther told Cang Dong Gu, you go pay for it, okay? I'm going to the restroom. He looked silently at the room spray in front of him. It was dark outside, and streetlights were shining everywhere. The two of them were on their way back. Suddenly, Esther spoke up. Cang Dong Gu, listen carefully. I'm telling you in advance. I'm giving Joy 2 movie tickets for her birthday. He mumbled in agreement while listening. Esther was excited. Your mission is simple. Go watch the movie with Joy. Just the two of you. Hearing that, Cang Dong Gu was a bit surprised and immediately got nervous. Can someone as sober as me say things like that? That doesn't seem very feasible. Seeing this, she got annoyed. Oh my god, if you keep acting like this, how many generations will it take to close the distance? Esther explained flatly. Not expressing anything and just hoping the other person understands on their own, that's selfish. Hearing her say that, Cang Dong Gu was momentarily speechless and couldn't find the words. Then he opened up. I'm also worried. If someone who has never been considered as the opposite sex suddenly accelerates their approach, it might make the other person feel burdened. She sincerely advised him, then just use a clever reason or a suitable excuse. Don't think about it too hard or too complexly. If you make it complicated, it will only make the other person feel complicated too. Then, she cracked a joke to lighten the mood. Just be natural, let it flow like water, okay? Cang Dong Gu was confused. I really don't understand anything. After a while, they reached the subway station. Esther turned to say goodbye to Cang Dong Gu. Well, have a great weekend. I'm going now. Seeing her about to leave, he hurriedly rummaged through his things. Esther, wait a second. Take this. Cang Dong Gu held out a gift box. It was the room spray scent she liked. Esther took the gift, dazed, and asked, What is this? Cang Dong Gu scratched his neck, embarrassed. Thanks for helping me today. Think of it as a return gift. I noticed you seemed interested in it earlier, and I was afraid you'd refuse. He explained it was the smallest size, so she shouldn't feel burdened. Esther was surprised and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to be so thoughtful. Cang Dong Gu looked confused. Huh? She laughed. I'm not exactly picky, so I won't stand on ceremony. Esther took the gift and waved goodbye happily. Get home safely. A little later, Cang Dong Gu sat waiting at the bus stop. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. Instinctively, he glanced over and opened it to find a message from Esther. Cang Dong Gu stared at the screen, confused. What the? When did I save someone under a weird name like this? Esther, thanks for the gift. Then it hit him right. She had added it herself back then. Cang Dong Gu tapped to read the message. Esther here. Thanks for the gift. I don't think I got to say it properly. Today was so much fun, I'm definitely going to get a lot of use out of it. Reading her message, Cang Dong Gu smiled softly. He couldn't help but chuckle as he typed back, Take care on your way home, too. Looking at his phone, Cang Dong Gu let out a sigh of relief, but then he fell into a deep silence, his eyes fixed intently on the screen. He was staring at Joy's KakaoTalk profile. He wondered to himself, did she actually like the gift? Suddenly, Esther's words from earlier echoed in his mind. Not expressing how you feel and just hoping the other person figures it out is just selfish. His heart skipped a beat. A sense of unease washed over him, something completely different from his usual nerves. Was he afraid of losing her? Cang Dong Gu closed his eyes, lost in thought. He had spent his whole life keeping people at a distance, and he never realized how hard it would be to bridge that gap. Gazing at Joy's profile picture, he just hoped she didn't feel burdened by it. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind him. Cang Dong Gu turned around instinctively. To his surprise, Joy was standing right behind the bus stop. She spoke up innocently. That's my profile picture. Joy's voice came from behind again. That's my profile picture. Her sudden appearance made Cang Dong Gu tense up. He had never felt his heart beat this fast before. Oh my god, how long has she been standing there? Didn't she say she was leaving work early to study? Cang Dong Gu panicked internally. Why did she have to catch me right now? She doesn't think I'm some kind of creep, does she? Still, he had to answer her. Oh, that? Actually, I was just about to message you to see when you'd be free for a group study session next week. He gave a stiff, awkward smile. Joy turned to leave as she replied, Is that so? Then let's do the study session after my birthday party. Cang Dong Gu felt a rush of relief. I survived. I made it through that without a scratch, right? Cang Dong Gu quickly spoke up. Yeah, sure, Joy. Just leaving work now? She turned back around to answer. No, I was just at a nearby cafe studying for my finals. I can't concentrate at home. Out of the corner of his eye, Jae-in noticed something. Wait, did you just come from the mall? He was about to answer. This is when Cang Dong Gu suddenly stopped himself. Wait, think about this. There are so many gossip mongers at the office. He was overthinking it again. He usually only sent coffee gift cards for colleagues' birthdays. If word got out that he had bought a real gift for Joy, it would definitely lead to misunderstandings. Cang Dong Gu's hesitation made her give him a suspicious look. Sensing an opening, Joy joked playfully, "Oh, don't tell me, is it for my birthday next week?" The air went silent, and she had to keep talking to fill the void. "Sorry, I was just joking." But before she could finish, Cang Dong Gu cut her off. "No, this really is a gift for you, Joy." His words left her stunned. Cang Dong Gu was doing the math in his head. It was safer to just give it to her now than to risk it at the office. So, he decided to just go for it. "I caught it while it was on a big sale, so please, just take it." Cang Dong Gu smiled sincerely. "Happy early birthday." Joy was completely taken aback. "I'm genuinely surprised. Thank you, I mean that." He said a clumsy goodbye. "Anyway, my bus is here, so I'll get going." Before Cang Dong Gu could leave, she called out, "Wait, Cang Dong Gu." Joy asked with a shy smile, "When is your birthday? I want to mark it on my calendar." Cang Dong Gu hesitated. "Oh, my birthday is." But then, a scene flashed through his mind. Cang Dong Gu's lips parted, but no sound came out. He decided to just get on the bus. "I'm not going to tell you." His response left her frozen in place. Confusion was written all over Joy's face. Time passed, and soon it was May 27th, Joy's birthday party. The restaurant was packed with everyone. Cang Dong Gu carefully glanced to the side. The people sitting with her at that table looked like her close friends from way back. Suddenly, his eyes met Joy's. She quickly turned away, avoiding his gaze. Her reaction made him suspicious. "Are we making eye contact more often today, or is it just in my head?" Just then, Jae-in leaned over and whispered, "We've come all this way already. Are you really going to just go home without saying a word to her?" she asked curiously. "You're just going to sit there and eat?" Cang Dong Gu hesitated for a moment. "It's not like that." But Jae-in let out a strange remark. "As expected, my little Cang Dong Gu can't live without me." He looked at her, confused. "Huh?" She whispered with an amused expression. "I'll make an exception this time. Consider this a return for that gift from before." Cang Dong Gu didn't quite catch that, but suddenly, Jae-in raised her hand and said excitedly to the whole group, "Hey everyone, how about we switch seats? It's boring just sitting next to the same people." Leo also thought it sounded fun. "Oh, that's a good idea." She started rearranging them. "Okay, Cang Dong Gu, you switch with Jin, and Leo, you switch with Andy." Dun-go volunteered. "Oh, let me sit there instead. I know you hate sitting on the end." Leo was caught off guard. "Wait, me?" A while later, while holding a beer, he started rambling. "So, on my last vacation, I went to that resort with a senior friend of mine, Dun-go's. Non-stop chatter was starting to annoy him. Why is this guy so hyped up today?" Suddenly, Cang Dong Gu's phone chimed with a notification. On the screen was a message from Joy. "My exam went really well. I think it was thanks to you, Cang Dong Gu." And just like that, their eyes met again. Seeing him, she flashed a gentle, bright smile. Her action made him suspicious. "She said it was thanks to me? Does she mean something by that?" Just then, Leo chimed in. "Oh right, Cang Dong Gu, you coming to the after party?" Cang Dong Gu didn't know how to answer, but someone else cut him off. "Hey, Cang Dong Gu never drinks. Don't pressure him and bother him." Dun-go even started bringing up old stories. "You didn't come to the party last time either, did you, Cang Dong Gu?" It made me feel a bit awkward. And then, as the moon climbed high, the whole building lit up with glowing lights. Esther took out an item and said, "Here, MC, this is medicine for you. Take it first." Cang Dong Gu took it and thanked her. She leaned in, teasing him playfully. Most people would quietly slip away after the party. "But you're actually going to the after party? What kind of wind blew you this way?" He didn't answer and changed the subject. "Aren't you skipping the after party, Esther?" Hearing that, Esther replied, "I still have some work to finish back at the office." Cang Dong Gu was surprised by her plan. "You're still planning to go back to the office at this hour?" Esther glanced at him and asked with a sly smile, "What's wrong? Do you want to help me? Do you feel sorry for me having to pull an all-nighter alone in a dark office too?" That remark made Cang Dong Gu feel flustered. His honesty left Esther speechless. "I was just joking, and you took it so seriously?" "Honestly, it was just a light-hearted comment, but it backfired. On occasions like this, you should try to make a good impression on Joy." With that, she bid him farewell. "Everyone is heading out. I'll go say a quick hello and then head off." He didn't know what else to say, so he just offered encouragement. "Good luck, Esther, but you should take it easy too." Even now, she still found room to tease him. "So, are you telling me to work hard or take it easy?" But he replied honestly that doing both, taking it slow while trying his best, was fine too. That gave Esther a completely different perspective on him. A sincere smile played on her lips. Finally, Esther agreed with Cang Dong Gu. "All right, then I'll try to take it slow while giving it my all." The scene shifted quickly. At a bar in the city, the group continued to the second round. Cang Dong Gu held the pack of medicine in his hand, feeling dazed. He looked at it, his heart heavy with worry. He had been helped by her so much today, but it seemed he hadn't thanked her yet. Leo suddenly noticed Cang Dong Gu's expression and asked, "Cang Dong Gu, what on earth are you thinking about? Is this whiskey too strong?" His attention made Cang Dong Gu offer a strained smile. "Oh, it's nothing." Meanwhile, Hai Ri, already tipsy, asked Joy, "Among all the gifts received this time, which one was particularly impressive?" Dungo chimed in immediately after. "Geez, why would you ask such an awkward question?" She laughed and replied, "Just curious." "Are you curious too, Jiden?" It was tough for Joy to figure out how to answer. Everyone put so much heart into preparing their gifts. How could I choose? I'm extremely grateful for all of them. Hairi heard this and complimented her. As expected, "Joy, you're so sweet." She breathed a sigh of relief and replied, "Then, learn from her." Hairi, upon hearing that, snapped in anger, "Do you want to die?" Still, Joy provided an answer. But if I really had to pick one gift that impressed me the most, it would be," she cast a subtle glance toward Cang Dong Gu. Then, the answer was revealed. The air freshener spray. A loud voice echoed all the way outside. "Air freshener?" A drunken Hairi shouted loudly. "Oh my god, what? Who gave that? Is that person hitting on Joy?" Joy laughed and refuted it. "It's not like that." Meanwhile, Leo handed Cang Dong Gu a napkin. "Cang Dong Gu, are you okay?" He took it and replied awkwardly, Yeah, thanks." The other girl's words weighed more and more on him. If a guy doesn't give flowers or coffee but gives a fancy gift like something from a mall, he's 100% interested in Joy. Yet, she just played along with a vague response. "You're wrong. A girl chose it." Hearing that, Hairi gave up and stopped digging. "Is that so?" That killed the mood. "Hey MC, what did you give Joy?" Cang Dong Gu was suddenly mentioned and startled, asking back, "Huh? Me?" Right at that moment, someone chimed in, "It's definitely just lip balm again. Who needs that? All the other members get the same thing for their birthdays anyway." That made him break into a cold sweat as he replied, "Right, it's lip balm. Who needs that?" Duango kept chatting happily, while Cang Dong Gu's face turned beet red. "You don't usually drink whiskey, do you?" Cang Dong Gu's voice grew quieter. "It's probably because I haven't had alcohol in a long time." Finally, Joy stepped in to help him out. "Do you want to go outside for some fresh air?" Outside, Cang Dong Gu's footsteps were unsteady, his mind spinning. Was it because he drank while under extreme stress? His stomach was churning, and he felt like throwing up. He had never felt like this before. In his head, he was silently praying there wouldn't be a third round. Suddenly, she walked out of the bar. "I'm heading out for some air too." As soon as Joy saw him, she started to explain. "Hairi went a bit overboard, didn't she? But don't worry, I won't misunderstand." Cang Dong Gu didn't know what to say besides, "Oh, he turned his face away, thinking to himself, I don't know if her not misunderstanding is a good or a bad thing. Her next words left Cang Dong Gu stunned. "Oh, by the way, Jeden is suggesting a third round. What do you think, Cang Dong Gu?" In reality, his heart was sighing in frustration. Why is it that guy again? I just want to go home and sleep. But on the outside, Cang Dong Gu still acted as if he agreed. "Of course we have to go," Joy exclaimed with joy. "Really? If you weren't going, I was just about to tell everyone to call it a night." Poor Cang Dong Gu and his pride. If only he had spoken his true feelings. He patted his own cheeks to comfort himself. "Oh, come on, Cang Dong Gu. Today is a happy day." Cang Dong Gu's darkness suddenly filled his eyes, and Cang Dong Gu woke up from his sleep with a start. It was the next morning, and he was lying in bed. After a while, Cang Dong Gu finally sobered up and rummaged through the fridge. His head felt like it was going to explode. How did I even get home yesterday? Is this the instinctive navigation people talk about? He tried to remember while checking his phone. He only vaguely recalled Jeden forcing him to drink whiskey. Quote, 9:21 a.m. If I finish showering and catch a taxi immediately, I might barely avoid being late. Suddenly, Cang Dong Gu stared at the screen, which showed a call log with Joy. He was completely shocked. What is this? Even now, Cang Dong Gu couldn't believe his eyes. A 1-3-minute call. And I was the one who called her? His eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Damn it, I don't remember anything. What on earth did we talk about? Cang Dong Gu's mood was like the sky. Cang Dong Gu, you idiot, what have you done? Since it was raining heavily outside, he looked at the raindrops tapping against the window at work, lost in thought. Up until this very moment, I still can't remember a thing. Could I have done something stupid? The person Cang Dong Gu had been watching this whole time was her. For instance, when it comes to confessing feelings, Joy suddenly glances over at him. At this moment, he starts worrying. Oh no. Absolutely not. She suddenly holds out a carton of milk. Cang Dong Gu. I bought this at the convenience store. It was buy one, get one free. Cang Dong Gu quickly replies, thank you. He carefully looks at Joy once more. It seems like everything is still okay. If he had done something wrong, she wouldn't be treating him like this. Still, deep down, Donggu feels panicked and uncertain. Maybe this girl is just being polite and pretending nothing happened. In his head, he's screaming, and his brain feels like it's about to explode. Might as well just ask her directly. So, Donggu decides to act. Regarding what we mentioned yesterday, Joy smiles brightly and asks, oh, you mean the thing we talked about on the phone yesterday? When will that happen? Her question leaves Donggu deeply worried. What on earth did he say yesterday? Just then, Joy lowers her voice to a whisper. How about we discuss it in more detail after work today? We still have a study group session anyway. She smiles and asks again, how does that sound? Cang Donggu's expression is more confused than ever. He hesitates before agreeing. Sure, that works. But inside, Cang Dong-gu is scolding himself. You idiot. You don't even know what it is. So why did you agree so easily? After the storm, the sun shines brighter than ever for Cang Dong-gu. The sound of traffic is noisy throughout the streets. Currently, the two of them are on the bus after work, on their way to the study group. Suddenly, Dong-gu speaks up first, hesitantly probing. Did I do anything strange yesterday? It's been a long time since I drank that much. Joy smiles to reassure him. Not at all. You were perfectly normal. That makes Cang Dong-gu sigh in relief. That's a relief. Right then, she notices an empty seat. I'll go sit down first. Cang Dong-gu agrees. Ah, sure, go ahead. Suddenly, Joy remembers something. Right. About what I was going to say earlier. She carefully glances at Cang Dong-gu and asks, Cang Dong-gu, when are you free? That look makes him daze for a moment. When exactly would that be? Joy hears this and replies, I'm free all week, but next week I'm busy, except for Monday and Tuesday. While Cang Dong-gu is terrified inside, he thinks, calm down. I need to try and guess the context based on our conversation. In his head, he tries to guess, is she trying to schedule something? Is it related to the study group? Then, Cang Dong-gu smiles and asks back, you mean the study group schedule, right? But Joy's response is different. No, that's not it. I meant the thing we talked about over the phone early this morning. Hearing that, Dong-gu starts sweating even more. Oh, you mean the call from early this morning? Suddenly, Joy catches on and asks, Dong-gu, don't tell me you don't remember anything? He hesitates and admits, yeah, I have a memory blackout for that part. She doesn't say anything yet, which makes Dong-gu feel even more anxious. But then, Joy suddenly bursts into laughter. Oh my god, I'm dying of laughter. She can't hold back her tears. You don't remember anything, yet you were talking to me all night? Even so, he is still curious about that call. Can you tell me now? What on earth did we talk about? Joy doesn't give him a hard time anymore and says, Cang Dong-gu. Her expression turns a bit pouty as she replies, you said we would go watch a movie together. According to Joy, the purpose of the date was to celebrate him doing well on his exam and to celebrate the study group making good progress. Cang Dong-gu is stunned when he hears that. Did I really say that? She looks at his face and sighs. Seriously? You really don't remember any of it? So, was it just something said while drunk? As if hit in his weak spot, Cang Dong-gu can't find the words. After a moment, he finally manages to respond. It seems I let my true feelings slip while I was drunk. That sentence from Cang Dong-gu makes Joy shy, and even he feels that it sounds a bit strange. Did that sound too weird? Dong-gu turns his face away and continues. I mean, the thing is, but he gets interrupted by her. She looks at him, uncertain, and asks, are you really going to see a movie with me? He hears that and freezes, staring at her intently. For a moment, Cang Dong-gu doesn't know what to say. Finally, he admits it. Yes, let's go together. The train station announcement rings out. The next day, the sky is clear and sunny. Now, in the second meeting room at work, the phone screen displays a chat between Joy and Cang Dong-gu. I'll book the movie tickets for after work this Friday. Send me your account number, and I'll transfer the money for the ticket. Don't bother, just treat me to dinner. He rereads the message, his heart racing. After work, the movie date is only 2 days away. No, don't get so excited. Cang Dong-gu, it's just a movie. Cang Dong-gu quickly returns to his work mode. Let's focus on work now. Wait, why do we have to meet in the meeting room? Mickey asks nervously. Cang Dong-gu, is Esther not here yet? He checks his watch and replies, she's probably late because of the meeting with the design team. Andrew hears this and speaks up irritably. She always acts so busy. Let's just start without her. Hearing that, the other two have no choice but to agree. Okay. Deep down, Dong Gu wonders, Cang Dong Gu, why is this guy always in such a foul mood? So, he starts the meeting. It's nothing too major. I called everyone here because the proposal we worked on last time, unfortunately, we were slightly edged out by the competition and lost. Cang Dong Gu exclaims with regret, feeling sad for everyone's hard work. That's a shame. Cang Dong Gu and Esther worked so hard to support it. He doesn't take all the credit for himself. That's not true. You two worked the hardest. Suddenly, Andrew starts criticizing. I told you so. I mean, not you, Esther. I told you she wasn't good enough. Andrew points out errors full of frustration, looking at the attached design and tossing it around. Dong Gu silently keeps to himself. Don't pay him any mind. Cang Dong Gu, getting stressed is useless and only hurts you. Even so, he continues to nitpick. During the presentation, the competitors compared their designs to ours. It was so embarrassing I could die. Even Mickey feels awkward. As for Dong Gu, he remains silent, ignoring it, as he usually does. Andrew's voice continues to drone on. You've been working at this company for 2 or 3 years, and your skill level is still only at that? It's clear why. Meanwhile, in his mind, he is trying to look away. There's no shortage of people talking trash in the company. Cang Dong Gu sits in the corner, hypnotizing himself to stay calm. Better not to meddle in other people's business. Just let it go in one ear and out the other. Getting involved won't do you any good. He inwardly reflected on the lessons from his past. Even if it was short-lived, I still learned a few things from this relationship. Cang Dong Gu's eyes were filled with darkness. Anne had been rambling on for a while now. The designers at this company really have a major problem. If we aren't on the same level, how can we collaborate effectively? But this time, someone cut him off, and he stopped. Finally, Andrew stopped his lecture. He looked at Dong Gu in disbelief. What? The ice in the coffee gradually melted, much like his composure, which was slowly fading away, crossing the very line he never wanted to step over. Cang Dong Gu spoke in a cold, icy tone. If it's something you can't say in front of the people involved, then don't say it behind their backs either. His inner self went silent for a moment. He had already crossed the line. Cang Dong Gu even countered. And regarding the application you mentioned, our team won the award, not yours, last year. That made, and laugh scornfully, and retort, what do you mean by that? Even though Joy didn't express it, he still spoke up. Hey, my company's designers are actually very capable. Mickey took the opportunity to mediate. I think there's a misunderstanding here. Why don't we let Anne finish what he wants to say first? But it seemed like Cang Dong Gu couldn't take it anymore. Sorry. If possible, let's wait 30 minutes and then continue the meeting. He had to concede and agree. Fine, let's do that. Suddenly, he spotted Esther standing behind the door. She softly called out to Cang Dong Gu. He was also surprised to see Esther at that moment. Dong Gu's brows furrowed, and he reached out to firmly grab her wrist. Just like that, Dong Gu pulled Esther away. Don't go in there. She let him lead her away in a daze. Outside, birds were chirping melodiously in the trees. Now, the two of them were sitting on a bench in the courtyard. Only then did Dong Gu's heart begin to settle. If she knew about what had just happened in the meeting room, but suddenly, Esther spoke up first. What is it? Why did you suddenly pull me all the way out here? What about the meeting with the business development team? He thought to himself, she would definitely be very sad. So, he decided to hide what happened earlier. It's nothing major, just that the proposal got rejected. Esther heard this and replied, I heard about that already. He was startled and asked, Huh? You heard? Seeing Cang Dong Gu's expression, she playfully recounted, I was afraid that if I went in, it would make the atmosphere awkward, so I was waiting for the right moment to enter. But I kept waiting and the timing never felt right. Who told them to talk trash about me so blatantly? Even walking in would have felt annoying. Only at that moment did he realize, wait a minute, does that mean she heard the part where he lost his temper too? Cang Dong Gu felt embarrassed and prepared to get up and leave. So, that's how it is? Then, if you'll excuse me. However, his shirt was tugged by Esther, who asked, why did you do that? Cang Dong Gu turned pale, feeling guilty. Huh? Do what? She persisted, refusing to let go. Why did you just barge in like that? It's not like you at all. Esther frowned, reminding him. Cang Dong Gu knew it perfectly well. Getting involved with someone like that only brings trouble upon yourself. Cang Dong Gu remained silent. After a moment of thought, he spoke calmly. Because I felt angry. The wind rustled through the tree leaves. Deep down, Dong Gu still felt resentful. Before the submission deadline, they kept demanding constant revisions. The other side had it easy, just jotting down a few requirements and sending them over. But what about Esther's side? He remembered clearly the times Esther had to struggle with her work. Because of those few lines, she had to work through the night, staying up until dawn. It was incredibly exhausting. If you're going to make demands, just be clear from the beginning, wouldn't that be better? His hand clenched, showing extreme irritation. He didn't understand why there were still so many rude people. Is it that hard to respect and care for others? Why not try to think from someone else's perspective? Cang Dong Gu was extremely annoyed by the way that person behaved. Esther tried to think about him in a positive light, but that person, Esther's eyes were wide, watching him intently. That made Dong Gu feel awkward. What's wrong? She opened her mouth to reply. It's the first time I've ever seen Cang Dong Gu get this angry. We've been working together for over a year, right? Hearing that, he blushed and retorted shyly, I know how to get angry too. I'm human, after all. Esther's sharp eyes noticed it immediately. Oh, you're blushing. Just like that, Cang Dong Gu had to sit there and endure her teasing. I'm not. Suddenly, Esther brought up the old topic again. But why did you mention the design award earlier? He remembered this and felt embarrassed. That was just but she kept teasing Dong Gu. Oh, why is your face even redder than before? Esther happily reached out to pat him. It's true. Only MCs really understand the true value of my talent. Meanwhile, Cang Dong Gu just wanted to find a hole to crawl into. Oh my god, so embarrassing. Suddenly, she uttered a strange sentence. Oh my, I'm so shy. It's the first time I've heard Esther say things like that. I didn't expect you to think of me that way. Even so, her lips couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, Esther said, Oh, this won't do. I'm going to use it today. Dong didn't understand what was going on and blurted out, Huh? She looked at him, laughing as she said, After work today, I'm going to use my Cang Dong Gu voucher. A noodle shop named Original Noodle appeared, looking rustic, yet cozy. A bowl of hot clam noodles was placed on the table, and next to it, Dong Gu's skeptical voice echoed. You said you'd use the voucher just to, he paused, looking at the bowl of noodles, then continued, just to have someone eat dinner with you? Esther nonchalantly picked up the noodles to eat and joked, Is there a problem? Or do you want to do my work for me instead? She looked at Cang Dong Gu's dark circles and softly comforted him. Fill your stomach first. You've had a tiring day with so many things. The image of Anne flashed through his mind, forcing him to sigh. Today's matter could be considered over, on the grounds that both sides were being overly sensitive, but he still felt uneasy. Hopefully, there wouldn't be any more involvement from now on. Right then, Esther took a sip of the broth and praised it loudly. The broth is top tier. It would be a huge shame not to order more soju with this. Cang Dong Gu immediately called out to the counter, Boss, 2 more bottles of soju, please. Hearing that, she yelled, Hey, what are you doing? He looked at Esther's dissatisfied face and slowly explained, You've been working overtime until late lately. Don't you know? There's a flu going around the company. If your immune system is weak, you'll fall ill immediately. As he finished, she curled her lips into a smile and playfully complained, Now you dare to nag me? Dong bowed his head to eat his noodles and calmly replied, Esther even dares to talk to me without using honorifics. Not long after, cool, refreshing soju was poured into the cups, causing tiny bubbles to constantly rise to the surface of the liquid. Esther smiled as she pushed the cup toward him. He looked taken aback. What's wrong? You were just fuming a second ago. And now you're laughing? She giggled and explained, I'm just happy. It feels like I've been seeing so many different sides of you lately. Your cheerful side, your weak side, and today I even unlocked the side where you get angry and nag people, Esther said, looking intrigued. Does Joy know about this? Cang Dong Gu has so many interesting faces, doesn't he? Cang Dong Gu took a mouthful of noodles and shook his head slightly. Probably not. His low voice resonated in the warm atmosphere of the shop. Ever since I realized I liked her, I've been acting more awkward than usual. She fell silent for a moment before saying gently, I hope she likes you back. Esther rested her chin in her hands and gave him a soft smile. But I'm sure she will, even if she knows your true self. Cang Dong Gu. He just stared at her quietly for a while. Esther laughed and teased him. What is it? Why are you suddenly so quiet? Did my words of encouragement move you that much? He fiddled with the noodles in his bowl with his chopsticks and replied in a lower voice. Oh, no. It's just strange hearing you use my real name. You usually call me Cang Dong Gu. She continued eating her food and replied calmly. I thought something was wrong. I didn't mean anything special by it. Now that you mention it, I don't think you've ever called me by my real name either. Cang Dong Gu froze when he heard that and murmured a response. What? It's not necessary. I'm used to your nickname. A thought flashed through Esther's mind, making her exclaim with suspicion. Wait, don't tell me you still don't know my name. The next second, Esther was stunned by his reply. Esther, right? We've been working together for a year. What am I to you? You even have me saved under my real name in your phone, though you labeled it adorable. He suddenly stopped, looked at her, and asked softly, Esther, your ears are so red. Are you running a fever? Esther hurriedly retorted, What are you talking about? No, I'm not. The noodles are cold. Eat up. Not long after, the sunset gradually descended behind the city's high-rises. Joy returned to the company, exhausted after a stressful day of work. Just then, she happened to run into Dong Gu and Esther walking side by side. Their happy conversation filled the air. Before I head home, I'm going to stop by the cafe for some chamomile tea. Oh, are you buying one for me too? Obviously. Then what are you having? I'll have a chamomile tea too. Joy, just silently, watched their retreating figures and gently smoothed back her hair blown by the wind. Under the honey-colored afternoon sun, she sighed. Walking together again. Huh. The next morning, the clear blue sky was reflected on the office building's glass windows. The ticking of the clock echoed in the quiet space. The clock hands stopped at 8:16. Joy and Cang Dong Gu were caught in the stillness. Each was focused on their own work, yet he felt like he was on pins and needles inside. He seemed quieter than usual. Is it just my imagination? Just then, Joy's lips twitched slightly. She spoke up casually, catching Cang Dong Gu off guard. Cang Dong Gu, who are you closest to? He didn't answer right away, silently calculating in his head. Why ask that all of a sudden? Does this question have a hidden meaning, or is she just trying to make small talk? Cang Dong Gu glanced at Joy's cold expression, hesitating internally. I've never thought about this. If I say I'm closest to Joy, his eyes unconsciously landed on the items on her desk, and he thought to himself, does that sound weird? Then, Dong Gu replied in confusion. Patrick, or probably the others, since I've worked with them the longest. Suddenly remembering something, he added, Oh, and I've gotten closer to Esther recently too. Joy froze upon hearing that, her eyes widening in surprise. The atmosphere sank into silence. Dong Gu took a sip of tea and felt uneasy again. What is this? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Just then, Joy asked something so unexpected that he nearly choked on his drink. Are you two in the stage before dating? He immediately scrambled to explain. Not at all. Why would you think that? Joy avoided Cang Dong Gu's gaze and replied softly. Well, it's just that I've noticed you two have gotten a lot closer than before. She slowly expressed what she had been feeling. How should I put it? It's like you're spending more time together. It seems like a mix of work and personal matters. The moment Joy finished, images from the past flashed through his mind. I think I've been asked this before. Back then, she had probed Dong Gu in the same way. Do you really have something going on with Esther? He sighed and calmly set his teacup on the table. Cang Dong Gu hesitated for a moment before slowly explaining. If he took a deep breath and continued to vent his thoughts. If Esther and I really, had something going on, I wouldn't have asked Joy to go see a movie. Joy went silent after hearing those words, looking at Cang Dong Gu with wide-eyed surprise. He paused, unable to say anything else. Inside, Cang Dong Gu was screaming at his own slip of the tongue. Crap, that's basically saying I want to hit on her, even though it's true. Thinking that, he hurriedly tried to clarify to Joy. I meant that, even though the original purpose of the movie was to celebrate the team's progress, right? Cang Dong Gu looked at her and emphasized every word seriously. In short, there is absolutely nothing between Esther and me. Joy laughed and gently reassured him. I know, I won't misunderstand. Sorry for bothering you while you were working. Cang Dong Gu looked at her and couldn't help but ask suspiciously. You're acting strange today, asking such weird questions out of the blue. Joy was startled and tilted her head. Really? She smiled awkwardly and gently explained her reasoning. I guess I just have a lot on my mind lately. Dong Gu turned to look at her, still suspicious. On your mind? She didn't reply, but her face was already blushing from shyness. She hurriedly changed the subject and made a gentle suggestion. Forget it. I need to go to a cafe to clear my head. Do you want to come along, Cang Dong Gu? Cang Dong Gu was surprised, then slowly nodded in agreement. Huh? Oh, sure. Not long after, the morning sun shone onto each pastry in the cafe. Cang Dong Gu stood at the counter to order and politely offered. Let me treat you today. You've been paying a lot lately. Joy nodded. Thank you. Then, he looked at the menu and continued to tell the clerk. 1 iced chamomile tea for me. Dong Gu expertly chose the drink she liked, while Joy thought, iced chamomile, right? Joy silently watched the screen, pursing her lips in thought. Cold chrysanthemum tea. Then, she shyly spoke up to change her order. Today, I want to try some cold chrysanthemum tea. He secretly felt puzzled by her sudden change. Is chrysanthemum tea trending lately? Why is everyone drinking it? While Dong Gu was taking the receipt, Joy suddenly exclaimed, "Oh, and about that movie on Friday." She looked down at her phone and explained in a low voice. Work suddenly piled up, so I think I'll have to work overtime that day. Hearing that, he froze and went silent for a moment. Don't tell me. Joy looked at him, embarrassed, and tentatively asked, if we have to postpone it for a bit like that, would it be okay? At that same moment, Cang Dong Gu looked at her and replied calmly with a sense of relief. Oh, is that so? Inside, he finally breathed a sigh of relief after a moment of anxiety. Thank goodness, he thought it had been cancelled altogether. Cang Dong Gu took out his phone to check his schedule and nodded. I'm free next week, so that works. What about you? Joy immediately opened her calendar and checked it against his. Then, her finger suddenly froze on the phone screen. Joy looked at it, momentarily stunned. She remained silent for a long time. After a while, Joy hesitantly offered a new suggestion. How about we go this weekend? Joy's gentle voice rang softly in Donggu's ears. Is that okay? He stared at her, completely bewildered, and exclaimed in surprise. This weekend? She saw Donggu's reaction and let out a soft laugh. What's wrong? Am I bothering you again this weekend? Hearing that, he instinctively remembered what he had said to Joy before. Weekends like that are a bit of a bother. Cang Dong Gu coughed a few times and hurriedly explained. No, this weekend is fine. He nodded to confirm and quickly reselected the date. Then let's do this Saturday evening. She immediately replied. Of course. Suddenly, she lowered her voice and gently gave Dong Gu a heads up. Oh, and Hairi is coming over later. Don't be startled. He just nodded slightly and replied in a flustered tone. Oh, sure. A second later, Hairi walked over to them, yawning widely. Joy, Cang Dong Gu. Good morning. Joy immediately smiled and greeted her warmly. Good morning. You're here earlier than usual today, aren't you? She nodded and slowly explained. Because Esther suddenly asked for emergency leave. I need to cover some of her work, so I had to come in early. Hearing that, Joy froze and asked back, full of surprise. Emergency leave? Hairi lowered her voice and slowly recounted Esther's situation. It looks like she has a fever. It hit 39 degrees. She immediately exclaimed in worry. Oh my God, has she gone to the hospital? She rubbed her eyes casually and shook her head helplessly. I'm not sure. Since she lives alone, there's no one to take care of her. She's never been like this before, so I'm really worried. Hearing that, Donggu also lowered his voice to give his assessment. 39 degrees is pretty serious. During that time, Joy quietly looked over at him. 2 days later, on Saturday, at Donggu's simple apartment, he stood in front of the mirror looking at himself, feeling a sense of anticipation in his heart. Today was the day he had been waiting so long for to go see the movie. Cang Dong Gu turned to look at his closet and sighed helplessly. Damn it, why is there nothing to wear? Everything is so gloomy. Right then, a thought flashed through his mind that made him immediately open his phone to check. Wait a minute! Donggu looked pensively at the chat with Esther, which still stopped at his own concerned message. Are you feeling any better? An ominous feeling immediately rose in his heart. I tried messaging her yesterday, but I still haven't received a reply. Don't tell me she's passed out. Donggu stood still for a few seconds, then tried to take a deep breath to regain his composure. He turned off his phone screen and tried to reassure himself. Get a grip. Cang Dong Gu. What are you overthinking for? She's not a child. She knows how to take care of herself. A cold just needs some medicine and it'll go away. Right then, a phone call from Esther made Donggu jump. He immediately picked up and cleared his throat before answering. Hello, are you still alive? Inside, he breathed a sigh of relief, startled by his own reaction. Her weak voice came through the phone. I'm still alive. Hearing that, Donggu muttered to himself. Her voice was completely hoarse. Then he asked in a low voice, Have you been to the doctor yet? Esther let out a long sigh. I was sick 2 days ago, so I could only lie in one spot, and I missed the time to go to the clinic. Today is the weekend, so there's nowhere around here open. Donggu replied in confusion. Is that so? He furrowed his brow, secretly feeling suspicious. But why call me? At the same time, she hesitated to speak. That Esther's hoarse voice, mixed with a few coughs, rang out. Is the, Cang Dong Gu weekend pass still usable? Her words made Donggu jump in panic. Right now? Esther spoke up, embarrassed. It doesn't have to be. But if it's possible, could you do it today? He clenched his fist slightly and muttered to himself. No way. I have plans today. But then Donggu asked back in a gentle tone. Is there anything I can pick up? It's the weekend, and I'm currently at home too. He secretly refused in his heart, so he probably couldn't help with anything. She said, from the phone. The fever wouldn't go down. Can you buy me some fever reducer? Cang Dong Gu steeled his heart, determined to refuse firmly. And yet, his mouth blurted out in agreement. All right, I'll help. The words barely left his lips when Dong Gu froze and screamed internally. Damn it, the sky was so clear and cool today. He walked under the trees, looking unhappily at the scene before him. Cang Dong Gu looked at the high-end apartment building ahead and let out a dejected sigh. In the end, I still came here, he muttered to himself. At least it was still early, and the movie wasn't until evening. His phone still showed Esther's message. I'm so sorry. I intended to go out and buy it myself, but I'm too dizzy to even get up. Cang Dong Gu quickly replied, It's okay. From O Station to Su Station isn't that far anyway. Where should I go? She replied. Apartment building, room 1002. He sighed. If he just stopped by for a bit, he would probably still make it on time. Then Dong Gu carried the bag of medicine to the apartment floor and thought, but isn't this too much? Why me? Am I an errand boy? That thought just passed before he dismissed it himself. Cang Dong Gu? Think about what you've received from her. Cang Dong Gu remembered the memories with Esther and self-encouraged. Just helping Esther a little bit like this is nothing. He squeezed the bag of medicine he had just bought at the shop and whispered encouragement. She trusts you. That's why she asked you. As colleagues, helping each other is the right thing to do. Not long after, Cang Dong Gu stood in front of her door and continued to urge himself on. Yeah, think positively. Today is a fun day. After a moment of thinking, he knocked on the door twice, but no one answered. Around Cang Dong Gu was only a quiet atmosphere. He was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to do next. Leaving the medicine in front of the door and leaving should be fine, right? Should I ring the doorbell? Suddenly, I feel so nervous. What if she's sleeping, and I wake her up? Dong Gu's heart immediately became flustered. Oh, what should I do now? Right then, Esther walked out to open the door with a flushed face and called out softly. Cang Dong Gu looked at her and was momentarily stunned. Inside Esther's house, a vacuum cleaner was slowly wiping away every speck of dust on the floor. Cang Dong Gu sat on the living room sofa and let out a surprised mutter. Is this really a house where someone lives alone? It's so big, maybe 3 or 4 people could live here. He suddenly started giving advice to Esther. Next time, if something like this happens, I advise you to ask friends or family for help. Cang Dong Gu frowned slightly and warned her seriously. In this situation, outsiders might easily misunderstand. She immediately cut him off. You talk too much. Esther walked sluggishly toward the living room and sighed. I might look like this, but I don't have many friends. And as for family, don't even get me started. She flopped down next to Cang Dong Gu and added quietly, the only person I could think of was Cang Dong Gu. I'm sorry. Then Esther curled her lips into a shy smile. Hearing that, he glanced at her and fell into deep thought. Inside, Cang Dong Gu felt a sudden urge to change the subject, feeling terribly embarrassed. So he brought up something else. That reed diffuser I gave you last time, have you used it? Esther nodded innocently in response. It's in the bedroom, right next to the bed. Do you want to go take a look? Cang Dong Gu immediately refused. No need. Yet she giggled. You're blushing. What are you thinking about that made your face turn red? Flustered by Esther's teasing, he gritted his teeth and scolded her. You're sick, yet you still have the energy to tease me. Then he nodded, deciding it was time to leave. But right then, she softened her tone and confessed. Cang Dong Gu is truly a good person. You'll surely make a wonderful boyfriend. Her voice faded away. I have to hurry too. The next second, exhausted, Esther collapsed onto Cang Dong Gu's shoulder and fell asleep. Her face was still flushed from the raging fever. He intently watched Esther for a long time without saying a word. A moment later, bright sunlight streamed into the room through the glass window. Watching her lying on the sofa, Cang Dong Gu secretly thought to himself, should I order some porridge for her before I leave? It seems she took her medicine without eating anything earlier. Just then, Esther suddenly gasped and muttered in her sleep. Cang Dong Gu looked at her worriedly. She didn't look well at all. At that exact moment, a message from Joy arrived on Cang Dong Gu's phone. I'm about to head out. She sent him an address along with a date. Let's eat here after the movie tonight. He read the message and froze instantly. Cang Dong Gu frowned in indecision. What should I do? Before him, Esther lay weakly on the sofa. Cang Dong Gu murmured to himself, It's already time to go. The sunset gradually fell outside Esther's window. She was asleep in her illness, but a strange clattering sound rang in her ears. Esther, awakened by the noise, slowly opened her eyes. She called out weakly, Cang Dong Gu? Cang Dong Gu was cooking in the kitchen. Hearing Esther's voice, he turned his head and asked, You're awake? She slowly sat up on the sofa and rubbed her eyes while looking at him. Meanwhile, Cang Dong Gu had replied to Joy. Joy, I'm really sorry. Something unexpected came up. So can we postpone our date to next time? She took a long time to reply. It's okay. No worries. I haven't even left the house yet. He looked at their chat window and pondered for a long time. Esther suddenly approached Cang Dong Gu and complimented him. Did you cook this yourself? He was momentarily startled and replied hesitantly. I just used some ingredients in the fridge that were about to expire. It might not taste that good. Then Cang Dong Gu quickly tucked his phone into his pocket as he heard her exclaim. I thought you were just going to drop off the medicine and leave. I'm so touched. Esther laughed, teasing him again. Hey, is Cang Dong Gu worried about me? Just like that check-in message on Friday, too. He just looked at her and sighed internally. You clearly saw my awkward reaction, and you're still planning to tease me? Cang Dong Gu stirred the porridge while complaining. Who said that if design work is delayed, it could affect the release schedule? A wave of relief washed over him. Victory is mine. A moment later, a bowl of hot porridge was carefully placed on the table. Esther sat at the table and excitedly opened the conversation. You know what? Cang Dong Gu is the first person of the opposite sex to visit my house. Hearing that, Cang Dong Gu jumped. Why are you suddenly saying that? That doesn't even count as visiting. She saw his reaction, laughed, and continued teasing him. Oh my, you're blushing again. Esther tasted a spoonful of porridge and asked gently. But wait, you didn't have any plans cancelled because you had to stay here with me, did you? Cang Dong Gu immediately frowned and replied in a low voice. I did have plans to see a movie tonight. She paused when she heard his next words, but I already cancelled it. Esther then asked softly. Cang Dong Gu sighed and nodded. Yeah, it's a shame. I was really looking forward to it. Wait, this will make Esther feel awkward. Damn it, I spoke too soon. Cang Dong Gu immediately tried to fix it. Well, that was just postponing the date to another time. You don't need to take it to heart. Yet she just looked at him, stunned, and only managed to mumble in response. Cang Dong Gu immediately thought to himself, oh no, don't make that face. Esther said dejectedly. Oh my god, I'm such an idiot. Damn it. Sitting next to her, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. Why did he make a sick person feel guilty? What should I do now? What should I say? She covered the tears welling in the corners of her eyes with her hand and blamed herself in a low voice. Why did I even call Cang Dong Gu? I'm really sorry. Cang Dong Gu quietly looked at Esther with a restless expression. He squeezed his fist lightly and tried to act calm as he reassured her. A movie date with someone I like is important, indeed. But keeping a promise to a colleague is just as important. She sniffled and asked, what do you mean? Cang Dong Gu sighed and replied bashfully. That use me coupon. The thing that allows you to ask me for anything. There are only 3 uses left now. His next words continued to make Esther feel guilty. Besides, someone is sick to the point they can't even go to the doctor themselves. I really don't feel comfortable leaving you alone. Cang Dong Gu's gaze rested on the medicine bag, and his voice unconsciously softened. Being sick without anyone by your side is dangerous and lonely. She heard those words and pressed her lips together. Esther stared at him and asked cautiously, are you really just postponing it? You didn't cancel it entirely, did you? Cang Dong Gu hesitated for a moment and then gave a soft yes. He told himself, just answer that way for now. By nightfall, Cang Dong Gu said calmly, you look much better now. I should be getting home. Remember to reheat the porridge when you eat, and don't take your medicine on an empty stomach. He turned to leave, but didn't forget to add, on Monday, make sure to see a doctor and remember to open the window once in a while for fresh air. Suddenly, she called out to Cang Dong Gu. She looked at Cang Dong Gu shyly and whispered, I'm sorry. No, wait, thank you so much. He smiled gently and spoke in a warm, low voice. See you on Monday. The door slowly closed, and the ceiling light cast a lonely glow over the corner of the room. Esther stood by the door even though Cang Dong Gu had left long ago. She wrapped her arms around herself and chuckled unconsciously. He really is handsome when he smiles. The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. She stood frozen by the words she had just blurted out, covering her face in embarrassment as she questioned herself. Oh my god, what did I just say? Elsewhere, the elevator chimed as it reached the first floor. Cang Dong Gu stepped out of the apartment building, lost in thought. I think I've gotten a bit too close to Esther, he mused. Maybe even more than necessary. I should probably keep some distance. Then, he suddenly remembered what Joy had said. How should he put it? It was like they were spending more time together, blurring the lines between work and his personal life. Cang Dong Gu sighed to himself and looked at his phone, which was buzzing with her call. This kind of misunderstanding was the last thing he wanted. He decided to seize the opportunity and told himself, I need to apologize properly while I have the chance. Calmly, Cang Dong Gu answered the call. Hello? Suddenly, Joy's excited voice came through. I love watching late-night screenings too. As soon as she finished speaking, his expression shifted visibly. Not long after, in a sparsely populated theater late at night, Joy sat in the lobby, constantly checking her appearance. Just then, a hurried voice rang out. Joy. She stood up immediately and began. Did you run here? There's no need to rush. I'm sure the commercials are still playing. Cang Dong Gu replied breathlessly. Huh? No, not at all. I just walk fast. His heart began to race. Meeting privately on a weekend like this felt so strange. Joy stood before Cang Dong Gu, smiling shyly. Her face was already turning bright red. He marveled at the situation he was actually here at a movie, alone with her. Cang Dong Gu quickly added, I'll go get some popcorn and drinks right away. She gently reminded him, Make it the caramel flavor, please, and a large size for the drink. His heart was practically screaming. Oh God, I'm so nervous I might die. Inside the theater, the low, rumbling dialogue of the movie played. Mr. Dupuis, tell us what happened the night your wife was murdered? Cang Dong Gu peered around the room, feeling a bit suspicious. Is it just because it's so late that there's nobody here? On screen, the movie continued. The fire was huge. I didn't want the wind to spread it, so I handled it myself. Meanwhile, Joy kept looking for their seats row E. He kept his eyes on her back and thought to himself, it's darker than I expected. She might fall if she's not careful. Joy was still fumbling around, looking confused. Where is row E? Seeing this, Cang Dong Gu pulled out his phone. I'll turn on the flashlight. Since there's no one else, it should be fine to turn it on for a second. The sudden flash of light from his phone made her frown slightly in discomfort. He lowered his voice. Watch the steps. It's easy to trip in the dark like this. Before he could even finish, Cang Dong Gu tripped on the steps, lost his balance, and fell. He tumbled right into her, sending popcorn flying everywhere. She stood there, stunned, looking at Cang Dong Gu, and he froze in place as well. A moment later, the voice from the movie rang out. You don't feel any guilt at all, do you, Mr. Dupuis? Cang Dong Gu ignored the screen and cursed under his breath in despair. Damn it. As the two of them shuffled toward their seats, they bumped into something. Their current posture was rather awkward for both of them. Joy spoke up first. Are you okay? Cang Dong Gu stammered. I'm sorry. It was too dark. I was just trying to turn on my phone's flashlight and I slipped. She giggled. If I didn't look closely, I never would have guessed you were the clumsy type. He scolded himself internally. I'm going crazy. Why is nothing going right today? Joy tactfully cleared the awkward air. Thank you. You turned on the light because of me, right? Cang Dong Gu offered a smile that looked more like he was about to cry. That's right. His mind was a complete mess. Because she had to postpone their plans for his sake, he wanted to repay her kindness the best way he could. Cang Dong Gu felt incredibly guilty, and yet, this was how it ended up. The two settled into their seats, their popcorn, drinks, and personal belongings neatly arranged. The theater was completely empty. It seemed only the two of them had chosen this screening. Cang Dong Gu sat there, dejected and blank. Joy felt the atmosphere grow heavy as they sat in silence. Because they were in a movie theater, they automatically lowered their voices. She initiated the conversation by whispering in his ear, Are you really okay today? Didn't you say you had something urgent to take care of? Cang Dong Gu snapped out of his daze. Oh, that? It's all settled now. Joy lowered her eyes slightly. I'm sorry. Calling you out of the blue when you were so busy, he answered calmly. You don't need to apologize. I was the one who canceled first. If anything, I should be thanking you for calling me. Hearing that, her spirits lifted, and she brightened up. That's a relief. But wow, it's so strange being the only two people in the theater. I've never watched a movie at this hour before. How about you? In contrast to her positive energy, Cang Dong Gu just answered whatever she asked. When I was in college, I went a few times with some classmates. Suddenly, his brain processed a specific piece of information. Cang Dong Gu turned to her and asked, Wait a minute, didn't you just say on the phone that you really love late-night movies? Having heard that, Joy, who was nibbling on popcorn, froze and turned to look at him. After a few seconds, she chuckled and replied, Did I? I thought you were just clumsy. But it turns out your memory is pretty bad too? Cang Dong Gu replied, confused. No, I remember you saying that clearly. Seeing him start to panic again, Joy changed the subject. Hey, do you want some popcorn? Cang Dong Gu shook his head. Oh, no. I'm good. The opening music of the film began to play, and both of them turned their eyes to the big screen, munching on popcorn. His ears caught her laughter, and he glanced at the girl focused on the movie. Every time a funny scene came on, Cang Dong Gu meticulously recorded every expression, the sorrow, and of course, the suspense. Those frames were etched into his mind. Her expressions were constantly shifting. Cang Dong Gu couldn't help but marvel. Her expressions are so rich. Joy was unaware of his thoughts and kept watching intently. Finally, she sensed a gaze lingering on her. She glanced over discreetly, but when she turned fully to look, she caught him completely engrossed in the movie. They both turned their eyes back to the screen. Cang Dong Gu's long, slender fingers tightened. If my life were a movie, he sincerely wished, I would want this moment to last forever. High up in the projection booth, through that tiny window, the projector was still doing its job perfectly. 2 hours later, the closing music signaled the end of the movie. Cang Dong Gu felt a twinge of reluctance. The movie was over, and it was time to go home. Truly over. Joy looked just as downcast as he did. It was so hard to find time to meet on the weekend. Since they had to watch the film, they hadn't really been able to talk much. Seeing her so still, he made a guess. Is she asleep? Cang Dong Gu turned his head to look straight ahead, saying nothing. He was trying to find answers to the questions he had posed to himself. He didn't know if it was because he knew she was asleep and couldn't hear him, or if he was simply intoxicated by the atmosphere and the temperature in the room. Like a confession, I wanted to pour my heart out. Dong Gu spoke in a voice so low he wanted her to hear, yet hoped she wouldn't. I like you. On the ceiling, the yellow lights flickered on. He sat there, dazed, his face flushing red. Cang Dong Gu felt his behavior just now was so childish. What am I doing? It's getting late. I should probably wake her up, right? She looked so tired. Both of them were startled the moment their eyes met. He broke out in a cold sweat, as if he'd just done something wrong. I wonder if she heard the confession? Cang Dong Gu nervously changed the subject. That final monologue from the actor, I really liked that kind of narration. Not wanting to be rude, she quickly replied. Oh, I liked it too, I really did, he suggested. Then, let's get going, shall we? Joy quickly tidied up her things. Yeah, outside the theater, the houses, shopping centers, and shops had already closed and turned off their lights. As soon as he stepped outside, Dong Gu glanced at the stats on his smartwatch that was a close one. His heart still wouldn't calm down. The watch on his wrist flashed a warning. High heart rate at 12:50 a.m., 181 beats per minute. His heart rate had been high for about 15 minutes. Even without any intense physical activity, Cang Dong Gu spoke up to hide his nervousness. It's late, the buses have stopped running. We should take a taxi. She calculated the most reasonable route home. We're heading in the same direction anyway. On the way to O Station, I can get off at the stop nearby. He took out his phone. Yeah, that's good. Let me call a taxi. But suddenly, Joy stopped him. Wait, she said, pointing to suggest something. Why don't we walk for a bit before calling a car? It'll help digest the popcorn too. Dong Gu looked at Joy, stunned. It took a few seconds for him to react and quickly put his phone away. Sure enough, the city was already sound asleep late at night. She was the one who started the conversation again. Oh, I have some good news. Cang Dong Gu asked. What good news? Joy held up her phone, smiling radiantly. A job opening finally appeared that I'm really interested in. I'm planning to submit my application next week. He trailed behind her. The timing is perfect. The portfolio for the side project is almost done. I can include that too. She was still immersed in her happiness. That's right. I hope I can get accepted on the first try so I can be done with it. But Cang Dong Gu's mind drifted elsewhere. Since the study group started, this was the first time she was applying for a job, and he didn't feel happy at all. If one of them successfully changes jobs and the study group is no longer a shared connection, then moving forward in this relationship will become increasingly difficult, won't it? Suddenly, Joy turned around to face Cang Dong Gu. Oh, right. I still haven't been treated to dinner yet. You said you'd treat me. Did his face look even more insecure now than before? When do you think would be convenient? She looked surprised. Huh? Cang Dong Gu explained. That time. The more he spoke, the more he felt his words weren't quite right. Wait, is saying it like this putting too much pressure on her? It sounds like he's trying to ask her out on another date. Just as Dong Gu was beating himself up, a muffled laugh broke out. Joy covered her mouth and giggled. Sorry, I just suddenly remembered that gift voucher you sent. You still remember that? Ah, you mean the first day of the study group? She laughed louder. Right. I actually thought we would go eat after we finished studying that day. Cang Dong Gu scratched his head, embarrassed, thinking, was that gift voucher really that strange? Why did you suddenly bring that up? Suddenly, she stopped laughing, her expression becoming quite serious. It feels like we've gotten a lot closer, haven't we? The two of us. His eyes dropped, he gave a gentle smile, his eyes widened. He looked at her silently, then quickly turned red and shifted his gaze elsewhere. This time, Cang Dong Gu spoke up first to break the silence. "I'll call a taxi." After a short wait, both were seated in the taxi. Entering a variable that hadn't been accounted for into the program, it was bound to report an error. He let his mind drift, along with the flickering streetlights. "My life is the same. The appearance of joy in my heart only makes me more clumsy." Donggu's train of thought drifted back to that moment in the theater. "I like you," he sighed, dazed. "I don't know if I can ever look her in the eye and say that." Donggu's eyes slowly closed. Even though he felt anxious and scared, "I still want to do better." Even as he drifted off to sleep, he remembered that goal. There will be a day. The taxi slowed down as it approached the train station. In the car, it wasn't just him who had a lot on his mind. Joy did too. She fidgeted with her fingertips in confusion. "Hey," Joy continued, giving him the green light. "There's a 2 4-hour convenience store in front of my place." Her cheeks flushed slightly. "If you don't mind." But, when Joy looked over, that fool Dong Gu had actually fallen asleep. She smiled and sighed with a bit of disappointment. Joy understood, too. To move forward, they both needed to take it slow. "See you on Monday." Kang Suan adjusted his glasses and complained. "Esther, were you home alone all last weekend?" "My goodness, you must be exhausted, right?" Esther replied happily. "I've fully recovered now. My parents came up here to look after me." Duno waved his hand to get attention. "Joy, that easily released movie is super popular. Have you seen it yet?" Joy coughed once and replied, I'm not really into movies." She excitedly ran over to Cang Dong Gu. "Hey, you look better today than usual. Had a good rest over the weekend?" "Huh," he replied lazily. "Yeah, I didn't step a foot outside the house all weekend." The other guy rambled on without letting Dong Gu speak. "Drinking that grass-flavored stuff again? Seems like you're the only one in the company who drinks that." He stared at the coffee in his hand and sighed. It was just the start of another week, full of lies. Just as Cang Dong Gu left the cafeteria, he stopped near a corner. He looked toward Leo and 2 other colleagues who were discussing something. A few days ago, a programmer on Andy's team suddenly announced he was quitting. He was flustered and confused as they talked. "Is the company you're going to that place that just got a huge investment? I heard the salary is way higher. I'm so jealous." Cang Dong Gu's eyes didn't leave Leo. This was his last week of work. Esther walked up beside him and reminded him, "Cang Dong Gu, why are you standing there blocking the way?" He broke into a nervous sweat. "Oh, sorry, I was just spacing out for a second." She chuckled and nudged Cang Dong Gu. "Are you feeling down because you heard Andy is quitting?" Cang Dong Gu replied in a lazy tone. "We've been working together for a long time, but I'm happy for him that he's moving on to something better." Esther stared at him, wide-eyed. As Cang Dong Gu headed back to his desk, she followed him and probed, "Cang Dong Gu, are you planning on quitting, too?" Esther froze, realizing her question was out of line, and clenched her fists in tension. Esther gave an awkward, flustered laugh. "What was that? Why did you jump like that?" Cang Dong Gu cleared his throat, answering in a panic. "You caught me off guard with that question. Why are you so curious about it?" She forced a smile and explained, "Oh, no. I was just asking since we were talking about Andy." "Hey, don't tell me you're actually thinking of quitting." He chuckled, playing along with her. "No way. I've only been a developer for 2 years. "Quit what?" Esther grumbled, annoyed. "Something's fishy." She thought to herself that she needed to change the subject. Cang Dong Gu grumbled back. It was Esther who was planning to quit, after all. Esther's eyes lit up with interest. "Oh, so you're trying to steer the conversation elsewhere, are you?" he thought to himself, blaming his own slip of the tongue. "Damn it." Esther spoke up to change the topic. "If I decide to stay, I'm going to stick it out for the long haul. It's close to home, no one bothers me when I take leave. And there's a year-end bonus too." Cang Dong Gu thought to himself, bewildered. "I guess my company isn't that bad after all." He shivered in fear as he listened to her angry rant. "It's just a shame that I got caught up in that cursed office romance. It really makes my blood pressure skyrocket. That jerk is always talking behind my back." Esther continued to nag in Cang Dong Gu's ear. "What if we just attack head-on? What do you think?" Cang Dong Gu stammered in panic. 2 against 1, we definitely win." "Why me?" Cang Dong Gu protested. "They say a rotten apple spoils the bunch. Just leave it alone. I think Esther will be the one who wins in the end." She pouted in annoyance. "But there's a limit to how much I can take," he replied, his voice devoid of emotion. "Then call me when that happens. I'll take your side." "Why is this bugged again?" She relaxed her posture, looking clueless. Cang Dong Gu called out, "Esther, your face is a bit red. Are you still running a fever? Did you take your medicine?" Esther snapped back, annoyed. That's all Cang Dong Gu's fault. He looked at her, bewildered. Huh? Me? She pointed at him, raising her voice. Of course, if you want to take medicine, you have to eat first. And because of Cang Dong Gu, I haven't eaten a thing yet. You need to enter the data right here. He broke into a nervous sweat. I'm sorry. Do you want to go eat first? We can discuss work after lunch. Esther sighed wearily. By the time we go out, the restaurants will all be packed. We'll probably have to wait forever. Cang Dong Gu wiped his sweat and asked, Then what do you want me to do? The corners of her mouth curled into a teasing smile. What else? Obviously, make Cang Dong Gu take responsibility. He glanced over at her, ready to take responsibility. Finally, they both left the office and went to a convenience store. Seeing her grab pre-made food, Cang Dong Gu frowned and grumbled, Is it really okay to just eat pre-made food like this? Esther replied cheerfully, It's fine, it's fine. My nose is still stuffed up, so the flavor doesn't really matter anyway. He followed behind her, thinking, She says that. But she looks much better than she did over the weekend. Esther kept talking as they walked. I've thought it over. Cang Dong Gu listened to her in silence. Maybe it would be better if I kept some distance from you. He felt a flicker of interest in what she would say next. Someone in accounting asked about my relationship with you. She rattled on and on. It's true that we've seemed closer lately for various reasons. We've been working overtime together a lot too. If that's what it looks like to others, what if Joy finds out and gets the wrong idea? Cang Dong Gu thought of Joy's face. Well, I do think we've become a lot closer than before. His train of thought continued. Esther and I really have gotten too close, maybe even more than necessary. Maybe I should keep my distance from her. Cang Dong Gu scratched his head, realizing that Esther was having the same thoughts as him. He remained silent, letting her speak. I said I would help with your love life, so even if I can't help, at least I won't get in your way. Cang Dong Gu thought that while she might look okay on the outside, she was surely still hung up on last weekend. He replied, Thanks for your concern. Then, the two of them stood and waited for the elevator back to the office. She stepped into the elevator and carefully pressed the button for the 10th floor. Esther's finger froze as she heard Cang Dong Gu speak. Hey, Joy and I already went to see a movie. She went still as she heard his next words. You don't need to worry about what happened over the weekend anymore. Esther stood there in silence, reflecting on what he said. She smiled and replied, Well, that's great. So, how was the movie? Cang Dong Gu continued. I don't know, honestly. It was just really tense. Esther was eager to help. If you need anything or have any questions, just message me. You can call me too. He nodded in response. I'd be afraid of bothering you. I'll do my best within my capabilities. She laughed and replied in a sweet voice. I need to do my part too, right? I already received the 10 Use Cang Dong Gu vouchers. There are about 8 left, right? Cang Dong Gu's expression turned serious, his voice dropping. There were only 5 to begin with. Now there are 3. Esther pouted, frustrated. Stop being so stingy. Just a few more. What's the big deal? He relaxed his face and sighed. It's not just a few. That's double the amount. She stepped out of the elevator first. Cang Dong Gu was about to head back to work. Oh, I'm going to the break room to eat. He froze, stammering. Oh, okay. Cang Dong Gu thought to himself, it seems she's already starting to keep her distance. I need to be more careful too. Esther waved goodbye. Have a good afternoon. Yeah. He raised his hand to reply. You too, Esther. He jumped, looking down at his phone when he heard a notification. It was a company internal message notification, a message from Leo, Andy. Hey, can you meet for a bit before you leave at the cafe across the street on the 1st floor? Cang Dong Gu read the message from him. He headed to the cafe downstairs instead of going up to the office. Joy waved and said with a smile, Oh, is that Cang Dong Gu? Cang Dong Gu hesitated, feeling guarded. Oh, what are you doing here? She asked, looking puzzled. Andy wanted to meet with me for a bit. Don't tell me you too? He nodded, feeling confused. Yeah, me too, Andy called out. Cang Dong Gu broke into a sweat, startled as Leo suddenly appeared behind him. Sorry I'm late. I had to sign the handover papers. He looked grim and dejected. I already ordered drinks through the app. Cang Dong Gu sat down next to him. Yeah, he gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, You scared me to death. Leo put his phone on the table and said, You're both about to leave for the day, so I'll be brief and get straight to the point. He pushed his glasses up. I want to suggest that you both switch jobs, Leo said, stirring his coffee, while the only sound in the cafe was his voice. At my new company, I'll be taking on the role of team leader for the new development project. He continued to pitch the offer, and since he was talking about 2 positions, he wanted to invite both of them. A sudden thought flashed through Cang Dong Gu's mind. I suddenly had a realization. Leo continued. If you hire people who haven't been vetted, it always comes with risks. They were listening intently to him, so I thought about reaching out to colleagues I had worked with before. He carefully weighed his options. If I moved to the same company as her, wouldn't we be able to keep being by each other's side just like we are now? He went on and on about the game. As for Joy and Ma, I trust both their skills and their character. Oh, the company introduction documents have been sent to your private messages. Cang Dong Gu picked up his phone and checked it after the notification sound. It even includes overtime pay. A big company like that really does have good benefits. He furrowed his brows and thought. But I also know very well, Joy replied. I'm truly grateful for this offer. But, she wore a radiant smile. I'm afraid I can't, because I'm already setting my sights on somewhere else. Cang Dong Gu stared intently at the phone screen in his hand. That girl's goals were far higher and further away than this. He sighed. Oh, what a shame. Joy quickly explained. Oh, about that, she hesitated, feeling flustered with Ma, but he immediately agreed. I will try to consider it. Cang Dong Gu was sweating, looking at the phone screen nervously. With terms like these, I don't think it's bad at all. He stared intently at the teacup on the table. Unlike her, I don't have a clear goal. Night fell over the city. The moon peeked behind the clouds in Cang Dong Gu's room. The clock ticked in the quiet room. He stared intently at the content on the phone screen. It was truly a very complex emotion. Just take your time to think about it until the weekend. If you have any questions, Cang Dong Gu, just let me know. Cang Dong Gu's gaze didn't leave the phone screen. I feel proud to be recognized as a colleague that people want to work with. He suddenly remembered walking home with Joy. Finally, a job opening I'm satisfied with has appeared. I plan to submit my application next week. Her radiant smile was still deeply etched in Cang Dong Gu's mind. Because I'm already setting my sights on somewhere else. I feel anxious because the feeling of distance is closing in fast. His train of thought continued. Should I keep accumulating experience at my current company, or step into a new challenge? Cang Dong Gu glanced away, feeling annoyed. He was in the mood to ask someone for advice. Kang Suan just got home and started nagging. I'm back. I'm exhausted. She grumbled when she saw him lying listlessly on the sofa. What's the matter? The two siblings dragged each other out to a 24-hour convenience store to drink. Cang Dong Gu, you're actually recognized by people? And you even got a job offer? He broke into a nervous sweat. Not that Cang Dong Gu slammed his beer can down on the table. Now, let's try to rearrange the priorities for office worker Cang Dong Gu, Cang Dong Gu said quietly. Priorities. She raised her voice, going on and on. For example, commuting distance, work-life balance, company size, culture, organization, and so on, things that you specifically value. Then check the evaluations and reviews on job sites to compare. He nodded, continuing, that's true. Nothing is as accurate as the feedback from employees currently working there. Kang Suan pointed at Cang Dong Gu and said, Hey, have you ever heard the saying, the old is better than the new? He replied in a bored tone. Are you talking about those ex-boyfriends of yours? She growled. Do you want to die? Kang Suan sighed and kept rambling. When preparing to change jobs, everyone dreams that it will be all glitz and glamour. But once you actually switch, you'll start to regret it. Like, oh, the old company was still better. There are many people like that. Cang Dong Gu stayed silent, letting her talk. In a sense, are you fully mentally prepared? Kang Suan cleared her throat, lecturing him. The mentality of no regrets. The mentality of proving your own value from scratch. He looked down at the table, letting her continue. Think carefully. You don't even have 2 years of experience yet. Kang Suan sipped her drink and said, A career isn't about speed, but quality and direction. Changing jobs is very practical, so consider it carefully. If you rush to leave and then get fired during your probation period, no one will be responsible for you. Cang Dong Gu glanced in another direction. Yes, I will consult and consider it carefully. She yelled in frustration at his indifferent attitude. That's enough of this boring topic. How are things with your crush? But Kang Suan had regained her cheerful smile. Let me know, is she older or younger? He replied in a flat tone. Still nothing. She took a sip of her beer and said, Yeah, I knew it. What do you even know about love? The next words from Cang Dong Gu made Kang Suan spit out all the beer she had just drunk. We went to see a movie together last weekend. Her face darkened with caution and fear. Is that the day you took a taxi home early in the morning? Oh my God, you aren't even officially dating yet, and you've already reached that stage? He shuddered, stunned by Kang Suan's overreaction. What are you thinking? It was just a movie. She laughed and teased. So, has my Cang Dong Gu officially become an adult now? Cang Dong Gu wearily clutched his head to explain. It's not like that. We just happened to watch a late-night screening together. Talking to her was useless. Kang Suan smirked, reminding him, Yeah, yeah, whatever. You just need to remember one thing. This time, he really listened intently. The commonality between love and changing jobs is timing. After drinking their fill, the two siblings returned to their room. Cang Dong Gu opened his laptop to read a post. Whoa, the director there even smokes in the office? Pros. Generous salary, but hard to stay long-term. Overtime pay for night shifts is fully paid, and weekend work is calculated accurately. Convenient transportation, so less stress when commuting. Additionally, the salary increase rate is high, and the financial benefits are very clear. Cons. You have to watch their mood to take leave, and because the workload is heavy, mistakes easily happen. The hierarchy is very strict. The culture of do as the superior says still exists. If you're late, you'll get lectured. Due to the director's personality, the atmosphere can become very suffocating. Opinions about superiors, the fact that the director smokes in the office is both a legal and ethical violation that needs to be improved. Just because employees don't dare to speak up doesn't mean everything is fine. I hope the company pays more attention to the basics. He thought carefully. The pay is high, but why does it feel like there are more downsides than upsides? The phone under the table suddenly buzzed. Cang Dong Gu jumped, surprised to see it was a text from Joy. Can we go eat tomorrow? About that treat you promised. I was planning to bring it up tomorrow. Don't tell me she misunderstood that I forgot our date. He keenly noticed the change on her profile. Dong Gu noticed Joy's new profile picture. It was the same outfit he saw her wearing at the cinema last week. Dong Gu wondered to himself, when did she take that? Was it while she was waiting for me? He needed to reply to her message first. He opened the messaging app to respond. An email? Huh? So, she's suggesting lunch? No, that wasn't it. Am I doing okay? Dong Gu agreed. Yeah, dinner sounds good too. He suddenly realized something. Wait, why is the photo taken at the cinema? Does it mean something else? Dong Gu carefully overthought it. No. No way. Dong Gu, please stop these meaningless delusions. I need to focus on this conversation. Joy changed the subject. Oh, by the way, are you still thinking about that job transfer Andy suggested? He confirmed. Yeah, I'm checking the reviews on the app. Dong Gu rested his chin on his hand, thinking seriously. Damn it, I want to keep the conversation going naturally, but I have no idea what to send. Before the conversation died out, he had to say something. A moment later, he picked up his phone and started typing. Dong Gu hit send. What is Joy doing? He broke into a cold sweat, nervous. He sent it. Dong Gu was startled by how quickly she replied. I just finished updating my portfolio. What? How is she replying so fast? What do I say next? Joy continued. I'm incredibly tired today. My wrists and fingers are aching so much. Even now. Her messages hit him like a thunderbolt. Was this a sign? Like, I'm tired. Don't bother me? He was 100% sure of it. Dong Gu nervously calculated how to end the conversation naturally. He clumsily typed out a message. Oh, is that so? I was just about to go to sleep too. A notification pinged from Joy, another message. She sent a text. His pupils dilated. The next 3 words from Joy made Dong Gu incredibly tense. Let's call. Dong Gu broke out in a sweat, staring at his phone. He was dazed and confused. What is this? A phone call? Dong Gu froze in a panic. Why so sudden? She's really calling? He felt a bit awkward about it. Come to think of it, they had never had a serious conversation over the phone before. Dong Gu tentatively answered. Hello? He was startled to hear Joy's voice. Dong Gu? Just hearing her voice on the phone made him nervous. What is this? Why does hearing her voice in the middle of the night feel so strange? His mind went blank. What do I say now? She asked. Are you getting ready for bed? Am I bothering you? He raised his voice to deny it. No. I usually go to sleep pretty late. I'm still wide awake. Dong Gu thought to himself. I definitely sounded too eager. He was stunned when he heard Joy laugh. She teased him. You sounded so alert. It was kind of funny. Dong Gu, like a little kid. He felt annoyed and grumbled to himself. What do you mean, like a little kid? Joy changed her tone. Anyway, it's nothing major. Dong Gu stood up to listen to what she had to say next. That company Andy suggested? I did some digging, and it turns out, a college classmate of mine worked there 2 years ago. Joy kept on rambling. My friend said, the pay is good, but the director is a bit weird. He thought to himself that the reviews on the app weren't wrong. Dong Gu sat back down on the bed, listening to her laugh. I just called to let you know, just in case. It helps you make your final decision. He spoke up. There's nothing more useful than the experience of someone who works or worked there. Thanks so much. Dong Gu suddenly realized something. Wait, couldn't we have talked about this at work tomorrow? He typed, but then decided, forget it. Just hearing her voice like this was enough for him. Dong Gu switched to speakerphone and started searching online. Oh right, are you still using that birthday gift I got you? Joy replied loudly. Huh? That's a sudden question, he replied calmly. I was just curious, that's all. Dong Gu pondered the information he had just found. Either way, this was an opportunity to close the distance between them, and he had to hold on to it. She eagerly suggested, want me to prove it? He was surprised. Prove it? Joy continued. Wait a second. He stared at his phone screen, tense. Dong Gu was looking at her profile. This photo is. He zoomed in on a photo in Joy's latest message. That image was a selfie of her. Joy had just sent a message, but quickly deleted it. Message deleted. Dong Gu was dazed and confused by her action. What was that just now? She sent back 2 photos of the product, without the selfie. She resented. She explained sheepishly, the message that was deleted, I sent the wrong private photo by mistake. Please ignore it. He replied with a deadpan tone. Oh, don't worry. I didn't see anything. I saw nothing at all. Dong Gu thought to himself. I just lied. But he was still restless and nervous. A thought crossed his mind. At the end of this day, he wanted time to slow down, but he also hoped tomorrow morning would come quickly. Joy suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, that's a relief. A tense thought flashed through Dong Gu's mind. It was an evening filled with 2 conflicting emotions. She went to the bathroom and held up her phone to take a picture. The next morning, the office lights were on again. He was intently scrolling through his phone. Joy sent Dong Gu a message. Let's go eat Sichuan spicy hot pot tonight. I'm done with my meetings. Let's head out at 5. He immediately agreed and replied, yeah, sure. Yang suddenly appeared behind Dong Gu. What's this? Doing personal stuff during office hours? Dong Gu, I didn't think you were that kind of person. He was startled and jumped. I'm sorry. She smiled gently and asked, since you know you're wrong, can you come over and discuss some work with me? If it's not too urgent, can we talk tomorrow morning? I have plans tonight. Young leaned in and whispered, don't tell me it's a date with her. What are you eating? Dong Gu replied in a low voice. Sichuan spicy hot pot. Du appeared and interrupted. Hey, I sent you the file. Can you check it for me? He cursed to himself. Damn it. Why now of all times? She turned to complain. Hey, torturing someone who's about to leave for the day is pretty mean. He replied awkwardly. I'm sorry. Du teased. Or maybe let do the work. Joy was also leaving at 5, and she was nervous. He spoke up. Is Joy leaving for the day? Joy was startled. Huh? Dong Gu glanced over and cursed. It's this guy again, she said loudly. The access to the work tools I asked for, when will that be approved? It's really urgent. He was startled. Huh? He silently stood up and retreated. Is this a signal to run? When are you going to approve that task I asked for? I really need it done urgently. He jumped, startled. Huh? He quietly stood up to make a quick exit. Is this a run for your life kind of signal? Joy walked and talked, despite saying just a moment ago that there was no rush. DY followed right behind her, laughing. Did I say that? When? Come on, let's just get it done. It'll only take 10 minutes. Cang Dong Gu whispered to her. We should probably head back soon. Joy understood and replied softly, yeah. As she walked, she chatted. Sichuan spicy hot pot sounds amazing, doesn't it? They left the office as the sun stained the sky a soft pink. He trailed behind Joy, grateful to Esther for helping him make a smooth exit. She chatted happily. It's been a year since I last saw that person, so I'll finally get to meet them again this Friday. Dong Gu's phone buzzed with a notification, and he thought, maybe I should send a thank you text. Esther had sent him some tips on the hot pot place they were planning to visit. Top 10 tips for the best spicy hot pot experience, a perfect guide for beginners. Remember to grab napkins for Joy before eating, he reminded himself, then chuckled awkwardly. Should I bring a Zippo lighter too? Joy looked at him curiously. What's so funny, Cang Dong Gu? He jumped, shouting, huh? She teased him. You were just laughing to yourself. Cang Dong Gu broke into a nervous sweat, looking bewildered. Me? Was I? Did I really laugh? Joy smiled, imitating him. Yeah, you were laughing like this. She mimicked his awkward signature grin. He looked confused. What was that about? Cang Dong Gu chuckled softly and said, maybe it was just a nervous laugh because I couldn't believe it. She pouted playfully. Hey, are you even listening to me? He wiped his sweat, feeling flustered. Sorry. So, who are you meeting on Friday? Dong Gu listened silently as Joy spoke. It's a former colleague from the accounting department who quit 2 years ago. We were really close. We used to work overtime together all the time. He frowned to himself. 2 years ago? That was before I started, so I probably wouldn't know them, she continued. Oh, and she's a girl, by the way. Dong Gu thought lazily. Then I definitely don't know her, he replied as they walked. You were that close, yet you haven't seen each other in a year? That's quite a while, Joy asked excitedly. Right? When she first left the company, I didn't think we'd end up like this. She went on happily. Even though in the past, no matter how close you were while working together, once one person moves on, the relationship naturally drifts apart. Cang Dong Gu glanced at Joy's smile, feeling a pang of unease. Her voice softened for a moment. I guess it can't be helped. We're both just so busy at our own jobs. A thought crossed his mind like a heavy stone, weighing down his heart. Dong Gu couldn't take his eyes off her face, then quickly looked away. She stopped in her tracks when Dong Gu called out, Will we eventually end up like that too? Joy turned around in a panic. Dong Gu swallowed hard, feeling tense. The heavy atmosphere between them made him regret his words instantly. What did I just say? Regardless, Joy and Cang Dong Gu went to the hot pot restaurant together. They ate in a tense, awkward silence. He was sweating, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. Throughout dinner, they barely said a word to each other. Their energy and expressions were completely different from usual. Cang Dong Gu kept thinking about what he had said. Will we eventually end up like that too? He stared intently at his bowl of noodles. Was it because of what he said before they went in? Why on earth did he say that? Dong Gu sighed wearily. It was so rare for them to have a nice dinner alone together. She broke the awkward silence. I'm almost finished. How about you? He froze, looking lost. After a moment, Cang Dong Gu replied, I'm done too. Shall we get going? He thought miserably. This feeling is terrible. When they stepped out, the city lights were already on. Even though they were together, the atmosphere remained stiflingly silent. The heavy silence brought a sense of unease. He thought gloomily, that anxiety tightening around his chest until he couldn't breathe. Are we really going to just go home like this? Cang Dong Gu, you idiot. Say something. Joy's footsteps came to a halt. Cang Dong Gu froze when he heard her voice. I hate it. Joy gripped her bag strap, opening up. The fact that we're drifting apart. She lowered her head, looking sad. A moment later, Joy added, I mean the whole neighborhood is quiet. When one of us leaves the company, let's just stay friends. He was stunned, surprised by her words. Dong Gu broke into a nervous sweat. Wait, friends? She looked down, glumly thinking about how drifting apart just because someone changed jobs was so sad. Suddenly, Joy beamed with a bright smile. I'm really curious about everything happening at the company, and about Cang Dong Gu's journey of growth. He felt like he was in a different world hearing her optimistic tone. So, if we stay friends instead of becoming former colleagues, I think that would be better. Joy lowered her voice to make the suggestion. We live close to each other, right? It would be fun to grab coffee or study together sometimes. She hesitated, feeling a bit shy. It would be really fun, wouldn't it? Joy pulled her hand back, looking flustered and stammering. Does that bother you? Cang Dong Gu stopped and looked back at Joy, answering with a soft, weary tone. No, not at all. That sounds great, she cheered excitedly. Really? Cang Dong Gu stuttered, startled. Huh? Oh, yes, of course. Joy's eyes went wide with surprise. A huge grin spread across her face. Joy chatted away, walking behind Dong Gu. Then let's definitely be friends when that time comes. He gripped his bag strap and whispered, Okay. Dong Gu was sweating nervously. I'm falling for this girl more and more. I can't rush it. Staying at this pace is fine. Even now, I'm trying so hard to hold it all back. She ran up to walk beside him, smiling brightly. Want to get coffee? There's a place nearby that I really love. Cang Dong Gu nodded and replied gently. Yeah, let's go. He thought happily. If they keep walking together like this, Dong Gu mused, one day I'll definitely be able to reach her. They walked home together, happily. He opened his lunchbox, thinking, my lunch break habit is pretty simple. Cang Dong Gu enjoyed his lunch slowly. Exactly at 12 o'clock, he would watch YouTube and eat a sandwich he bought at the convenience store. After eating, he'd leave the office to walk outside for 15 minutes to digest. Cang Dong Gu looked at his watch, feeling tired and lethargic, then headed back to his desk. An eye mask and a nap, perfect. It was only 25 past, so he'd get about 30 minutes of sleep. Suddenly, Duno appeared behind him and tapped his shoulder. Hey, eating alone again? It wasn't just him. There were 3 other colleagues. We're all heading out for coffee. You coming, Cang Dong Gu? Dong Gu felt flustered and confused. Ah, that is Duno crossed his arms and sighed. Oh, Cang Dong Gu always prefers his own company during lunch breaks, but you have to pay attention, you know. He pursed his lips, feeling tense. You're right. But why did he feel so annoyed? The other guy laughed and continued. But we still have to ask. It's just common courtesy. I have some work to finish up. You guys go ahead. Hyrie grumbled. I'm stuck with this too. Let's go. 3 of them left. Duno held up his credit card and laughed loudly. I've got something to take care of. I'm heading out first, Hyrie muttered, annoyed. I'm off too. Let's go together. Dong-gu held up his, then I'll grab the coffees for both of us. And for Esther and Donald too, he asked enthusiastically. Hey, get them iced, extra large, at Maycon, okay? I'll pay for the extra shots. You seem to be in a good mood today, huh? Cang Dong Gu grumbled to himself in annoyance. Is he trying to get someone killed? He turned away and called out. Cang Dong Gu, just take your time. I'll have the coffee brought to your office later. Let's go. Joy. Joy looked confused and dazed. Oh, in the end, she still agreed and turned to follow Duno. Dong-gu lazily made an excuse. I was actually planning on going to the coffee shop anyway, he sighed to himself. That lost sleep, I'll just go to bed a bit early tonight. Inside the coffee shop, he laughed loudly and rambled. My friend is always arguing with his girlfriend, just because of that opposite-sex friend issue. Cang Dong Gu had been silently judging this guy for talking only about things he liked the whole time. Duno was still laughing and talking carelessly, but he thought, do platonic friends of the opposite sex even really exist? She politely replied, well, I went to an all-girls school for both middle and high school. So, he continued, what about in college? A store employee picked up a device and handed it to Joy. Here is your buzzer, she replied politely. Thank you. I think friends and colleagues are 2 completely different things. But to answer the question, considering the cases around her, Joy smiled gently. Men and women really can't be just friends. He listened silently to their conversation and judged inwardly. She turned awkwardly and shouted, no, surely that's possible, isn't it? Duno laughed, teasing her. What do you mean it must be possible? Joy explained in a low voice. Huh? I mean, it's possible to be friends. Dong-gu involuntarily remembered her radiant smile. Then let's be friends when that time comes. He swallowed his nervous lump. He asked again, what about Cang Dong Gu? Cang Dong Gu looked confused and bewildered. Huh? Duno immediately explained. That opposite-sex best friend thing. He was flustered and stammered, I agree with Joy too. He nodded, understanding. Is that so? Dong-gu slumped into his seat, feeling down. Just yesterday, she promised we'd be friends, but today she says men and women can't be friends. That's so strange. Why is the coffee taking so long? Dungo chuckled, teasing him. By the way, why doesn't Cang Dong Gu style his hair like last time anymore? It looked handsome. Dong-gu's face darkened, and a chill ran down his spine. Why is he suddenly complimenting me? He placed a hand on his shoulder and reminded him, the busiest period at the company is over. Your heart is probably settled now too. Cang Dong Gu should start looking for someone, right? Duno looked blankly at Cang Dong Gu. Looking for what? Dungo leaned in close and whispered in his ear. His tone was mocking, meant to tease him about love. The coffee alarm suddenly went off. Cang Dong Gu froze. After hearing those words from Duno's mouth, he ignored the alarm ringing in his ears. He excitedly suggested to Cang Dong Gu, I'll play matchmaker for you. Joy was also shocked by these words, not even noticing the alarm that had been ringing all this time. Without saying another word, Duno held his phone in front of Dong-gu and said, go meet her once, okay? She's my college junior. She's in her 2nd year as a civil servant now, and her workplace is in Donggu, so it's probably close to where Cang Dong-gu lives. Dong-gu wore a faint smile, his eyes avoiding him as he thought to himself, I should refuse quickly before this turns into a bigger deal. Thinking that, he spoke up, implicitly refusing. Someone like that probably won't like my appearance. Duno suddenly became excited. She even complimented your photo, saying it was cute. He was startled and panicked, turning to say, wait, what? Why do you have my photo? Duno roared with laughter, his face full of excitement, and began to speak. Well, we all took pictures together at Joy's birthday after-party, remember? I showed that photo to her. Cang Dong Gu suddenly thought back to that day and cursed under his breath. It was the same day I got so drunk I blacked out. Damn it, why can't I remember anything? After a moment of thought, he wore a dazed expression and said softly, that Jiden, I haven't really thought about dating yet. Dungo ignored what Dong-gu just said and remained calm. Looks like the coffee is ready. Let's go together, Joy. Saying that, without waiting for Cang Dong-gu to react, he walked away while chatting with Joy about that girl. Joy, don't you think Cang Dong-gu and this girl would be a great match? Yes, she's very pretty. Seeing the scene before him, Cang Dong-gu felt helpless and said wearily, shouldn't they have asked the opinion of the person involved first? Even if it's just for a blind date or sending photos? The scene returned to the familiar office lights of the company. and the murmurs of colleagues rang out steadily. The messaging screen between him and Duno appeared before his eyes. Cang Dong Gu, 2:35 p.m. I don't have any intention of dating right now, so I'll have to decline the blind date. Chan, 6:07 p.m. Does that mean you don't like anyone around you at all? Cang Dong Gu, 6:08 p.m. I guess so. Chan, 7:20 p.m. Okay. Just don't come crying to me later. Looking at the lines of text in front of him, Donggu was speechless and fell into a long, quiet thought. Shaking off those thoughts, Cang Dong-gu glanced over at Joy's desk. Looking at how serious she was with her work, Dong-gu wondered to himself if he should tell her he'd declined the blind date. As soon as the thought flashed, he dismissed it. But no one asked me, and what if she thinks I'm making a big deal out of nothing? If he remembered correctly, she didn't seem to care about this at all earlier. After asking and answering himself, he stammered, I'm getting ready to leave. What about you, Joy? Joy replied, I'm getting ready to leave too. After asking, Dong-gu brought his backpack closer and said, Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since I saw you working overtime. Joy replied nonchalantly, Well, tomorrow is a memorial holiday. I calculated the break, so I had to work overtime today. Hearing that, he looked suspiciously at her computer screen. It showed a list of delicious takeout places, a compilation of highly rated restaurants. After seeing it, Dong-gu was slightly surprised. Joy felt shy and froze. Both were silent for a moment. Breaking the awkward atmosphere, Joy said, I'm so hungry that I was planning to go to a shop to buy some food. Let's go together. Dong-gu pondered. She doesn't look that busy, is she waiting for me? The office sank into darkness as all the employees left, and the two of them walked home. Dong-gu reassured himself, Forget it. Maybe she's just really hungry. Stop thinking nonsense. In the afternoon, on the familiar road, Dong-gu and Joy walked and talked. I talked to Andy. I refused the transfer. So, you've decided to stay? Dong-gu thought seriously about Joy's words and spoke slowly. That's right. I made the decision after hearing about your college friend and the reviews on Lenny's site. He went quiet when thinking about Andrew. Also, because he had bad memories with cigarettes, he spoke with a tired and reluctant expression. Salary is important, but who you work with is just as important. Dong-gu continued. Andy said communication with the director will be handled by the team leader, which is him. He told me not to worry too much. But under the setting sun, he spoke cautiously. The most important thing is that I still feel like I'm not truly ready yet. Joy inquisitively spoke up. Ready. The streetlights were incredibly brilliant under the dim evening sky. Dong-gu's voice sounded steady, yet it carried a sense of doubt and uncertainty. I wonder if my current experience is too mediocre to change jobs. If I go somewhere else, will I be able to adapt as well as I do here? Thoughts like that kept swirling in his mind. The two stopped at a bus stop. He thought for a long time before saying, I don't know if I'm missing out on an opportunity or if I'm just being too cautious. I honestly don't know what the right answer is. Interrupting Dong-gu's tangled thoughts, Joy, who was standing beside him, slowly spoke up. This is the first time you've ever talked to me about things like this. Dong-gu looked stunned and asked, What do you mean by things like this? Joy smiled meaningfully, turned to him, and said, Your inner feelings. Seeing that smile, Dong-gu was caught off guard and confused. Joy smiled brightly and said, I'm so proud. I feel like I've become a reliable senior that you can lean on. Dong-gu felt a bit shy, turned away, and said, Is that so? Setting aside her previous excitement, she rubbed her chin, reflecting, With other colleagues, I might say this or that. Suddenly, she said, But with you, I wouldn't do that. Dong-gu asked curiously, Why is that? Responding to his question, she held her head high, her expression full of confidence as she said, Instead of giving advice, I want to cheer you on even more. Under the pink hue of the sunset, Joy's voice echoed. In a career, there's no single right answer. Whatever decision you make, I will wholeheartedly support you. Don't worry about whether you're choosing right or wrong anymore. Dong-gu was moved by those words of encouragement and thought to himself, It's true that I've been thinking too negatively. The sunset covered Joy's chestnut brown hair, making her look incredibly warm. She said, Just think about the opportunities ahead and keep moving forward. Both of us, Dong-gu, stared at her and suddenly paused. Both of us? He looked down at a flower by the roadside as if he were looking at himself, lost and lonely before a life full of crossroads. The career path is long, and there's no shortage of companies. Dong-gu silently chided himself. Don't get too excited. Dong-gu, he sighed, then said sincerely, Thanks. We were still talking about changing jobs though. The atmosphere was very serious, but suddenly Joy asked, So, what about that blind date? It felt like the atmosphere and Dong-gu's mood dropped to sub-zero. Joy said with a teasing tone. The blind date that Jiden said he'd arrange, she looks really pretty in the photo. Dong Gu broke into a cold sweat and stammered, I still want to meet someone more naturally. He asked curiously, but she's really pretty, right? Hearing that question, Joy covered her mouth and laughed. You have to be honest, okay? He immediately denied it. No, not at all. That is absolutely not my type. Hearing that, Joy froze. Her face stiffened as she turned to ask, then what kind of person do you like? Dong Gu was slightly startled by her expression and thought, what does she mean by asking that? I can't read her expression at all. Thinking that, Dong Gu avoided her gaze, looking elsewhere, full of thought. He whispered meaningfully and secretively, someone like you, maybe. After that sentence, the atmosphere suddenly became quiet and awkward. Dong Gu's heart raced because he had to endure such a strange look from Joy. Seeing him sweating, Joy smiled and spoke up. You know, now that I look closely, you really do have a lot of secrets. Dong Gu continued to sweat, saying nothing. The taxi arrived, and she stood up, saying, so, after you change jobs later, we'll still be friends, right? Dong Gu's expression was indescribable when he heard that. Tell me about it then, not just that, but a lot of other little things too. Joy turned to get in the car. The sunset light hit her, making her look incredibly radiant. I'll tell you about many things too. He sat silently, watching Joy leave without saying a word. Dong Gu's expression was stirred as the bus traveled quite a distance away. The scene shifted to a more modern place. 2 days later, on the company rooftop, voices were chattering incessantly. Hey, I heard you turned down the blind date? Dong Gu thought to himself. He called me all the way up here just to ask about that? That's right, Du asked unexpectedly. It was awkward, right? I already made it clear to Jeden. You're not the type to go on those blind dates. Seemingly uninterested in what Du was saying, Dong Gu boredly lifted his drink and replied perfunctorily. Du sighed and said, that guy Jiden really isn't observant, is he? Hearing that, Dong Gu glanced at him with a bit of curiosity. Then, Du stepped toward Dong Gu. Hey, do you know how many office romances I've witnessed in my time working here? He put his hand on Dong Gu's shoulder and patted it meaningfully. I mean, we're alone now, so just say it all for your own comfort. Du suddenly hit the nail on the head, making Dong Gu startle and spit out his water. If the girlfriend misunderstands, that wouldn't be good. Seeing that face, Du became even more certain of his guess. Are you feeling very panicked right now? He continued, smiling. Hey, I totally support you. The relationship at this company, it's not bad at all. Most importantly, you two are just such a great match. Dong Gu spoke up helplessly, tired of Du's excitement. Really? No. I honestly don't understand what we're talking about. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his head. Wait. Has this guy seen her and me studying in a group somewhere? Withdrawing his ridiculous expression, Du's voice dropped significantly. But I couldn't not know. Who told you two to be so close? Seeing that change in expression, Dong Gu panicked, his heart drumming. Suddenly, Du leaned in close to Dong Gu, grabbed his shoulder, and spoke dangerously. Esther, right? His face turned pale, his eyes filled with panic and suspicion. Dong Gu's expression turned pale instantly. His initial calmness vanished without a trace. It seems there's some misunderstanding, and it's quite serious. Du spoke with a half-smiling, half-serious tone. You're doing that look again? I saw it with my own eyes that day. You were with Esther, and you two were very intimate. Du's gaze, as if he knew everything, stared intently at Dong Gu. That Friday night when you two went on a date at the mall, don't tell me that was a misunderstanding too? He leaned in close to his ear and whispered mysteriously. I was even startled when I saw you two looking at essential oil diffusers to put in your newlywed home. That's right. I was afraid that if I met you, it would make you two feel awkward. So I even had to pretend I didn't see anything and walk around 2 or 3 extra times. Dong Gu remembered that day and felt a pang of guilt. Was that when we went to buy Joy's birthday gift? And I thought I had hidden it so well. In the end, it was all seen, wasn't it? Du smiled, patted his chest confidently, and said, Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. Even if I'm cornered, I'll take this secret to the grave. You know I've always got your back, right? I'll be supporting you from the sidelines, so just hang in there. Despite the firm and confident tone, when Dong Gu heard it, he felt an unsettling chill. This is going to be trouble. He had a bad premonition. The scene shifts to a staircase, with a bright blue light in the quiet space. Cang Dong Gu holds a carton of milk, confused, and turns to listen to the other person. So, you're uncomfortable because of that? Dong Gu repeated. You mean you're uncomfortable because people misunderstood that you're dating me? He immediately denied it. No, definitely not. Esther chimed in, teasing. So, you mean you actually like it? Cang Dong Gu said, feeling helpless. Are you really joking around in this situation? Dong Gu slumped down, looking dejected. We haven't even figured out a countermeasure yet. Duno crossed his arms and said calmly, I'm the only one who misunderstood, and besides, he's not the type to gossip. Then, she lightly punched Cang Dong Gu on the shoulder to boost his spirits and said, Don't overthink things. The more you're in a situation like this, the calmer you need to be. Cang Dong Gu replied gloomily, Easier said than done. Dong Gu sank into deep, serious thought. If he told the truth about them going to pick out a birthday gift for Joy together, it might be a bit dangerous. Seeing how serious Dong Gu looked, Esther didn't interrupt and just let out a soft sigh. After a moment of silence, Esther couldn't take it anymore and spoke up. What we need right now is a thick skin and some guts. Dong Gu asked suspiciously, A thick skin and guts? Then, she pulled out her phone and said, Let's tackle this head on. As soon as she finished speaking, she held her phone up in front of Cang Dong Gu and said, I just texted Patrick to invite him for coffee after work. The three of us. His expression remained unchanged, still showing his usual gloom and frustration. By the afternoon at a coffee shop in the city, the strategy was simple, but Dong-Gu wouldn't stop yapping. Oh my god. Is this coffee shop all I get is hush money? Dong-Gu muttered to himself, praying for strength. Just emphasize that the incident at the mall was pure coincidence, and that our relationship is strictly professional. Duno said confidently, Don't worry. I'm much better at keeping secrets than you two think. Dong-Gu glanced nervously at Esther, silently cheering her on. Go for it, Esther. Show him your thick skin and your guts. Duno hadn't stopped rambling since they entered the cafe. Well, if you compare it to last year, you two have definitely been sticking together a lot more. It's understandable, though. Young people working together. It's natural to fall for each other. Thinking about the scene he had witnessed that day, he added with a tease. What was that about, suddenly walking out of the emergency staircase together? He kept bringing up what he'd stumbled upon. And you were chatting in the break room, so different from your usual style. Don't just leave it at that. It's a no, right? Duno smiled brightly. Anyone looking would think you're flirting or in love. I've never seen anyone get this close to a female employee. They had a plan, but when faced with Dong-Gu, even Esther was speechless. Dong-Gu, standing next to her, thought to himself, just how much has he misunderstood? Suddenly, Duno texted Cang Dong Gu at 6:36 p.m. Maybe we should make a run for it? He thought to himself. What happened to having a thick skin and guts? Duno suddenly rubbed his nose and said triumphantly, For the past few weeks, the way Esther looks at you hasn't been normal either. It's different than before. It's sweet enough to give you a cavity. Duno was so embarrassed that her face turned bright red, and she shouted, What? Duno, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? Not wanting things to go too far, Cang Dong Gu interrupted. Patrick, could you let me explain the whole story from the beginning? After a while, spent explaining everything. A moment later, So, you mean you were buying a gift for your older sister who's changing jobs? And Esther was just shopping? And then you two happened to run into each other? Dong-Gu continued. That's right. And since it was on the way, Esther helped me pick out a gift. Duno added for emphasis. If a third party looked at it, it would be easy to misunderstand. But this is the truth, so I hope you'll stop the misunderstandings here. Even after explaining, it didn't seem convincing enough. And Duno said, But isn't such a coincidence a bit of a stretch? He thought helplessly. Is that still not enough? Dong-Gu calculated silently. I need a stronger strike. Esther caught Dong-Gu's drift and decided to play the trump card. Actually, I'm already dating someone else. Both Dong-Gu and Dong-Gu were stunned by this unexpected move from Esther. He spoke with a hint of regret. So, you already have a boyfriend? Seeing the skepticism in his voice, Esther spoke up again. If you want, I can call him to prove it. Duno quickly said, No. No need to go that far. Realizing his own misunderstanding, Duno said seriously, That's just how I am. I acted impulsively and ended up making everyone around me uncomfortable for no reason. Esther winked mischievously and said, All right, let's just consider this a minor incident between us. The misunderstanding is temporarily resolved, and everything's settled nicely, right? On a quiet street in the afternoon after the three of them parted ways, Esther went to take a work call. Sorry about that, Cang Dong Gu said, rubbing his forehead. Patrick, thank you. Even after witnessing such a misunderstanding, he didn't immediately go and tell others. Duno kept his usual friendly smile and said, What's this? What kind of person did you think I was? You're hurting my feelings. Dong-Gu guiltily denied it. No. I didn't always think you were that kind of person. Dong-Gu spoke with a look of exhaustion. Who told the office to have so many people? They just see one side of things and then exaggerate everything and gossip behind people's backs. Duno sighed and added, It's not just the company. You'll find that anywhere you go. Suddenly, He winked meaningfully and said, "Hey, as your senior, let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to create situations that are easily misunderstood in the first place." He listened seriously to those words. If it's just one layer of misunderstanding, it's manageable. But if there are multiple layers piled up, one day it'll all come crashing down, especially with someone who is truly important or precious to you. Hearing that, the image of joy flashed through his mind. Cang Dong Gu's expression darkened, and he slowly spoke, as if taking in Duno's advice. "I'll keep that in mind." Dungo suddenly blushed, looking embarrassed, and said, "Damn it, have I been sounding like a grumpy old man this whole time?" He laughed awkwardly. "Back in the day, when seniors said these things, I used to think, just focus on your work, stop nagging all the time. What a double standard. I didn't mean it like that at all." Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from afar. "Sorry, that call went on for a while." Duno waved his hand and said, "Well, I'll be going now. See you next week." Leaving the two of them in an awkward atmosphere as they looked at each other, the sun was slowly sinking into slumber. In the sunset, Cang Dong Gu took the initiative to speak. "Are you taking the bus? If you're heading toward the station, want to go together?" As they were walking, he remembered what Esther had said when the boss suddenly spoke up. "For real?" Esther replied skeptically. "What?" He asked curiously about what she had told their boss earlier, the part about dating. Esther turned to him seriously and said, "Why? Does that bother you?" He quickly replied, "I don't need to think about it to know the answer." Esther was slightly surprised by his response. He began to overthink it. "If you run into another weirdo, and it messes with work, won't I be the one losing out?" She spoke up with a hint of annoyance. "Why are you suddenly being so playful?" Esther angrily punched Donggu on the arm and scolded, "If I had a boyfriend, why would I ask Cang Dong Gu to deliver my medicine on the weekend?" Cang Dong Gu winced and shouted, "Ow, stop hitting me." Esther spoke up to clear things up. "I already made it clear last time. For a while, I'm only focusing on the company work, putting all other thoughts aside," Donggu said. "Anyway, you've worked hard today because of me. Let me buy you coffee tomorrow," Esther asked suspiciously. "Huh? Tomorrow is the weekend. It's Saturday, and Cang Dong Gu actually wants to see me that badly?" He suddenly remembered and said, "I forgot." Then, on Monday of next week suddenly, he remembered what he had said earlier, and was startled. It's best not to create misunderstandings from the start. He quickly changed his words. "If not tomorrow, let's just do it another time." Esther looked a bit sad and said, "Don't leave it for tomorrow, let's do it today." Her eyes suddenly grew sad, and standing under the sunset made her look even more melancholy. She lowered her head as if to hide her emotions, and spoke softly, leaving Cang Dong Gu confused. "Also, let's not drink coffee. Let's go drink some soju." Cang Dong Gu gripped his backpack straps tightly, his eyes flickering with deep contemplation. He walked slowly behind her and asked, "Didn't you say we should keep our distance for a while?" Esther explained with a hint of humor. "Oh my God, why do you keep bringing that up? Today is a special situation." "A special situation?" Cang Dong Gu muttered grumpily. "What exactly is so special about it?" Amidst the bustling crowd, Esther's voice rang out clearly. "This is a secret base that only I know about. I've never run into anyone from the company here, so don't worry." He kept darting his eyes around, surveying the area, and asked, "Esther, how about this? Let's just go home separately today, and next week I'll buy you 10 cups of coffee. Does that work?" She spoke straight to the point. "I have something I want to ask Donggu privately." Suddenly, Esther leaned back slightly, hinting, "Just 30 minutes." Having said that, she flashed a smile. She smiled gently at a spicy rice cake stall that was boiling away. Donggu couldn't stop looking around, thinking about her serious expression. What on earth could be so important to go through all this? Esther felt helpless at his actions and said, "What are you looking around for? Is this your first time at a street food stall?" Cang Dong Gu explained while urging her, "I came here with my classmates back in college. Are we really going to leave after exactly 30 minutes? She answered impatiently. I know. But who were those classmates? Don't tell me they were girls." He immediately replied, "They were guys." Esther answered, then looked at the vendor and called out, "So difficult. Fine. Let's just go with that. Ma'am, 2 portions of tteokbokki and a bottle of soju, please. Get us the coldest one from the ice chest." Cang Dong Gu frowned and refused. "I'll just drink water." She lowered her eyes, not wanting to drag it out, and said, "Who said it was for you? I'm drinking it all." So Donggu sipped his water and asked, "What did you want to ask?" Suddenly, being asked that made Esther pause for a few seconds. She tapped her finger on the table and asked hesitantly, "Cang Dong Gu, when did you realize you liked the girl named Joy?" Hearing that, the hand holding his water cup froze, and he fell into deep thought. Dong Gu looked at the person across from him, confused, and asked, "That's all you wanted to ask about?" Esther nodded immediately. He asked again, "Is there a reason?" Esther crossed two fingers, hinting, "It's a personal reason, so I can't say." Dong Gu glared at her and scoffed, "You want me to accept that? Well, I consider it a personal matter too, so I'm not telling you." Esther forced some crocodile tears to appear pitiful. "You saying that makes me really sad. Today, I even risked my neck in front of the boss to make up that story about the fake boyfriend." He set his cup on the table and asked irritably, "But what does that have to do with this?" She tapped the spoon in front of him, pressing him. "So, you're really not going to tell me?" Cang Dong Gu was completely speechless at the situation and cursed under his breath. "This is crazy, isn't it?" He didn't argue and just gave in. "Fine. I'll—" Esther raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Wouldn't it have been better to just do that from the start? A flash of worry crossed his mind, but he still stuttered out his story. "Well, anyway, she isn't the type to go around spreading rumors." At first, he only thought about Joy, her image appearing in his mind as he muttered, "I truly wanted her to be happy. Sweet memories." And then he thought about wanting to become someone useful to her. She flashed a sunny smile. He hesitated and said, and finally, there was something that Cang Dong Gu fell into deep thought. That author just released a new book. It's really good. In the dark of the night, he was constantly searching for something on his computer. At this moment, Cang Dong Gu's expression had dimmed a bit as he explained, "I felt that even if I suffered or sacrificed myself for her, it wouldn't be a waste." Esther stared, stunned, at the person in front of her talking about someone else. That was the exact moment I realized. Her pupils dilated, unable to say another word. A plate of hot tteokbokki was brought out. The sound of pouring alcohol and clinking glasses echoed. She asked softly, "So, if Joy were currently interested in someone else, what would Cang Dong Gu choose to do?" Dong Gu, who was eating, paused upon hearing that and replied, "Well, there's nothing I can do then. I'd have to give up. I'd just tell myself something like, 'Get a grip.'" Cang Dong Gu Esther hesitantly tucked her feet behind her and probed, "What if you couldn't force yourself to do that?" He didn't hide his answer. "There are probably only two choices, right? Either leave for her sake." Esther quietly drank glass after glass of soju as she listened to him, "or know for sure you'll be rejected and still confess." She cast a distant look at Dong Gu and asked, "In the end, wouldn't you still end up leaving each other?" The chopsticks in Dong Gu's hand paused for a moment. He explained, "It's different. You can still let that person know one thing, that in this world, there is always someone named Dong Gu who truly cherishes them." He looked at the person in front of him, who was already getting tipsy, and added, "And there will always be at least one person like that. Something like that." Esther pursed her lips, her glass hovering mid-air. She turned the glass upside down, pondering. Cang Dong Gu is a serious and cautious type of person. She laughed lightly to reassure him. So even if someone heard those words, they wouldn't think it's a confrontational confession. Cang Dong Gu stared silently at the glass under her hand and asked, "Are you not drinking anymore?" Esther buried her face in her hands and said laughingly, "My stomach feels all churned up. I don't think I can handle any more alcohol today." Cang Dong Gu looked at her with some concern and asked, "Should I go outside and buy you a carton of chocolate milk or something?" Esther held her hand to her face, slightly shielding her tipsy expression. The streetlights flickered against the pitch-black sky as she muttered to herself, "I don't like chocolate milk." The streetlights cast a bright glow over the area. Cang Dong Gu suddenly spoke up while eating ice cream. Thinking back, "I could have just asked that at the office, couldn't I?" Esther sat up straight and replied, "But I wanted to ask while we were drinking. You know how it is when you've had a few? I can face my vague feelings a bit more honestly." She looked a bit tense and demanded, "There's no need for endless effort, or any of those ridiculous rationalizations either. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Cang Dong Gu, knowing exactly how to get on someone's nerves, replied, "I don't understand anything at all." Then he immediately countered, "Do you know you've been acting a bit strange today?" Esther pulled her legs in and replied, "Is that so?" He looked away indifferently and said honestly, "But anyway, thank you for today. For lying to help me in front of those people. If rumors spread around the company that I had a girlfriend when I actually wasn't dating anyone, it would probably lead to some pretty awkward situations, wouldn't it?" Esther let out a sigh and a forced laugh as she added, "That's true. Leah would probably roll her eyes and demand to know who you're dating and where you met. And as for your ex, she'd definitely say something like, 'You found someone new so soon after we broke up?' And she'd still have the nerve to act like she was in the right, wouldn't she?" She laughed sheepishly. "Since I promised to help, what's a little sacrifice like this?" Cang Dong Gu exhaled slightly and suggested, "That's why I want to try and do this on my own from now on." His next words left Esther stunned, despite her good mood. I don't need Esther's help anymore. She felt a bit embarrassed, blushing as she asked, "Is it because of what I said earlier?" Cang Dong Gu looked up at the sky and hesitated. "It's not entirely because of that. Lately, I feel like I've realized something." Cang Dong Gu looked silently at the sky and stammered out his inner thoughts. In order to reach that person, what path do I need to take, and at what speed? The atmosphere suddenly froze a bit as he continued. So, I'm truly grateful to Esther. If it weren't for Esther, I don't think I could have even started. Esther twirled a lock of her hair and replied politely, "I didn't really do anything, did I?" Cang Dong Gu immediately retorted, "You did plenty. You helped me pick out a birthday gift. And the movie tickets for Joy, too." He remembered something and added, "And don't forget about changing seats at the drinking party." Esther also sighed and chimed in, "And every time Duno tried to butt in, I blocked her." He laughed with amusement. "I guess that's true, too." She waved her hand to break the awkward tension and joked, "Anyway, if you and Joy end up together, I'm taking at least 10% of the credit. Are the remaining 3 favors for Cang Dong Gu still valid? I'm definitely going to use them all." Cang Dong Gu closed his eyes and replied, "Sure, you can use them whenever you want." He continued eating his ice cream and, as if remembering something, said, "If possible, let's keep it to weekdays and work-related matters. It would be a hassle if people misunderstood again." Cang Dong Gu looked confused by Esther's expression, thinking it was a shame things had to be this way. Then she chuckled and teased, "If Cang Dong Gu were a woman, or if I were a man, we probably could have been much closer." He lowered his head without refuting it. "I suppose you could say that." Suddenly, Cang Dong Gu broke the silence. "Oh, that's right. I have a bus coming in 10 minutes, so I'll probably start heading toward the station. What about you, Esther?" Esther tightly gripped the ice cream bag in her hand, unable to find the words. Then, she forced a smile and replied, "I'll sit here a little longer to clear my head. You go ahead." Cang Dong Gu didn't say much else and reminded her, "I'll see you next week. Then, don't go wandering off somewhere else." Under the darkening sky, Esther's playful words echoed, "You nag so much." The traffic light turned red. Cang Dong Gu sat deep in thought on the bus as the chat window with Joy appeared. She messaged, "The news is huge. I passed the document screening. I have the first round of interviews next week." Cang Dong Gu stared blankly at the message on his phone. Meanwhile, in a quiet space filled with bright lights, Esther sat alone on a bench, looking lost. She tilted her hand unconsciously, letting the melted ice cream pour out of the wrapper, and a drop fell onto her shoe. Esther's eyes glistened with tears, reflecting her sadness. In the peaceful setting, she tried to reassure herself. "Pull yourself together," Seojun shouted excitedly. "Cang Dong Gu, try touching my chest muscles." Cang Dong Gu gave him a disgusted look, speechless. He thought about the lively gathering. For someone with an extremely narrow social circle like me, it's rare to have quarterly gatherings like this. Seojun flexed his muscular arm and joked, "My muscles are no joke now. Just touch them once." Cang Dong Gu expressed his disdain and shouted, "Gross. Stay away from me," he muttered under his breath. These were his friends from his university days. Even though they were considered quite close, at the end of the day, there were only 2 of them. Seojun kept judging the guy wearing glasses in front of him. "How can you look so old after not seeing you for a while? Where on earth can anyone see that you're barely in your 20s? The guy, looking gray and weary, replied, "I've already thrown myself away." Cang Dong Gu looked at Seojun and marveled. This big guy had managed to get into a major corporation, just as he had planned at the beginning of the year. He smiled and asked, "Is your own business going okay? I saw on Instagram recently that your restaurant is getting popular." He glanced at the guy wearing glasses. As for the guy who looked like an old man, he had married early and was running a coffee shop with his wife. He sipped his drink and said coldly, "It's been 2 months, and I haven't been able to sleep more than 4 hours a day." He was taken aback when he heard Seojun sigh. "Why on earth did you think of dropping out when you were only 1 year away from graduation? And opening a coffee shop with your girlfriend? On top of that, back then, I thought you two had a shotgun wedding, but who knew you'd actually get married?" He couldn't help but think about the phone case with a photo of a couple on it. On one hand, it was a life that ignored the usual rules set by society, redefining happiness according to one's own standards. Seojun laughed and teased, "Look at how skinny his arms are. There's a severe lack of muscle, a really, really severe lack." Cang Dong Gu quietly listened as the guy with glasses asked, "Seojun, your commute takes 3 hours every day. Where do you find the time to exercise?" As soon as he was asked, he showed off his muscles, laughing proudly. "Your body has to be healthy for your mind to be clear. Didn't you know that? I carve out time to use it." He pondered the 2 sides. On one hand, a life of enjoying the process of growth, while constantly moving forward. With that, he pointed his phone camera at Cang Dong Gu and mocked him. "Hey, Cang Dong Gu, you've got tech neck now. Can you not change your nickname at work to Turtle? Your neck muscles look like they've completely weakened." Cang Dong Gu was filled with murderous intent, struggling to restrain himself. He was lost in thought for a moment. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Cang Dong Gu remembered the reminder Joy had sent him the other day, and the light from the shop illuminated the whole area. "I wonder, am I the only one who's stuck in place?" A dim light flickered through the door crack. Sang-woo casually suggested, "The timing isn't great, but how about we hit a second round at that pub? There's a decent place nearby." The guy with glasses chimed in urgently. "Wait, my wife is calling." He picked up the call. "Hello? What's up? Spicy soup? Got it. So, more liver than other parts, right?" Sang-woo eagerly looked up restaurants. "I heard a celebrity once visited that place." Cang Dong Gu stared at his phone, but his mind was elsewhere. He really wanted to go home. The guy with glasses turned to them, looking awkward. "What do I do? My wife is having really intense morning sickness. I think I have to head home early today." As if he'd caught a lifeline, Cang Dong Gu's eyes lit up. He silently shouted, "Yes." He quickly raised his hand to say goodbye. "If that's the case, let's call it a night and meet up some other time." But the next second, Sang-woo threw his arm around his shoulder firmly. "What are you talking about? Forget him, but you have to come to the second round with me." Cang Dong Gu's face darkened in frustration. A notification suddenly popped up on his phone screen. "Please enter your phone number to receive real-time waiting status updates via text." Ho ho dang, Mia Branch is waiting for 2 groups. Estimated time, 15 minutes. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Sang-woo crossed his arms and turned to ask, "Hey, have you ever thought about working abroad?" Cang Dong Gu replied flatly, "Everything's fine here. Why would I suddenly want to go abroad?" He brought up the past. "Back in freshman year, you said you wanted to work abroad, remember? Something like Silicon Valley or whatever." He sighed, shifting his feet, and replied, "I can't even speak English. What could I possibly do? I was probably just spouting nonsense back when I was naive. I don't even remember that." As Cang Dong Gu was speaking, a phone notification cut him off. "Things said before you know, your own limits are best forgotten." A call appeared on the screen. Cang Dong Gu stared at it, stunned, wondering, "What is this? Why is she calling on a Saturday night?" Sang-woo glanced over and prompted, "You've got a call. Why don't you pick it up?" Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. "Oh my, that's so sad." Joy stood next to Cang Dong Gu, looking at the phone with a hint of regret. "You still haven't changed my name?" He broke into a cold sweat, flustered by her gentle smile and her words. "Next time, if I successfully change jobs, you have to change it for me, okay?" Cang Dong Gu quickly hit his phone against his chest, thinking in disbelief. He asked, "Joy, why are you here? And who was that beside you?" Joy laughed as she replied, "We came to the pub for a drink. This is my friend." Yosu tucked a strand of hair back and introduced herself with a smile. "I'm young Yosu. I'm Joy's high school friend." Cang Dong Gu hesitated, then replied, "Nice to meet you." Yosu asked, "Hey, who is this?" Joy replied, "The colleague from the desk next to mine I told you about." Cang Dong Gu looked at them both, confused, and whispered to himself, "Told you about?" She seemed to catch the point and exclaimed, "Is this that guy? It's strangely different from what I imagined." He was sweating bullets, thinking, "What is this? What on earth did they talk about?" Yosu hesitantly reached out. "And the person next to you?" Sang-woo pulled Cang Dong Gu's shoulder firmly and waved to introduce him. "We're college classmates." Not only that, he ruffled Cang Dong Gu's hair, ignoring his sour expression, and said, "This guy Cang Dong Gu might look like this, but he's super meticulous. Must be hard on you." Yosu covered her mouth, speechless. She noticed the ring finger on his hand, silently noting, "No ring." She rested her chin on her hand, smiled, and then laughed, suggesting, "How about we sit at the same table?" Sang-woo jumped at the opportunity. "My pleasure." Cang Dong Gu and Joy froze. He shouted inwardly, "What about my opinion?" He turned to them, looking awkward and hesitant, "That it's rare for friends to meet up. Would that really be okay?" Sang-woo shouted recklessly, "Why not? Let's sit together. You're just going to drink anyway. Are you planning to let me pour my own drink?" He replied angrily, I'll drink. Just please, give me a break." Joy was silent. Suddenly, he remembered. Right. Joy's opinion is the most important. She clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling with excitement. That sounds like it'll be really fun. He felt frustrated, blaming himself for worrying over nothing. The lights shone brightly in the room. Cang Dong Gu wondered, puzzled. How did things end up like this? Sang Woo chatted casually. So, Yosu moved to the city in 10th grade? Yosu immediately replied, That's right. I was in the same class as Joy in 11th and 12th grade. He glanced at the person beside him, thinking, this is so awkward. Having an acquaintance sitting right there makes me feel like I have to be even more cautious. We're all meeting for the first time. So why is the conversation flowing so well? Could it be that I'm the only introvert here? Yosu and Joy seem to be on the same wavelength, laughing nonstop. Both of us are married now, but back then, our taste was honestly terrible. Joy ate calmly, letting her ramble on. We always sat at the same desk, so we became close. Cang Dong Gu reassured himself. Usually, when it's just the two of us, we only talk about the company, job changes, or our careers. Suddenly, Joy whispered, Cang Dong Gu, have you tried this? It's really good. He was momentarily stunned and stammered, Yeah. Yosu asked, How did you two get to know each other? Group project or a club? Sang-woo laughed and answered, At a driving school. We both took the exam during the vacation. Oh, that's right. This guy can even drive a truck. Hearing that, she was startled, covering her mouth in awe. Cang Dong Gu got a Class 1 license? Cang Dong Gu hung his head, chewing, and thought. And now, without any planning, people I know are revealing each other's private lives one by one. That was true, but it was all stuff meant to be tucked away. Suddenly, he pointed at the dish and praised, This food is really good. Joy raised her glass of barley tea and said with a smile, I told you so. Cang Dong Gu looked at her, stunned, for a long moment. He said nothing, his face reddening, as he avoided her gaze and swallowed his food. Cang Dong Gu kept eating, thinking, deciding to sit at the same table was actually a smart move. Joy suddenly shouted, I wanted to eat that too. Cang Dong Gu's face fell as he let out a sound. He awkwardly stammered, I'm sorry, it was just so good that She laughed playfully and explained, I'm just teasing, take your time. Under the dim lights, Yosu smiled and asked, You two seem really close, don't you? Cang Dong Gu was stunned, choosing his words carefully. That is, Joy quickly chimed in. Aside from Sang Woo, Cang Dong Gu and I are close, right? We're pretty close, aren't we? He awkwardly went along with it. Yeah, of course. Sang Woo was touched, suddenly remembering Cang Dong Gu back in college, who couldn't even say a word at a drinking table. Suddenly, as if remembering something, she picked up her phone to search and muttered, Where did I put that photo? Joy asked, confused. What photo? She gave a harmonious smile and replied, Our high school photo. Since we were talking about it, I wanted to see it again. Cang Dong Gu's mind went on red alert. Joy broke into a cold sweat and asked with a strained smile, Hey, Yosu, are you drunk? Let's stop by the convenience store for a second. What's this? He thought, his expression tightening in confusion. Did the vibe just suddenly change? Without missing a beat, she shoved her phone screen toward them and said excitedly, Look at Cang Dong Gu. This was him back in high school. She looked frantic, her face paling as she yelled. Yu kept exclaiming, Doesn't he look completely different from now? Cang Dong Gu stared at the phone, but she didn't answer. The photo was a mirror selfie of the two girls, still wearing their school uniforms. Cang Dong Gu's focus was entirely on Joy's bottle. Her hair was shoulder length, and her deer-like eyes were smiling softly behind her glasses. He didn't dare say it out loud, only noting it silently to himself. She had long hair back then. She was so cute. Opposite him, Yang Yosu gasped in surprise, catching Donggu off guard. Joy then spoke up gently. It's getting late. Why don't we have one last drink and then call it a night? No one knew that, under the table, she was stomping on her foot, which had startled her earlier. Songwoo smiled and agreed after hearing Joy. You're right. Let's make this the last one. When the party ended, a taxi came to pick up Yu. After saying goodbye to her best friend, Joy turned to the two people beside her. Yang Yo-soo is all set to go home by taxi. How about you two? Donggu replied, I think I'll just catch a bus nearby. And what about Cang Dong Gu? Joy asked, in good spirits. I live nearby, so I'm just going to walk home. Songwoo looked at his phone and waved goodbye to them. In that case, my subway train is coming in 4 minutes. I'll be heading out first. He whispered, I'll be in touch, Donggu. Joy replied with a smile. Get home safe. Donggu, standing next to her, stared blankly, thinking to himself, she drank so much, but she's still this alert. Her tolerance is as insane as ever. He watched her silhouette slowly fade away. He glanced at Joy beside him, watching her focus on her phone, and sighed inwardly. If this were after work, we could have stayed together a bit longer. That thought started a war in his mind. Should I ask her to go for a walk to sober up? No, it's too late. She might find me annoying. In the end, He didn't dare speak up, left only with silent regret. It was a shame, but Dong Gu tentatively said to Joy, "Well, see you on Monday." Before he could finish, Joy softly interrupted him. The guy, a true native of the South, stood under the dim yellow streetlights. Joy looked over at Dong Gu and gave a small smile. "Want some milk? My treat." At the store, the clerk placed 2 cartons of milk on the counter and said politely, "That will be 3,001 total." Joy quickly held up her phone. "I'll pay with Apple Pay." Cang Dong Gu, standing behind her, observed silently, lost in his thoughts again. "Wait, I didn't even drink any alcohol." He looked at the girl's face in front of him, Cang Dong Gu, unable to stop himself from deep contemplation. Being together a little longer, it really is nice. But he forced his eyes to look elsewhere, still asking himself, while feeling a tightness in his chest, "What is this?" As they stepped out of the store, Cang Dong Gu asked Joy with concern, "By stopping at this convenience store, you're further away from your house now, aren't you?" She looked at him with a soft smile and replied, "You're right, so I'm just going to catch the bus. The 250 route, right? You can take that one too." The two walked side by side down the street. Joy kept chattering on. "Walking to sober up is nice too." Cang Dong Gu couldn't stop wondering, "This is something I find hard to say out loud, yet she can just say it so naturally." Suddenly, Joy sighed. Dong Gu glanced at her curiously. He was deep in thought. "What exactly is this feeling?" Joy confided in Cang Dong Gu, "I feel sad that we have to part ways like this." These self-doubting thoughts swirled in his mind, making it impossible for Cang Dong Gu to focus. "Why am I so afraid that she'll think I'm being annoying?" Suddenly, Joy's eyes sparkled as she looked at Cang Dong Gu with a serious expression. "But, Cang Dong Gu, don't you think you did something wrong to me?" He put on a helpless and bewildered expression, asking back, "Something wrong? What are you talking about?" Joy sighed and replied, "That photo business at the bar earlier." He thought to himself, "I knew I couldn't escape it." He then said to Joy, "I'm sorry, but your friend shoved the screen right in my face. Besides, the photo wasn't even that bad." She pouted beside him. Immediately, Joy protested, "Bottom line, delete it right now. Absolutely, do not keep it." Seeing Joy's cute reaction, Cang Dong Gu laughed out loud, teasing her. "Is that really such a big deal? I thought the photo was kind of cute and innocent." In an instant, his reaction left her stunned. Joy turned her face away shyly, her eyes fixed on the carton of milk in her hand. A moment later, the bus arrived, and she asked, both shy and flustered, "The bus is here? Are you getting on?" He followed along and replied, "Yeah." The atmosphere on the bus was a bit strange. Without a word, they both stayed silent, letting the low rumble of the engine fill the space. Neither initiated conversation. A dozen questions popped into Dong Gu's head. Why are we sitting next to each other so naturally? There were so many other seats. Why did I? As Cang Dong Gu was lost in thought, Joy turned and gave him a mischievous smile. "In that case, Cang Dong Gu, you should let me see yours too. Your high school photos." Cang Dong Gu was a bit surprised. "Just like that?" Joy still wore a smile, but the killing intent radiating from her left Dong Gu no chance to refuse. She said calmly, "That's only fair, right?" He silently begged for help. "What is this? That look is way too serious." He stuttered as he answered her, "All right, I'll try to find one." He searched through his phone, sighing softly. "Old photos, huh? They say they're high school photos, but they don't look that different from now." After scrolling for a while, he said to Joy, "I only have a photo with my sister from elementary school." Hearing that, Joy excitedly leaned in closer and said, "Let me see." The close proximity made Dong Gu's heart skip a beat, and he thought to himself, "Too close." Joy looked at the photo of him reading a book as a child, her eyes shining as she said, "Oh my God, so cute." Hearing the compliment, Dong Gu felt incredibly shy and had to tell himself, "Calm down, Cang Dong Gu. She might just be complimenting your sister." Joy didn't notice his embarrassment. She just giggled and said, "This is amazing. You look exactly like your sister." A strange feeling crept into Dong Gu's mind. He muttered to himself, "This feels embarrassing, but it's not exactly bad. It's very strange." Joy's words pulled him back to reality once more. He repeated her question, "Elementary school, huh?" Cang Dong Gu thought for a moment and then said, "My dream was to become an astronaut, and I also wanted to travel around the world and live in the North Pole for a month." Joy looked stunned and surprised as she said, "How is that so different from who you are now, Dong Gu?" "I had no idea." Cang Dong Gu hesitated for a moment. She asked first, "So it shouldn't be a problem if he asked back, right?" Joy looked dazed, clearly taken aback. "How is he so different from Dong Gu? I should have known." Cang Dong Gu hesitated for a moment. Since she'd already asked, Would it be okay if he turned the tables and asked her back? Just as I thought that, I gently asked her back. Since she had already asked me, surely there's no harm in asking her back, right? What about you, Joy? Joy tilted her head, resting her chin on her hand for a moment before saying, my dreams and desires are always changing, so there's nothing really set in stone. Suddenly remembering, she replied happily, I think I really love amusement parks. Dong Gu silently evaluated her. Pretty simple-minded, huh? Joy giggled and added, but I can't go on the thrill rides though. That's a secret, okay? Cang Dong Gu asked again. You like amusement parks, even though you can't ride the thrill rides? Streetlights illuminated her small face as she smiled and said, I guess I just love the unique atmosphere there. Seeing everyone around me smiling makes me happy, too. I just love that feeling. Cang Dong Gu watched her radiant face as she told her story, thinking to himself, I suddenly realized I want to go there with her. Joy continued to be lost in her story. So, whenever there's a break, I always go out with my friends. Cang Dong Gu was deep in thought, but in the end, I just couldn't bring myself to say it. He listened silently to her story, leaving early in the morning by bus and coming home late at night by train. Looking back, I really did have a lot of stamina back then, carrying around an insecurity that kept him from being brave enough to voice his true thoughts. I hid behind the excuse that people would find it bothersome to cover up my own weakness. Joy is a lively person who always has so much to talk about. After graduating high school and starting to live on my own, there were times I thought, just go by yourself. What's the big deal? These thoughts kept swirling, engulfing Dong Gu, but this time I couldn't lie to myself anymore. Joy loves to talk and loves to laugh. She was still deep in her story, not knowing whether Dong Gu was listening or not. Believe it or not, I've actually never been there before. I've never really had the extra money. Dong Gu mused to himself about his own life. Without help from others, without the courage of alcohol, I really am good for nothing. Outwardly, he smiled and replied to Joy, is that so? But deep down, he had such negative thoughts about himself. I really am useless. The thoughts continued to surround him. He had decided to move forward, but wondered if he had achieved anything on his own yet. The wheels kept turning, and his reflections kept looping in a never-ending cycle around Dong Gu. Caught between fear, desire, and hesitation, there was one thing he could be sure of. He lowered his eyes and told himself, if I don't say it today, I'll never be able to say it tomorrow or the day after. His hand on his lap tightened slightly, and he spoke up. But if you pass the interview and quit your job, you'll have some free time, right? I mean, time to go. Dong Gu was lost in his own reverie. Can I cast aside all these thoughts and just be honest with my own heart? Screech. The car came to a stop. Cang Dong Gu glanced over at Joy. She turned her face toward the window to look at the scenery, stayed silent for a moment, and replied, honestly, I wish I could do that too. Cang Dong Gu's eyes remained fixed on Joy. He thought silently, come to think of it, I've never had the courage to proactively ask someone out before. His train of thought was cut off by Joy's sudden exclamation. I have to get off here. Dong Gu took a leap of faith. Come with me. Joy was stunned. She turned her head toward him with a look of surprise on her face. The car door slammed shut. Cang Dong Gu looked at Joy sincerely and continued, if you pass and quit your job. Joy smiled happily. Of course. Let's go together. Dong Gu was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, from her perspective, those were just carefree words, said without a second thought. He asked her, unsure? Really? Joy nodded with a smile. That sounds fun. Her attitude only made Dong Gu's heart more troubled. Was I just imagining things all along? Joy concluded. So, it's a date then. Dong Gu thought to himself, I'm happier than words can say, but I'm also terrified. Joy teased him on purpose. Don't you dare flake on me or say something else later, okay? Dong Gu looked at her, pursed his lips, and thought, what is actually going through her mind right now? Early the next morning, Cang Dong Gu arrived at the office. He couldn't stop thinking about Joy's words from that day. It was just a vague promise. Not even a date had been set. Cang Dong Gu paced anxiously, but even though it was Monday, the lingering feeling hadn't faded. Calm down, Cang Dong Gu told himself. By the time that happens, we'll still be friends. Friends can go to amusement parks, right? What's the big deal? But Cang Dong Gu was the type of person who had never once been to an amusement park with friends. Suddenly, an object dropped right in front of his shoe. Cang Dong Gu jumped and looked down. It was a woman's brown leather wallet. Cang Dong Gu's eyes widened. 5:46 p.m. The sound of typing echoed. Dong Gu felt extremely uneasy, looking up every now and then, his eyes darting around. It was almost time to clock out. The leather wallet still sat lonely on the desk, and no one had come to look for it yet. The office message was still displayed on the computer. Hi Ri, anyone want to grab coffee? Cang Dong Gu? Whoever lost their wallet in the break room, come find me to get it back. 3 messages had been extracted from the system and sent to the operations team. Cang Dong Gu sighed. No one is reacting. This is so awkward, I feel so embarrassed. Joy suddenly appeared from behind and whispered in his ear. Hey Cang Dong Gu, I'm getting ready for my interview, so I'm leaving early, okay? Cang Dong Gu felt a wave of regret. He had been trying to time his departure so they could leave together naturally. And can I really keep holding onto this wallet forever? He suddenly thought of something and felt a chill down his spine. Wait, don't tell me this is going to lead to some bizarre situation later. The owner is going to come barging in and frame me. It was obvious there was cash in the wallet. Cang Dong Gu hurriedly picked it up. Absolutely not. Before things get complicated, I have to return this wallet right now. First, he tried to check for identification. He pulled out the card and froze. Over there, Esther was getting ready to go downstairs. She pressed the button and waited for the elevator. She looked completely exhausted. A voice rang out from behind, catching Esther's attention. If you clock out in that state, you won't be able to take the subway home. Cang Dong Gu held out the wallet. Here, take this. A long silence stretched between them. Esther gasped in fear. A thief, Cang Dong Gu replied, sounding defeated. Don't normal people usually think I helped return lost property? He frowned, reproachfully. Didn't you see my message in the company chat room? Esther hurriedly laughed it off. Sorry, I've been in back-to-back meetings all day, so I didn't check the group chat. Thank you so much, Cang Dong Gu. The two of them entered the elevator together. Dong Gu started a conversation. Have you been really busy lately? Esther smiled and replied. A bit more than usual, but I actually feel like this is better. I don't have to overthink things, and I feel like I'm working really hard. Dong Gu picked up his phone and said, Oh, by the way, Esther, I have something to ask you, he asked curiously. Your birthday was last week, right? But why didn't you mention it to anyone? I didn't even see a birthday notification on the messaging app. Esther didn't seem to care much about it. Oh, I usually don't celebrate my birthday. Dong Gu was surprised. You don't celebrate? Esther covered her mouth and gave a sly smile. I have my own personal reasons. If you're curious, I'll tell you. Especially since I'm only telling you. Dong Gu kept silently staring at the screen, acting as if he didn't care, but his words suggested otherwise. You say that, and now I'm curious. Seeing that, Esther turned away. Actually, come to think of it, it's better if I don't say anything. Only then did Dong Gu look over. Are you teasing me? Esther hesitated, shuffling her feet. I just suddenly felt worried. Dong Gu realized it instinctively. Are you worried I'll go around spreading rumors? Esther smiled faintly. Do you think I don't understand you, Dong Gu? You've got it wrong. Her gaze turned sorrowful as she looked into the distance. It's just that negative emotions are very contagious. Dong Gu looked at her silently, not knowing how to respond. Esther then regained her usual lively demeanor. Besides, you hate dealing with troublesome things like this, don't you? Just let it be, just this once. Remember to keep it a secret from everyone at the office. Thinking about the birthday topic left Dong Gu with a lot on his mind. Even though he didn't know what it was about, he replied, I understand. Don't worry. The elevator reached the first floor just then. This seemed to be the first time. I had seen such a fragile side of Esther. The day turned to evening, and the streetlights began to flicker on. Dong Gu said his goodbyes. Well then, I'm heading to the bus stop. See you tomorrow. He walked away lightly. Esther stood there, watching Dong Gu's retreating figure, when suddenly something clicked in her mind. Esther called out loudly, Dong Gu, wait a second. She walked closer. Come to think of it, you know my age now, right? Dong Gu replied, That's right. To find the owner of the wallet, I had to check your ID. Esther denied it. No, that's not what I meant. Dong Gu suddenly felt anxious. Had she been bothered by him looking through her ID? Esther reached out and proposed. All right, Dong Gu, tell me your age, too. Dong Gu felt a chill down his spine. But why? Esther threatened him playfully. I need fairness. Dong Gu immediately pouted. But that he complained, puffing out his cheeks. Are you serious? I'm already feeling miserable enough. Dong Gu, having no other choice, finally answered. Is it really that big of a deal? Fine, I'll tell you. Is 27 okay? Esther made a soft "oh" sound. 27, huh? Dong Gu reminded her. Why are you following me? The subway station is in the opposite direction. Esther smiled gently. Dong Gu, I'm just joking. Dong Gu didn't see that as a good sign. Why did he have a bad feeling about this? Why was she joking all of a sudden? He turned away firmly. No, I don't want to. Esther asked, What about my birthday privilege? Dong Gu argued back. You said yourself you don't celebrate your birthday. Esther tried to plead. Come on, Dong Gu, just this once. Dong Gu shuddered. Why did she sound so clingy? Esther laughed. Let me do it, won't you? Finally, Dong Gu gave in. I don't know what's going on, but fine, just this once. Esther spoke up. Then, call me older sister. Dong Gu. Dong Gu was startled by that way of addressing her. Esther smiled wickedly. Try calling me Sister Esther. Seeing that look on her face, Dong Gu flinched and stepped back. He struggled to get the words out. We're only 1 year apart. What's with the whole sister thing? Before, she said they could still be friends despite a 2-year age gap. But now Esther smirked slyly. Then let's be friends. Dong Gu refused immediately. Let's just stick to being colleagues. Esther turned and waved. All right, I'm really going now. Get home safely. Thanks again for the wallet. Dong Gu was left alone, still in shock. 2 days later, at a company meeting, Dong Gu sat inside, waiting anxiously. Du Kung smiled warmly. You've been waiting a while, haven't you? Sorry about that. The meeting dragged on. This is for you, Dong Gu. You must be thirsty, right? Dong Gu replied. Thank you. He couldn't help but be caught up in restless thoughts. Why would he suddenly say he had something to talk about? Had he done something wrong? Before Dong Gu could overthink it, Du Kung spoke up. He suddenly became frighteningly serious. Regarding the salary negotiation I mentioned last time, I want to discuss it further. Dong Gu was restless and tense. Yes. Du Kung smirked slightly. He asked as if he was probing, but he had already made up his mind. The salary negotiation will be processed now, and the salary increase will take effect next month, which is when the third quarter begins. What do you think, Dong Gu? Dong Gu was amazed. Really? Du Kung smiled. After Andy quit, your workload has increased significantly. I appreciate that. A wave of emotion surged within Dong Gu. Perhaps I'm working at a better company than I thought? Du Kung added. Besides, the workload for the additional development projects for the second half of the year will be quite heavy. His eyes looked devious again. Think of this as both a reward for your past efforts and a way to boost your morale for the time ahead. That's about it. Dong Gu realized the true meaning of capitalism. Did he mean to increase the salary just to exploit him to the end? Du Kung laughed out loud. Anyway, in the second half of the year, everyone in our team, you, Ba Chish, and Joy, will have to work very hard. Dong Gu could only sigh and accept. Yes, he suddenly remembered an important factor. Wait, there's a high chance Joy is going to quit soon. So, in the second half of the year, will it just be me and Ba Chich relying on each other? Dong Gu could imagine his face. Hey, I have a date with my wife tonight, so I'm leaving early. He hung his head in defeat, feeling completely drained. Du Kung said, but there's also good news. He held up 2 fingers. We plan to recruit 2 new employees to support the development team, and they will likely work under you. At least that will lighten the manual labor, right? That's great, isn't it? And of course, he gave that smile again, a devious smirk. If you can guide and lead the juniors well, then that offer pulled Dong Gu into a spiral of endless work pressure. Later, he collapsed onto his bed, feeling dazed even after returning to his familiar home. Dong Gu was still worried about his future career. He sighed, thinking that, actually, the salary increase wasn't bad. A text from Du Kung was still there. 4:20 p.m. The salary contract we discussed verbally will be processed by the HR department tomorrow. Dong Gu felt a little worried, but besides supporting Patrick, I have to lead the juniors too. Can I really take the lead and guide someone? Just then, Kang Suan burst through the door. Hey, aren't you eating dinner? Dong Gu jumped up, startled. I told you not to open the door so hard. A savory scent drifted into his nose. Where did that seaweed soup smell come from? Kang Sun replied, Mom and Dad are going on a trip to the Salt Islands tomorrow, so they made a bunch of food. They told me not to order delivery. She rubbed her chin, calculating, might as well save some money on lunch, right? Should I pack a lunch for work tomorrow? Dong Gu reminded her. Make an extra portion for me too while you're at it, she replied coldly. What did you say? I'm telling you to prepare a portion for me too. Dong Gu grumbled. You really have no heart. Kang Sun didn't seem to care. She walked out. You've got a call. Answer it and then come out to eat. As soon as he picked up, a familiar voice made Dong Gu freeze. Dong Gu, are you off work already? He cried out in surprise. Jae-in? Kang Sun, who had just left the room, immediately poked her head back in, curious. What? Joy asked, panicked. Did I call it a bad time? Kang Dong Gu hurriedly corrected her. No, it's fine. Did you call me for something? He was so worried his heart was racing. Was it about work? But there hadn't been any announcements in the company group chat. These sudden phone calls lately were definitely not good for his heart. Joy chose her words carefully. Well, I have my first round of interviews tomorrow. Dong Gu replied softly. I know. And I know about your leave request, too. You must be tired, Joy. About the self-introduction or the questions I might get, I wanted to ask someone for advice, and you're the only one who knows I'm interviewing, Dong Gu. She carefully weighed her words. If you don't mind, maybe later, Cang Dong Gu calmly interrupted her. I'll definitely help you. This was the dream company Joy had always wanted to work for. If it were me, I'd probably be so stressed, I wouldn't be able to swallow a single grain of rice, Joy complained. Exactly. I haven't eaten anything all day, she pondered, but she needed to eat something to have the energy for tomorrow. Dong Gu caught the hint, suddenly feeling enlightened, and immediately offered a plan to Cang Dong Gu. Inviting her to eat, he gathered all his courage to speak up. Finally, Dong Gu asked her out. Let's go grab a bite tonight. That evening, Dong Gu nervously dressed up for the meeting spot. His heart was fluttering with anxiety. He couldn't even remember the last time he had asked someone out on a regular day. Because he cared so much about this, he had prepared all sorts of things. He looked around, wondering if he was being a busybody. Joy arrived just then. Have you been waiting long? Dong Gu replied politely. No, I just got here. Joy seemed very tired. She smiled and explained. Sorry, I already got to the bus stop, but then I realized I forgot my phone and had to go back home to get it. Cang Dong Gu could see the exhaustion on her face. She seemed very anxious about tomorrow's interview. He thought to himself, should I wait a bit before slowly bringing up what I prepared? No, it wasn't up to him whether things went slowly or not. Joy looked at her phone. If you're hungry, should we eat first? Or are you not? Before she could finish, Dong Gu interrupted. A friend of mine works at that major corporation. Their job is quite similar to the position you're applying for. J.In. Joy looked up, bewildered. Huh? Cang Dong Gu remained focused on helping. Just in case, I asked that friend to share the materials they prepared for their interview, and they said they'd send them to me once they get off work. He explained with an air of indifference. Also, to be safe, it's better to have the server running for the side project we're working on. During the interview, they might ask to see the actual app. Joy stared at Dong Gu, stunned. I also asked them to share some of the questions they were asked during their interview. Cang Dong Gu looked up just then. And one more thing. He shyly looked down when their eyes met. Of course, you've already prepared very well, but you can just treat this as extra reference material. I'm talking too much. Dong Gu scolded himself internally. Why do I always go around meddling in other people's business? Joy hesitated, then said, Thank you. It's nothing, Dong Gu replied formally. We're teammates in the career change study group, after all. He tried to encourage her. Even though I've decided to stay at the company, you definitely have to pass, Joy. Cang Dong Gu turned away, flustered. He blushed and muttered, We can be friends. Joy continued. And go to an amusement park too? She sighed softly, the anxiety in her heart seemingly fading a little. Suddenly, Joy laughed a bright, happy laugh. She smoothly changed the subject. Suddenly, I'm so hungry. Dong Gu, feeling awkward, hurriedly said, Sorry, should we walk over to the restaurant area first? They walked together to the shop. Joy started the conversation. I feel like I've figured it out now. She hesitated for a moment, then Joy confided, Maybe because the interview is tomorrow, I've been incredibly anxious and uneasy. She turned back and smiled sincerely. That's why I really wanted to eat with you. Dong Gu. Cang Dong Gu froze for a second, his mind in a complete scramble. What did she mean by that? My mind is a complete blank. Dong Gu closed his eyes to calm down. Stay calm. I'm the one who has accompanied and witnessed her entire career transition process. She definitely meant it in that sense. Jae-in smiled and asked, So, what should we eat now? Dong Gu pouted. That I meant, he silently cursed himself. Damn it, I'm so flustered I don't even know what to say. Joy checked her phone. If you aren't craving anything in particular, let me choose. Dong Gu asked, Is there anything you want to eat? Joy smiled radiantly. Spicy hot pot? Spicy rice cakes? Dong Gu hesitated. Interview tomorrow, and she wants to eat spicy food? Joy frowned, weighing her options. Beef tripe hot pot also seems okay. Cang Dong Gu felt helpless and thought, I have to find a way to stop her at all costs. She's not calm enough to think rationally right now. He desperately spoke up. Actually, I just thought of something I really want to eat. They ended up at a nutritional porridge restaurant. Joy looked at the menu and smiled. I didn't know you liked porridge, Dong Gu. Cang Dong Gu replied conveniently. I just felt like eating something light. Jae-in frowned and pointed. Spicy chicken porridge? That looks tempting. Dong Gu saw her wavering and suggested, They have a really delicious beef and vegetable porridge here. I'm a huge fan of that one. Joy's expression showed a hint of disappointment. Then let's have that. Dong Gu saw this and couldn't help but think, don't tell me she's going to go home and order delivery later. He sighed and reminded her. After the interview, we'll go eat whatever you want, Jae-in. Joy caught the main point and teased him with a smile. So, you mean after the interview the two of us are going to eat together, just us two, right? Then she laughed at herself. Just kidding, just kidding. Besides, I'm used to eating porridge, so you don't need to worry so much. Cang Dong Gu breathed a sigh of relief. If she could tease him so comfortably, she must be less stressed now. But it seemed like Joy still wasn't quite all right. Tomorrow is a big day, after all. Thinking back, I really should have avoided spicy food. The things you wanted to eat like beef tripe, spicy hot pot, or spicy chicken, you can't have those today. Joy takes a sip of water to steady herself. Cang Dong Gu pulls a box out of his bag. Just in case, I came prepared. If you feel too stressed tomorrow, you can take this. Joy exclaims softly. That's amazing. This is the first time I've ever received something like this. Cang Dong Gu hands her a box of Niu Huang Qingxin 1. The expiration date is still a long way off, so feel free to use it. Joy accepts it. Thank you so much. If I get stressed, I'll definitely take it. Cang Dong Gu breathes a silent sigh of relief. Thank goodness she doesn't feel pressured by the gift. Joy is the type who reads the ingredient list the first time she sees something, so she stares intently at the box. She suddenly speaks up. Hey, Cang Dong Gu. You know what? Joy sets the box down. In the future, if you ever need my help, or if you just need a place to lean on, she smiles and asks, don't hesitate to call me, just like I called you today. Deal? Then Joy teases, and I'm still going to call you Cang Dong Gu from now on. Cang Dong Gu awkwardly looks away. Is that so? I'll do the same. Joy keeps her cheerful expression. She lets out a relieved sigh. This might be the first time I've ever been this close to a male colleague, Joy muses. Like I said before, the only person I'd want to stay in touch with even after leaving this company is probably just you. Cang Dong Gu asks back in confusion. Did you really say that? Joy smiles and replies. Yes. The part about how if someone lands a new job, they should be friends. Cang Dong Gu remembers. Oh, is that right? He tries to save the situation. He's losing his cool. Cang Dong Gu raises his hand. Excuse me, I'd like to order. Joy just smiles silently. Then they head to the bus stop together. While waiting, Joy says, thank you. You even helped me prepare for the interview at the cafe. She gives him a thumbs up. When I was alone at home, I was just worrying and feeling anxious. But now I'm okay. It's all thanks to you, Cang Dong Gu. Cang Dong Gu encourages her. Everything is going to be just fine. Joy looks at him quietly, hesitating. Then, she suddenly asks something out of the blue. Now that we're friends, are we still going to use honorifics? Cang Dong Gu turns to her in surprise. Huh? Joy smiles and explains, I've never seen friends talk to each other with honorifics like this. Cang Dong Gu realizes she's right. Now that he thinks about it, it is a bit weird. Suddenly, he says, Joy? Did Cang Dong Gu say that to Joy? Or was he asking himself if it was okay to call her that? They both realize the slip of the tongue. The conversation falls silent. Cang Dong Gu quickly tries to fix it. Let's leave that until after you pass the final interview. Joy is flustered too. You're right. I'm just rambling. Sorry about that. Cang Dong Gu clutches his chest, gasping. What did I just say? It was just a simple honorific. But it felt completely different. He thinks carefully, and more importantly, I still don't even know her age. The bus arrives just in time, and Joy tries to escape the awkward situation. I have to get on the bus. I'll contact you after my interview tomorrow. She calls out, Driver, please wait. Cang Dong Gu waves awkwardly. Get home safe. Dang it, I'm so nervous. Cang Dong Gu scolds himself. Cang Dong Gu, you idiot. Why did you open your mouth without thinking? On the bus, Joy finally lets out a sigh of relief. She calmly recalls the moment, the way Cang Dong Gu spoke just now. Joy, is it okay to call you that? Maybe until then, Joy lifts her head slightly, her hand clutching her bag even tighter. She closes her eyes to steady her nerves, but she can't stop her heart from pounding in her chest. She tries to make excuses for herself. Is it just because I haven't run in a while? Meanwhile, Cang Dong Gu is left alone waiting for the bus. At the C Canvas office, Cang Dong Gu looks up Joy's profile but doesn't dare to move for a long time. He's anxious too. The interview is at 1:30, right? He really wants to send her a message, but what should he write? To his surprise, Joy texts him first. I'm about to head out. Cang Dong Gu is startled. Joy sends another message. Aren't you going to cheer me on? Cang Dong Gu thinks to himself, I should have sent a message sooner, even just something simple. He types, good luck, and sends it. He worries, well, that'll have to do. A girl suddenly appears behind him. Hey Cang Dong Gu, is Patrick not in today? Cang Dong Gu jumps and turns around to answer. I think Patrick took the day off, probably for a wedding suit fitting. She has a company nickname, Vic. She works in operations support. Cang Dong Gu frowns. Really? What should I do now? I have some urgent data work I needed help with. Cang Dong Gu quickly senses trouble. He tries to avoid her. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Just avoid eye contact for now. Vic glances over. This is bad. Who can I ask for help now? Cang Dong Gu thinks, no matter what anyone says, I have to ignore this to keep things simple. But things don't go as planned. He decides to help anyway. Cang Dong Gu looks sadly at the 2 lunchboxes on his desk. He works wearily. It's been a long time since he brought a lunchbox, and now he has to work through lunch. There's laughter in the distance. Happy birthday, Duju. Happy birthday. Chen Na. Cang Dong Gu looks over. Whose birthday is it? Chen Na runs over from the next room. Cang Dong Gu, do you want some cake? Cang Dong Gu realizes, is it that person's birthday? He thinks, I'm so hungry, I really want something to eat. Cang Dong Gu stands up, confused. But I didn't prepare a gift, is that okay? Dong Gu suddenly appears from behind. Don't you know he doesn't like sweets? He laughs. That's why he only drinks that bland chamomile tea every day. Cang Dong Gu thinks furiously, I'm ready to snap. Chen Na smiles awkwardly. Oh, is that so, Esther? I received the gift you gave me. Thank you so much. Esther smiled. Oh, it's nothing. Chen Na suddenly asks, then when is Esther's birthday? I need to note it down. Dong Gu interrupts again. Come to think of it, I don't think we've ever celebrated Esther's birthday. Chen Na is surprised. Really? Cang Dong Gu remembers the warning from, keep it a secret from everyone at the office. It was your birthday last week, right? He furrows his brow. Esther is flustered, not knowing how to reply. Suddenly, Cang Dong Gu shouts, is that carrot cake? I love that stuff. Chen Na is startled and asks, so, would you like a slice? Cang Dong Gu smiles painfully. Could I have 2, please? I haven't even had lunch yet. Dong Gu teased. Is Dong Gu that hungry? Or are you just trying to save some money on lunch? Dong Gu scowled and muttered, just leave me be. The hallway light flickered on and off. Esther sat in the corridor and said, I didn't expect you to like sweets so much, MC. Dong Gu replied with a sigh. I've suddenly become a cake-stealing villain, and you called me all the way to the fire escape just to tease me like that? Esther laughed. I told you. Why do you always have to get involved? Just pretend you didn't see anything. Dong Gu could only sigh. She had said before that she had personal reasons she couldn't share with others, hadn't she? Esther whispered. Seriously? Why do you have to be so pointlessly kind all the time? Dong Gu didn't hear clearly and asked her to repeat it, so Esther quickly corrected herself, implying she was actually saying thank you. Dong Gu was also startled by her sudden outburst. Esther hesitated and explained that from her perspective, she didn't really know the full story. Yet he had stood up to help her, even though she had only called it a personal matter. I'm seriously thinking about it now, she asked herself, wondering if she should tell Dong Gu. Dong Gu replied calmly, there's no need. If it makes you uncomfortable, just let it be. Esther interrupted, saying it wasn't uncomfortable at all. She quietly added, for me, that kind of thing never really happens. I'm being serious. Dong Gu recalled Esther's previous words. Negative emotions are just so easy to spread. He pondered for a moment, then Dong Gu sighed. Don't overcomplicate things. Just focus on being co-workers. He reminded her, we're colleagues. It's not a big deal, right? Dong Gu thought to himself, it's better to keep things simple at times like this. He advised that when facing awkward situations, they could help each other out occasionally and confide in one another when needed. Dong Gu explained, I mean, if you want to talk, Esther, then talk. If you don't want to, then don't. That's all. The light flickered on clearly, then suddenly died out. Dong Gu realized he might have said too much, and he turned away, feeling awkward. If there's nothing else, I'll excuse myself. I still have work to do. Esther suddenly began to recount how, due to the nature of his work, her father was constantly away on business trips. She sat hugging her knees, looking lonely. On my 7th birthday, I talked on the phone with him for nearly an hour. I told him it was my birthday. He didn't come home for 3 years straight. He was so inconsiderate. Esther's voice echoed faintly through the old, dark hallway, making everything feel even more desolate. And then, while driving home early that morning, he got into an accident. Esther was lost in her own painful memories. He had been injured because he tried to avoid a pedestrian who was crossing the street illegally. She tried to act as natural as possible. He spent a year in the hospital, and it took nearly 2 more years for him to recover. My brother was in high school at the time, and because of the medical bills, He had to give up on his dream university and apply to schools that offered scholarships. Esther gave a self-deprecating laugh. Everyone said it wasn't my fault, that it was caused by the person who crossed the street illegally. Honestly, even now, I don't know how to feel about it. She smiled. But every year when my birthday comes around, it all comes rushing back. I really don't have the heart to receive birthday wishes, so I don't celebrate mine at all. Dong Gu asked tentatively. So, how is your family now? Esther replied, don't worry, they're fine now. Everyone is eating well and sleeping soundly. She reminded him, I've taken up too much of your time, haven't I? Let's head back up. Time passed quickly. It was 8:35. Dong Gu stared blankly at the dark computer screen, telling himself, that's enough, Dong Gu, you've played your part by listening, now just go home. Suddenly, Dong Gu noticed something. The carrot cake was still untouched. He frowned slightly. Even the lunchbox remained unopened. Dong Gu went over to Esther's workspace and asked, still not heading home? She replied, I've just got a lot to do today. Dong Gu offered her a small candy. Esther asked, what's this for? Dong Gu replied, you said earlier that everyone is doing fine and sleeping soundly, right? Esther looked at the candy. Right. Is this red ginseng flavor? Dong Gu advised. Then try focusing your attention on something else for a change. He sighed, saying that after all the storms have passed, there's no reason not to celebrate the present. If you want to attach that kind of meaning to your birthday, that's fine too. Esther was surprised, but her gaze quickly returned to contemplation. Dong Gu said, consider that candy my birthday gift. Esther burst out laughing. You're crazy. Isn't this the candy I gave you last time? Isn't that a bit half-hearted? Dong Gu frowned. I ate the one you gave me last time. This is a brand new one I just bought. I thought the flavor was pretty good. Esther breathed a sigh of relief. Who gives a gift like this? At least get me a cake or seaweed soup. Dong Gu hesitated. I didn't want to create a situation that could be easily misunderstood. Esther laughed even harder. What's to misunderstand about cake and seaweed soup? Dong Gu thought for a moment and replied, if you really want them, I can ask Ba Chich and Hai Li to go buy them with me. Esther laughed until she had to stop. Okay, enough already, Mr. Too Hard to Approach. She unwrapped the candy. This flavor is too sweet. I don't really like it. But I'll eat it because it's from you. Dong Gu realized belatedly. So the red ginseng candy you gave me last time was just you getting rid of leftovers? Esther reminded him. The less you know, the happier you are. Haven't you ever heard that? I'm putting it in my mouth now. Dong Gu still felt unsettled. He turned away carefully, though Esther seemed to be in a much better mood. Get home safely. She toyed with the candy in her hand. Esther popped it into her mouth, the corners of her eyes turning red. Esther asked herself, was the aftertaste of this candy always this bittersweet? Esther appeared and said with a smile, Joy, remember when you said the three of us should grab a meal together? Why don't we go today? But the other two fell into a stunned silence. Joy was surprised. Today? Dong Gu thought to himself. She must mean that conversation. Joy had also said, don't you want to have lunch with Esther sometime soon? Dong Gu understood now, so she had been talking to Esther privately as well. Joy turned to him hesitantly. I'm down. What about you? Dong Gu looked at Esther. I guess you're free to go too, right? Dong Gu took off his headphones, feeling hesitant. Finally, they arrived at a coffee shop. Esther and Joy were chatting and laughing happily. Dong Gu sat beside them, feeling awkward. Now all three of us are out for a meal. Honestly, I don't really have much to say. It's like the topics I can share with each of them don't really overlap. Joy changed the subject. Hey Esther, have you thought about changing careers? Esther hummed in response. Not for now, I think. Joy was surprised. Why? You received several job offers at the end of last year, didn't you? Esther explained. The team here is great. Plus it's close to where I live and I feel comfortable with this job. Maybe I really don't want to gamble away my stability. I believe I can really build a career and grow here, Cang Dong Gu thought to himself. He was completely different from Joy. Esther smiled and said, Oh, right. I have something I wanted to ask you too. Joy looked surprised. Ask me what? Esther shifted the conversation to a touchy subject without even changing her expression. Joy, haven't you been wanting to date anyone lately? Cang Dong Gu froze. Why are you bringing that up all of a sudden? Joy hesitated. I'm not sure. Cang Dong Gu nodded along. Of course, he was curious. But Joy looked away. If she just kept working hard at her life, wouldn't the right person just show up eventually? She joked. So, I'm not really in a rush for that. Esther chuckled. Not in a rush, huh? Everyone stared at them, stunned, as she looked at him with envy for his calm demeanor. Esther quickly regained her smile and said, It's nothing. Let's go grab coffee after we finish eating. Cang Dong Gu, you'll have chamomile tea, right? Cang Dong Gu nodded, thinking that sounded good. As they headed back to the office, everyone waited for the elevator together. Cang Dong Gu looked at Joy with concern. It had been a week since her first interview. Hadn't she received the results yet? She should have heard back by now, right? He took a sip of water, wondering why he was even more anxious than she was. Suddenly, Vicky appeared out of nowhere and startled Cang Dong Gu, making him jump. He turned around in a panic. Why on earth did she just say hello to him out of the blue? Vicky just kept smiling. Why do you look so surprised? Cang Dong Gu greeted her back. He silently prayed that she wouldn't dump a mountain of work on him. Vicky mentioned, "Come to think of it, I still haven't had a chance to thank you properly for helping me out last week." She suggested, "Let me buy you a coffee when you have some time." Cang Dong Gu replied reluctantly, "Sure." Vicky still had her hand on his shoulder as she turned to leave. "I'll text you later." After hearing all of that, Joy felt angry. Wasn't it a bit rude to dump work on someone right before lunch? She had only just heard about what happened last week, and on top of that, it was directed at him. He wasn't the only developer in the company. After all, he had been swamped lately and was already having to work overtime. Cang Dong Gu tried to defend her. All the other staff involved were away, so we didn't really have another choice. He was confused and thought, why is she suddenly getting so worked up? What's wrong? Joy warned him, "Cang Dong Gu, you need to learn how to say no in situations like this." Cang Dong Gu feared the worst. Could she think he was a pushover? Joy frowned and said irritably, "You didn't even have time to eat lunch that day, did you? In that case, she should treat you to a proper meal, not just coffee. If she made you work like that, she should compensate you properly." Cang Dong Gu became even more certain of his suspicions. He was 100% sure of it. He spoke up softly. "Actually, she did offer to buy me a meal." Joy turned around abruptly, her eyes dark. Cang Dong Gu added, "She said coffee alone wouldn't be enough." Joy asked coldly, "So, did you agree to go eat with her?" Cang Dong Gu hung his head. "No. A whole meal felt like too much pressure, so I told her a gift card for a drink would be fine." Joy paused for a moment, and suddenly called out, "Cang Dong Gu." Joy's eyes went cold. "Next time, make sure to finish your sentences." Cang Dong Gu scratched his cheek, confused. Did he say something wrong? Just then, Joy's phone rang. She turned to him and asked, "Cang Dong Gu, are you busy?" Cang Dong Gu looked at her, bewildered. "No, but you didn't even let me finish. Did you need something?" Before he could finish, Joy grabbed his arm and dragged him away. This left Cang Dong Gu feeling flustered and confused. They arrived in front of meeting room B. Joy stopped against a corner wall and went silent. Cang Dong Gu asked softly, "Why did you drag me into the meeting room?" Joy spun around and shoved her phone screen into Cang Dong Gu's face. Her voice filled with joy. "I passed the first round." Joy recounted. "The side project we worked on during the research session. They said it was really impressive." She beamed. "And those interview prep materials you got from your friend? They helped so much." Joy grabbed Cang Dong Gu's hands and kept expressing her gratitude. "It's all thanks to you." Cang Dong Gu was stunned. He just lowered his gaze to manage his emotions. He said in a shaky voice, Joy. Cang Dong Gu carefully warned her, "You're standing a bit too close." The comment made Joy blush instantly. She immediately let go of Cang Dong Gu's hands. He rubbed his wrist. "Congratulations. I knew you could do it." Joy was also overcome with confusion. "Thank you." She breathed a sigh of relief. "I have a good feeling about this time. Maybe I'll pass the second round too." Cang Dong Gu thought to himself, "Thank goodness." He quietly avoided her gaze, feeling like he had never been this happy for someone else's success before. After the sudden burst of joy, Joy started to feel embarrassed. She pulled up a chair and changed the subject. "Oh, right. If I pass the final round, should we finally settle the issue of how we address each other?" Cang Dong Gu looked over, confused. "The issue of how we address each other?" Joy explained. "Like I said before, we're friends, but it's weird for us to keep using honorifics." She smiled slightly. "If you're older, I'll use a title that shows some respect." Her hand moved slightly. "And if I'm older, you'll have to do the same." Joy sat comfortably and tilted her head, suggesting, "And if we're the same age, how about we just call each other by our names, Joy and Cang Dong Gu?" Even though he was at work, Cang Dong Gu felt a bit distracted as he imagined it. Joy called out softly, "Cang Dong Gu." Joy, being the same age, smiled and sat beside him. "I'm working on the design doc. Could you take a look with me? Or if she were younger, I'll treat you to dinner. Let's go eat your favorite food." She finished with a suggestive touch of his hand. "Or, if she were younger, why don't we go for a walk to get some air?" Cang Dong Gu was lost in the sensation of a gentle, warm touch. Du Wu appeared suddenly from behind. "Team leader, Are you sleeping? Cang Dong Gu startled awake. I'm sorry. I was just tired. Du Wu laughed loudly. If you work that hard, you're bound to doze off sometimes. Cang Dong Gu thought angrily. Damn it. Is this because of that conversation last night? Why do I keep having dreams like that? He couldn't believe himself. Please, let him not have said anything out loud while he was sleeping. Du Wu suggested. Want to go to the rooftop for some air? Cang Dong Gu agreed. On the rooftop, the sun seemed to shine down even more intensely. Du Wu started the conversation. Did you hear the news? She asked for another day off next Tuesday. Cang Dong Gu checked his phone, thinking, Tuesday is the day of her second interview, but why do I care which days she takes off? Du Wu warned. Her attendance record is starting to look suspicious. Maybe it's time we start preparing ourselves, Cang Dong Gu asked, confused. Preparing ourselves? Du Wu pulled out a cigarette and sighed. You know, that strange energy, it's like a telltale sign when someone is about to change careers or quit. He explained that they start complaining less about the company, suddenly take half days off, and pick weekdays for appointments more often. Their expressions gradually brighten up over time. He smiled and said, after you've been working a few more years, you'll realize it too. Team leader? Cang Dong Gu marveled. Sometimes he could be incredibly sharp. He replied nonchalantly, if Andy had already left, then Joy could, too. Then that would leave only the two of us as experienced developers. Cang Dong Gu thought to himself, suddenly feeling uneasy. Can I really perform at the same level as the seniors before me? He confided. I'm a bit worried about that. Cang Dong Gu was quite conflicted about the future and whether they could lead a team together. Du replied, I'll handle that. So what is there to worry about? He turned to look into the distance. The wedding preparations are all finished, so now I can finally focus on work. Du turned back to Cang Dong Gu. You should just focus on your tasks, too. If Joy asks for time off, I'll take over her work until we find a replacement, so don't worry. Cang Dong Gu looked on, feeling awkward. Du changed the subject. By the way, how did your salary negotiation go? Cang Dong Gu sighed in relief. It went smoother than I thought. Suddenly, he realized he had slipped up. Cang Dong Gu exclaimed, Wait, how did you know about that? Du replied nonchalantly, Didn't Donald tell you? I was the one who requested it from higher up, he explained. You've been working hard since last year until now, and in any case, the salary increase rate for first-year employees is fairly predictable. Du put a hand on Cang Dong Gu's shoulder to comfort him. You should be rewarded appropriately based on the volume and quality of work you do, right? He smiled slightly. Look at your own abilities objectively, but don't become arrogant. Cang Dong Gu was stunned hearing those words. Only Du was always so calm. He chuckled softly. Du turned away to go get some coffee to recharge. In the evening after work, Cang Dong Gu stood waiting at the bus stop. This was the time for him to reflect on why he chose to stay instead of leaving. The reason was simple. Cang Dong Gu analyzed that the job market was frozen, and he had too many years of experience to easily switch jobs. He decided he needed to accumulate more experience and polish his resume first. He reflected, thinking everything else would be fine. Things like work attitude and productivity ever since he started. He had never refused overtime or caused any trouble. Someone from behind called out to Cang Dong Gu, but he was lost in his thoughts, always thinking that he had no issues himself. He pursed his lips, blaming himself for his arrogance. The person behind couldn't take it anymore and gave Cang Dong Gu a solid hit. Hey, you idiot. It was Sunday. If you see your sister on the way home, you should greet her, not act so spacey. Cang Dong Gu looked over, feeling a bit dazed from the hit, which seemed stronger than he expected. The two got on the same bus and left. Sun also noticed Cang Dong Gu's distracted attitude. Kang Sun asked carefully, Did you get dumped? Cang Dong Gu was surprised. Why would you say that out of nowhere? Kang Sun brushed it off. Forget it. I just asked because you seem a bit sadder than usual. Cang Dong Gu looked away. He confided, I just haven't known if I've been treating my colleagues wrong. That thought suddenly struck him. Cang Dong Gu realized, I just assumed this person didn't suit me, focused only on their faults, and always found reasons to keep my distance. The two went into a fast food place to talk. I always thought I was the more dedicated one. With these arrogant thoughts, Cang Dong Gu bowed his head sadly. It made me not realize that they were also worrying about me. He blamed himself, or perhaps he had never intended to look at it that way from the start. Kang Sun spoke up. As the pain grew, she comforted him. I don't know the details, but that means you're maturing, not just as a developer, but as a professional. Kang Sun patiently advised. You will still face many trials and mistakes ahead. I heard your company is hiring new developers. You've never delegated work to anyone else before, right? It's not as easy as it sounds. Cang Dong Gu was surprised. Really? Sun suggested. Anyway, Turn your regrets into healthy motivation. Cang Dong Gu bowed his head. Maybe it's still too early for me to change careers. I should accumulate more experience and prepare. Sun said, but I suggest you practice, so just send your resume and try participating in a few interviews. Cang Dong Gu was surprised. Even if I don't intend to change careers? Sun listed a few benefits. It helps you get used to the feeling of real interviews and measures your actual value in the market. You'll learn a lot. Many people do that too, she said excitedly. And if you happen to connect with a big company, you've hit the jackpot. It's just like going on a blind date without expectations. Cang Dong Gu hesitated. And then finding your true love? That kind of analysis is a bit strange. He worried. From the company's perspective, they are recruiting very seriously. Wouldn't that be rude because it wastes their time? Kang Sun scoffed. Kid, do you still not get it? That's exactly the point. Keep thinking about changing careers forever while it gets darker outside, Sun asked as they walked. Anyway, since we're talking about your company, have you met anyone good there? Cang Dong Gu was surprised. Why? Is your company hiring? Kang Sun smirked. Not that, kid. She laughed. I need a fresh start, too. Sun mysteriously lowered her voice. Introduce me to someone for a blind date. Cang Dong Gu gloomily avoided the question. He probed, forget about the blind date. Or why don't you try an office romance for the third time? Kang Sun laughed loudly. Are you crazy? Cang Dong Gu suggested. Just have your friends set you up. Don't ruin your little brother's work life. Sun remembered she had been introduced to someone once, but it didn't go very well. Now she felt quite desperate. Cang Dong Gu hesitantly explained. No, I mean, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that my social circle at work is super small. I only talk to the 2 people on my team. Sun replied. Or what kind of person are they? Just tell me at least. Cang Dong Gu remembered Du, the worst person. One of them he didn't know how to explain it. Sun looked bored. Fine, then what about the other person? Cang Dong Gu avoided her gaze. The other person is very funny and quite focused on work. Even though he's a bit absent-minded, he tried to recall. I heard he just bought a new apartment and is around 30 years old. Maybe a bit older. Kang Sun asked with interest. Do you have a picture, kid? But the person Cang Dong Gu was referring to was Du, who was getting married in 2 weeks. Sun scolded. Do you want to die? Cang Dong Gu brushed it off, advising, just live your own life. Why do you need to rely on others? Sun frowned. What's that? Cang Dong Gu finally told the truth. Actually, there is still one more person. Kang Sun was excited. Who is it? Cang Dong Gu walked into the room and replied, that person is called Leo. Sun marveled. That green avatar is pretty cool. Dong Gu immediately countered. No, you're not in the same league as him. Actually, we aren't that close, Sun argued. What about you? Cang Dong Gu frowned, ushering her away. Above all, you're in no position to meddle in other people's love lives right now. Anyway, let's talk about this later. Kang Suan sulked, lurking by the door. Forget it, never mind. Why are you even asking when you don't even know your crush's age? She muttered that it would be better to just download a dating app. Dong Gu pondered. Lately, all his attention had been focused on one thing. He checked Joy's personal wall again, wondering if she had prepared well and if she had passed the second interview. Cang Dong Gu worried, but if she failed, wouldn't their promise be as good as broken? He closed his eyes and prayed, the moon outside the window, witnessing his silent plea. Please, let her pass. A few days later, at Dong Gu's workplace, Duno approached and asked, Joy, I heard you've been off for a few days. Did you go on a trip? Joy evaded the question. I just had some business to take care of at home. Duno pressed on. Where is your hometown? Maybe it's near mine. Joy immediately denied it. No, it's definitely far away. Duno laughed out loud. Huh? I haven't even told you where my hometown is yet. Cang Dong Gu watched them from afar, thinking to himself. As time passed, Joy had safely completed the second interview. Time continued to crawl by, and the suspense of waiting for results dragged on. Joy looked much brighter than before. Dong, are you busy? Cang Dong Gu hesitated. No. A passerby looked at the two of them with confusion. Dong, Joy smiled, oblivious to everything. It's nothing serious, really. She opened up. So, it's about the second interview. Joy chatted innocently. I think the results will be out soon, she continued. If you're free this weekend, but Dong Gu interrupted, leaning in to whisper, maybe you should lower your voice a little. Joy was startled, looking at him blankly. Cang Dong Gu nervously looked around. No one is eavesdropping, right? Joy blushed and hung her head. Thankfully, the office was empty at the moment. Cang Dong Gu breathed a sigh of relief. This spot is far from the main office, and no one comes here, so we can talk comfortably. Joy explained. It seems because we've been meeting outside of work quite often. I forgot we were still in the office just a moment ago. I'm such a fool, aren't I? She regretted not using his workplace nickname and slipping up with his real name. I'm sorry. Cang Dong Gu didn't mind. The nickname isn't that important, but someone was just right there. If they heard about the interview, things could get complicated. Joy sighed. Just like the first day after my transfer, you saved me again. Cang Dong Gu seized the chance to complain about her leaving the recruitment page open on her screen and how worried she had been before the first interview. Turns out you're unexpectedly clumsy. Joy squirmed in embarrassment. Unexpectedly? We're getting closer. Cang Dong Gu. The real version of me is showing more and more behind this social mask. Unintentionally. Dong Gu was stunned by the answer. He turned his face away quietly. Cang Dong Gu cleared his throat and returned to the main topic. So, what were you going to say earlier? Joy replied. It's about the second interview. I heard they'll announce the results on Friday or Saturday. Cang Dong Gu felt flustered too. In the end, Joy quickly forgot all about the awkwardness from earlier. Let's hang out this weekend. If I fail, we can call it a consolation party. If I pass, we'll celebrate. What do you think? Dong Gu mused to himself. Then I need to prepare 2 different conversations. Yes, I need to prepare 2 different scripts, one for comforting and the other for congratulating. He sighed. Sounds good. When would you like to go? Joy smiled. How about lunch on Saturday? Dong Gu agreed. Sure. I'll add it to my schedule. He looked away anxiously. Dong Gu spoke up, then turned away, unable to meet Joy's eyes. If you pass, can I bring that poetry book, the one you gave me? Cang Dong Gu explained with difficulty. I want to exchange some poems to make a good impression. He hesitated. We originally said we'd exchange them after we both successfully switched careers, but it looks like I'll be staying here for a while longer. Trajin just silently watched Dong Gu pour his heart out, and she smiled softly. It's a deal. We should head back now. The two returned to the office together. Joy whispered softly. That was close, but every word accidentally fell into Cang Dong Gu's ears. That promise. I thought I was the only one who remembered it. Joy hummed lightly. Looks like that's not the case. Cang Dong Gu blushed and looked away. They walked side by side, yet it felt as if a wall of embarrassment stood between them. That evening on the way home, Dong Gu sighed. Damn it. Why am I the one who's so anxious? The person actually involved was incredibly calm. He called out, I'm home. Cang Dong Gu told himself to try and think positively. If she passes, our relationship will advance to friendship, and even if she doesn't, we'll still be friends just like now. He worried. No, I shouldn't comfort myself with that kind of rationalization. She will definitely pass. She's very Joy when it comes to that. Suddenly, there was a loud scream from outside the room. What is going on? Mother scolded angrily. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? She pushed Son away. You're at this age. How can you act like this? She still clung to her mother's leg, weeping. What do you mean by kicking your own child out in the middle of the freezing winter? Mother retorted. It's summer now. Dong quietly stood by, watching everything. I don't even know what they're fighting about, but for some reason, I already find it annoying. Mother noticed him. Son? Just got home from work? Dong Gu sighed. Sister, what did you do this time? Mother smiled and explained. It's nothing, dear. You know how Dad and I have been to Esther for 6 days, right? Since last weekend, because he's retiring next month. We thought, why not try living in Esther for a while? Cang Dong Gu calmly sat on the sofa. Wasn't that always on your bucket list, Mom? I have no objections. But Chang Suan reacted violently. Mom, we should talk about this. Dong Gu tried to persuade her too. Sister, Mom and Dad want to check off their post-retirement bucket list, and you're planning to stop them? Son looked at him with frustration. You idiot, that's not the issue. You only see half of it. Mom and Dad have already posted the house for rent today. The words died on Cang Dong Gu's lips. He panicked, thinking, wait a minute. Mom was still smiling. Today we stopped by the real estate office and posted the listing. Maybe someone will come to look at the house soon. You kids remember to clean your rooms. Dong Gu finally understood the brutal truth in shock. This meant he would have to live all by himself. The next day at the office, the sky seemed gloomier than usual. The reason I haven't moved out on my own yet is actually quite simple. Cang Dong Gu stared blankly at the price listings on his computer screen. The deposit and monthly rent are this high? More than $1,000,001? He muttered to himself, sighing. This is way too expensive. Plus, I have to find a place within the next month, Cang Dong Gu mumbled. The closer to the office, the higher the rent gets. He'd heard there were a lot of scams going around lately. But renting month to month should be safe, right? Damn it, I can't even focus on work. Du and Duo appeared behind him before he even noticed. Hey, why are you looking for a place all of a sudden? Are you trying to find a monthly rental? Cang Dong Gu worried internally. Am I going to get in trouble for working on personal stuff during office hours? For some family reasons, I think it's finally time for me to move out, he replied politely. Du enthusiastically suggested, why not look for something cheaper? Even if it's a bit further from the office, once you're on your own, saving money won't be easy anymore. Dungalo chimed in. In my opinion, it's best to stay close to the company. Everyone knows that your commute time significantly affects your quality of life, right? She turned to look at Joy and smiled. Right, Joy? Taken by surprise, Joy replied. Huh? Oh, yeah, that's true. Du suddenly remembered. Right. I heard you live near the station, right? How is that area? Joy joined the conversation. I highly recommend it. Why don't I introduce you to a real estate agent I know? She smiled and said, I found my current place through them. Dungo turned away, feeling awkward. Come to think of it, Joy's advice makes sense. Reasonable prices are more important than distance. Du patted Cang Dong Gu on the shoulder. So, what do you think? Our ace? Cang Dong Gu hesitated for a moment. He looked at Joy, whose expression seemed to say, ask me anytime. Having a reliable real estate agent couldn't hurt. The next day, at Cang Dong Gu's house, Sue was casually sitting on the sofa, watching TV and relaxing. Hey, I'm planning to look at a few places this weekend since they're close to where I work. What about you? Cang Dong Gu asked after waking up. A colleague recommended an agent near Noga Station. I'm planning to meet them next week. Kang Soo asked curiously. A colleague? Who? Cang Dong Gu replied vaguely. Just someone from work. He deliberately brushed it off. It's better not to say anything. I have a feeling she'd pry into every little detail. Kang Soo laughed. That area is noisy, but there are lots of great restaurants there. And there are cafes with all kinds of desserts too, Cang Dong Gu said sarcastically. Is that all you ever think about? Food? Sue suddenly realized. Wait, if I remember correctly, the girl you like lives near that area too, right? Cang Dong Gu was slightly startled. Yeah, that's right. Sue gasped in surprise. No way, right? Are you planning to move near her? That's terrifying. That's not it, right? Cang Dong Gu turned away quietly. You're the one looking terrifying right now. Sue scolded him loudly. You damn kid, don't tell me you still don't know her age. Age is really important. Your approach strategy changes depending on that, you know? Cang Dong Gu complained. I'm sick of hearing you talk about that again. He looked in the mirror, thinking if he were lucky, she might notice him. But it's strange. You actually woke up early on a weekend? Cang Dong Gu broke into a nervous sweat, thinking today might be the day. He cleared his throat. As he dried his hair, Cang Dong Gu pondered. The human heart cannot be defined by a single word. He recalled the past. In the winter of his senior year of high school, when his desk mate got into their first-choice university, I congratulated them. But at the same time, I felt envious and full of anxiety. Is that really how it is? A men's grooming program was still playing on his phone. The joy of being congratulated is intense. Yet, I lost sleep for 3 days straight afterward. When my college classmate landed a job at a big company, I felt the same way. Cang Dong Gu had changed clothes several times. Should I prepare more carefully and aim higher? Along with that, books like The Era of Displacement sat on his shelf. Those thoughts haunted him all day, perhaps even for a whole week. Cang Dong Gu bowed his head, looking for a book. Behind the congratulations for others' success, there is always an awkwardness stemming from suppressed emotions. Where is it? Finally, he found it. I've lived my life like this for so long, and I always thought I'd stay this way. Cang Dong Gu reached out. There it is. But then, Joy's radiant face flashed into his mind. I passed the first interview. Thank goodness. Back then, Cang Dong Gu also felt happy for her. That was the first time he took out the book, The Beach We Forgot. A poetry collection I could sincerely congratulate someone on their achievements with just a single sentence and a single emotion. Cang Dong Gu told himself he had to bring this. The morning sun shone into the room, and two things became clear. I really like her. And he prepared to go out. I want to become someone better, so I deserve to walk by her side. Sue reminded him. Cang Dong Gu, she isn't even looking this way. Your hair is standing on end. Dong recalled the warm moments. Because being by her side helped me find a new version of myself. He replied. Okay. Outside, the sky was still clear. She had led him to a new sky. Dong found the place where they had agreed to meet. He sat down at the coffee table. I'm so nervous that I arrived 30 minutes early. Cang Dong Gu comforted himself, but this was still better than making her wait like the last time they went to the movies. He looked down at his empty glass. I'll order a drink about 10 minutes before she arrives. That way, it'll seem like I just got here. Perfect. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. He nervously answered. Is everything okay? Joy asked from the other end. About how long until you get here? Cang Dong Gu analyzed the situation. If I say I'm already here, she'll probably feel pressured. So he said, I just started heading out. I'll be there on time. Joy hesitated. Okay. She asked. Well then, tell me how old you are. The question left Cang Dong Gu stunned. He was flustered. Huh? Why all of a sudden? Joy interrupted. Hurry up and tell me. Cang Dong Gu was restless. What's going on? It sounds like this is incredibly important. Could it be that I'm the one who should have spoken first? I've been curious about it for a long time, too. He finally made up his mind. Why are you asking me that so suddenly when I'm 27? Dong Gu asked cautiously. A gentle breeze brushed past, making the leaves flutter. A soft chuckle from Joy came through the phone. Dong Gu finally remembered their promise. If I pass the final interview, let's change how we address each other. He was stunned for a moment. Dong Gu couldn't believe it and asked, Joy, are you saying you passed the final interview? Joy's voice sounded right in his ear. No need for formal language anymore. Dong Gu glanced over, and there was Joy, smiling right beside him. She chuckled. Just call me Joy. Dong Gu looked up at her. Her smile was warm and radiant, as if bathed in golden sunlight. In that moment, he didn't know what to do, and just stood frozen. Finally, Dong Gu reacted, his heart racing. He felt nervous. Thoughts flooded in, leaving Dong Gu flustered, and his mind suddenly blank. How was he supposed to react naturally in a situation like this? Should he just call her by her first name right now, right this second? He moved his lips, and Dong Gu mustered all his courage to call out. Joy laughed loudly, breaking the awkward atmosphere. It seems switching to casual talk right away is actually pretty hard, isn't it? She explained. Maybe it's because we're just so used to using polite language and formal tones. Joy said nonchalantly, if it feels too awkward, let's just pretend this whole casual address thing never happened. But Dong Gu interrupted her. Joy looked at him, stunned, while Dong Gu clutched his chest to calm his emotions. Just let me slowly get used to it. Joy smiled gently. Dong Gu looked at her, embarrassed, and explained, I'm sorry, but your reaction was just too funny. Dong Gu coughed loudly to regain his composure. All right, but the most important part is, did you really pass the final interview? He asked cautiously. And also, are we the same age? Joy answered each question one by one. Since I passed, I'll be submitting my resignation next week. She looked up hesitantly, and Dong Gu felt a bit restless too. Joy laughed. Yes, we are the same age. The place they arrived at was an Italian restaurant. Deep down, Dong Gu repeated those words to himself once more. We're the same age, Joy continued. I started working very early, right when I was still in my final year of university. Dong Gu remained lost in his own happy feelings. Just knowing her age for some reason, it made him feel much closer to her. Joy smiled. I even had to take annual leave just to attend my own graduation ceremony. Dong Gu understood. So that was the reason she had so many years of experience? But that's really impressive, being able to balance both work and school like that. Joy stirred the pasta on her plate. But why did you lie to me earlier? Dong Gu asked suddenly. Huh? Me? Joy replied. When we were talking on the phone earlier, you clearly said you had just left. But it turned out you had been here for ages, Dong Gu stammered. Well, I miscalculated the time, so I ended up arriving earlier than expected. He sighed, feeling mortified. Finally, Dong Gu decided to tell the truth. I didn't want you to feel pressured knowing I was already here waiting for you. But what about you? Why did you come here so early? Joy smiled. I wanted to come here, read a book, and enjoy a cup of coffee. Dong Gu scolded himself. He should have come up with a similar excuse. He suddenly remembered something important. I brought this. I'll show it to you after we finish eating. This is so embarrassing. I need to change the subject immediately, Dong Gu thought. A while later, after they both finished their meal, Joy looked at the book he handed her in surprise. She covered her mouth and giggled. You brought a book of poetry without even knowing if I passed or not? If I had failed, the atmosphere would have been so awkward. Dong Gu looked away, flustered. Of course not. I knew you would pass for sure. Joy cleared her throat. If that's the case, let me show you my favorite poem. Dong Gu handed over the book. Sure, he silently thought. I hope it's not the same one. Joy suddenly brought the book closer. Here it is. The poem goes, life is best when you're off the clock. Going to work is just too scary. Friday afternoons and Sunday afternoons, Dong Gu fell into a contemplative silence. Is this really her taste? Joy laughed. All right, now it's your turn. Dong Gu hesitated. Oh, Dong Gu worriedly thought. Mine is much more sentimental than hers. but he still decided to open it. It's this one. The poem on page 23 left the deepest impression on me. Joy read it and exclaimed, "So this is your style?" "Huh? I honestly didn't expect that." She smiled faintly. "I'll remember that." A fresh morning at the company. Dong Gu brewed himself a cup of tea. Time passed. A new week began, and he quietly enjoyed the peaceful days. Joy had negotiated her salary and was preparing to start work at her new company, having already submitted her resignation. A noise from the next room caught Dong Gu's attention. He looked inside. The news had spread quickly throughout the company. Hairi hugged Joy, crying, "Joy, why is this all happening so suddenly?" Joy smiled to comfort her. "We can still meet up sometime." She laughed, comforting her. "At least you've been able to move to a better environment, right? We definitely have to go celebrate," Patrick complained sadly. "So, you won't be going on the company trip at the end of this month, right?" "It's such a pity," Joy replied. "Yes, it is a real shame. But what can you do?" Seeing the harmonious scene, Dong Gu quietly tried to slip away. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. "Dong Gu," Esther asked with a smile. "I'm planning to go buy coffee for everyone on the team before we start. Could you give me a hand? I can't carry all of this by myself." Then, both of them went downstairs to buy coffee. Esther finally spoke up. "Dong Gu, you knew Joy was planning to quit beforehand, right?" Dong Gu asked in surprise. "How did you know?" Esther explained. "The moment Joy announced the news, you were the only one who seemed that calm. Clearly, she didn't tell anyone else about it, not even me. It seems you two have been getting closer and closer lately, haven't you?" Dong Gu had to admit. "That's true. We have indeed become closer, but I think there is still a long way to go," he confided. "To be honest, I feel like everything is just getting started." Cang Dong Gu was lost in thought. Right now, it felt as though we were standing on the fine line between close colleagues and friends who were still a bit awkward with each other. Esther suddenly called out, "Dong Gu." He turned to her, surprised. "What is it?" she asked. "This might come as a surprise, but don't ask me why. Can you tell me to keep it up just this once?" Dong Gu looked at her, confused. Anxiously, he asked, "Why so suddenly?" "Esther, is something bothering you?" She fiddled with her coffee cup. "I already told you not to ask why." "Good grief. Why was I even expecting this from you?" She stood up. "Let's go get our coffee." Cang Dong Gu cut her off. "I don't know what's going on," but he raised his voice. "Keep it up, Esther." She froze, her face visibly turning red. She gripped her hands tighter, then turned back, trying to force a smile. "Huh? Why did you suddenly use my real name?" Dong Gu was startled. "Because you used my name earlier, there's no other reason." Esther laughed. "If you're going to call me by my name like that, don't forget to add sister to it." Dong Gu dodged the subject. "The others must be waiting. Let's go get the coffee." Esther huffed. How boring. Late in the afternoon, the sunset dyed the road gold. Cang Dong Gu walked home with Joy. "How are you feeling now?" he wondered. There were only 2 weeks left for the handover, and after that, the seat right next to his would be empty. Cang Dong Gu had handed in his resignation after 4 years of dedication to the company, preparing for his very first career change. He thought to himself, "Suddenly, I'm feeling very curious." Joy replied vaguely, "Am I regretting this?" Honestly, it's a mix of sadness and joy. But Cang Dong Gu wondered to himself, what must Joy be thinking as she prepares to step into a completely new chapter of her life? Joy answered, "I will never regret this. I'm just incredibly excited to see what's waiting for me ahead." Dong Gu encouraged her, "You will definitely succeed." He softened his voice in praise. "Because you are always so outstanding." Joy was stunned for a moment. She suddenly looked over. They had reached the bus stop. "My bus is coming." Joy walked faster. Dong Gu suddenly called her back. "Joy," he hesitated. "Calling you by your name without honorifics still feels awkward to me, but I don't want to go back to the old way of calling you either." Cang Dong Gu spoke up. "Once again, congratulations to you." He turned his face away, embarrassed. "If that's the case, let's meet up next week." Deep down, Cang Dong Gu scolded himself. I really did call her name in such an awkward way. Joy tilted her head, looking at the distant sky. "On the day I went to my first interview, you suddenly called my name right at this bus stop. It felt really strange." Cang Dong Gu looked at her, confused. "What does that mean?" Joy just smiled. She turned to face him. "I mean, I really liked it." He stiffened. Dong Gu realized too late how powerful those words were. His eyes widened, his mind went blank, and he stammered, his words all jumbled. "You mean you like it because it makes it feel like we've become closer? Like friends, right?" Joy teased him with a smile. "But last Saturday, didn't you say you wanted to get to know me?" Dong Gu was startled. That was. Joy cut him off and requested, "All right, now say it slowly after me." Dong Gu couldn't react in time. "Huh?" Joy narrowed her eyes and said slowly. Once again, "Congratulations, Joy." Cang Dong Gu's eyes flickered. He looked at her shyly, but her gaze remained firm. With no other choice, he repeated it sheepishly. "Congratulations, Joy." Joy continued. "See you next week." Dong Gu replied mechanically, "See you next week." She finally smiled, satisfied. "Good." Cang Dong Gu covered his face in embarrassment. His expression must look so stiff right now. He muttered in shame, "This is killing me. What's so good about it?" Joy teased. "Really? Then I'll go back to using formal address." Cang Dong Gu was surprised. "Huh?" He pondered carefully. Sometimes her words sounded like a joke, but other times they felt so ambiguous. Yet, every word of hers was etched into his mind. Joy waved. "See you next week, Dong Gu." In the end, only he was left sitting at the bus stop. His mind was a mess. Why was the air so heavy? He didn't know. Could this be a tropical night? Cang Dong Gu opened his eyes, trying to steady his emotions. He pulled the poetry book from earlier out of his pocket. Turning page after page, he finally stopped at a page about the heart. He silently reread the poem. "Come to me like a spring day, embracing the cherry blossoms. The empty office absorbs the sunlight and gives me the warmth of a tropical summer night." The flickering light illuminated the old hallway, before the autumn downpour drenches the falling yellow leaves. "Make me forget how to face this melancholy scene alone." And finally, the staircase leading to the office. "I beg you, please become my weakness, so that when the bitter winter comes, it won't be so cold anymore. I vow to offer my whole heart to you." At the same time, Joy was lying in bed reading the same poem. She mused, "Reading this now feels so different." Joy closed the book, and the phone beside her lit up with a message. 11:07 p.m. "Dong Gu, are you asleep yet?" 11:28 p.m. "Looks like you're already asleep." Joy quietly waited for each message. Moonlight through the window crept into the room. "Do you know? I'm very curious about what the future holds. But at this very moment my current life is so joyful and precious. It's very late now, 11:42 p.m. As time passes, my greed grows. However, instead of rushing, I just want to enjoy the moments that belong only to the present.